Introduction. In the summer of 1960, while I was an anthropology student at the University of California, Los Angeles, I made several trips to the Southwest to collect information on the medicinal plants used by the Indians of the area. The events I describe here began during one of my trips. I was waiting in a border town for a Greyhound bus, talking with a friend who had been my guide and helper in the survey. Suddenly, he leaned toward me and whispered that the man, a white-haired old Indian who was sitting in front of the window, was very learned about plants, especially peyote. I asked my friend to introduce me to this man. My friend greeted him, then went over and shook his hand. After they'd talked for a while, my friend signaled me to join them, but immediately left me alone with the old man, not even bothering to introduce us. He was not in the least embarrassed. I told him my name, and he said that he was called Juan, and that he was at my service. He used the Spanish polite form of address. We shook hands at my initiative, and then remained silent for some time. It was not a strained silence, but a quietness, natural and relaxed on both sides. Though his dark face and neck were wrinkled, showing his age, it struck me that his body was agile and muscular. I then told him that I was interested in obtaining information about medicinal plants. Although in truth I was almost totally ignorant about peyote, I found myself pretending that I knew a great deal, and even suggesting that it might be to his advantage to talk with me. As I rattled on, he nodded slowly and looked at me, but said nothing. I avoided his eyes, and we finished by standing, the two of us, in dead silence. Finally, after what seemed a very long time, Don Juan got up and looked out of the window. His bus had come. He said goodbye and left the station. I was annoyed at having talked nonsense to him, and it being seen through by those remarkable eyes. When my friend returned, he tried to console me for my failure to learn anything from Don Juan. He explained that the old man was often silent or noncommittal, but the disturbing effect of this first encounter was not so easily dispelled. I made a point of finding out where Don Juan lived, and later visited him several times. On each visit, I tried to lead him to discuss peyote, but without success. We became, nonetheless, very good friends, and my scientific investigation was forgotten, or was at least redirected into channels that were worlds apart from my original intention. The friend who had introduced me to Don Juan explained later that the old man was not a native of Arizona, where we met, but was a Yaqui Indian from Sonora, Mexico. At first, I saw Don Juan simply as a rather peculiar man who knew a great deal about peyote and who spoke Spanish remarkably well. But the people with whom he lived believed that he had some sort of secret knowledge, that he was a brujo. The Spanish word brujo means in English medicine man, curer, witch, or sorcerer. It connotes essentially a person who has extraordinary and usually evil powers. I had known Don Juan for a whole year before he took me into his confidence. One day, he explained that he possessed a certain knowledge that he had learned from a teacher, a benefactor, as he called him, who had directed him in a kind of apprenticeship. Don Juan had, in turn, chosen me to serve as his apprentice, but he warned me that I would have to make a very deep commitment, and that the training was long and arduous. In describing his teacher, Don Juan used the word diablero. Later, I learned that diablero is a term used only by the Sonoran Indians. It refers to an evil person who practices black sorcery and is capable of transforming himself into an animal, a bird, a dog, a coyote, or any other creature. On one of my visits to Sonora, I had a peculiar experience that illustrated the Indians' feelings about diableros. I was driving at night in the company of 2 Indian friends when I saw an animal that seemed to be a dog crossing the highway. One of my companions said it was not a dog, but a huge coyote. I slowed down and pulled to the side of the road to get a good look at the animal. It stayed within range of the headlights a few seconds longer and then ran into the chaparral. It was unmistakably a coyote, but it was twice the ordinary size. Talking excitedly, my friends agreed that it was a very unusual animal, and one of them suggested that it might be a diablero. I decided to use an account of the experience to question the Indians of that area about their beliefs in the existence of diableros. I talked with many people, telling them the story and asking them questions. The 3 conversations that follow indicate what they felt. "Do you think it was a coyote, Choi?" I asked a young man after he had heard the story. "Who knows? A dog, no doubt. Too large for a coyote." "Do you think it may have been a diablero?" "That's a lot of bull. There are no such things." "Why do you say that, Choi?" "People imagine things. I bet if you had caught that animal, you would have seen that it was a dog. Once, I had some business in another town and got up before daybreak and saddled up a horse. As I was leaving, I came upon a dark shadow on the road, which looked like a huge animal. My horse reared, throwing me off the saddle. I was pretty scared, too, but it turned out that the shadow was a woman who was walking to town." "Do you mean, Choi, that you don't believe there are diableros?" "Diableros? What's a diablero? Tell me what a diablero is." "I don't know, Choi. Manuel, who was riding with me that night, said the coyote could have been a diablero. Maybe you could tell me what a diablero is." "A diablero, they say, is a brujo who changes into any form he wants to adopt. But everybody knows that's pure bull. The old people here are full of stories about diableros. You won't find that among us younger people." "What kind of animal do you think it was, Doña Luz?" I asked a middle-aged woman. "Only God knows that for sure. But I think it wasn't a coyote. There are things that appear to be coyotes, but are not. Was the coyote running, or was it eating?" "It was standing most of the time, but when I first saw it, I think it was eating something." "Are you sure it wasn't carrying something in its mouth?" "Perhaps it was, but tell me, would that make any difference?" "Yes, it would. If it was carrying something in its mouth, it wasn't a coyote." "What was it then?" "It was a man or a woman." "What do you call such people, Doña Luz?" She didn't answer. I questioned her for a while longer, but without success. Finally, she said she didn't know. I asked her if such people were called diableros, and she answered that diablero was one of the names given to them. "Do you know any diableros?" I asked. "I knew one woman," she replied. "She was killed. It happened when I was a little girl. The woman, they said, used to turn into a female dog, and one night a dog went into the house of a white man to steal cheese. The white man killed the dog with a shotgun, and at the very moment the dog died in the house of the white man, the woman died in her own hut. Her kin got together and went to the white man and demanded payment. The white man paid good money for having killed her." "How could they demand payment if it was only a dog he killed?" "They said that the white man knew it wasn't a dog, because other people were with him and they all saw that the dog stood up on its legs like a man and reached for the cheese, which was on a tray hanging from the roof. The men were waiting for the thief because the white man's cheese was being stolen every night, so the man killed the thief, knowing it wasn't a dog." "Are there any diableros nowadays, Doña Luz?" "Such things are very secret. They say there are no more diableros, but I doubt it, because one member of a diablero's family has to learn what the diablero knows. Diableros have their own laws, and one of them is that a diablero has to teach his secrets to one of his kin. What do you think the animal was, Genaro? I asked a very old man. A dog from one of the ranchos of that area. What else? It could have been a diablero. A diablero? You're crazy. There are no diableros. Do you mean that there are none today, or that there never were any? At one time there were, yes. It's common knowledge. Everybody knows that. But the people were very afraid of them and had them all killed. Who killed them, Genaro? All the people of the tribe. The last diablero I knew about was S. He killed dozens, maybe even hundreds of people with his sorcery. We couldn't put up with that, and the people got together and took him by surprise one night and burned him alive. How long ago was that, Genaro? In 1942. Did you see it yourself? No, but people still talk about it. They say that there were no ashes left, even though the stake was made of fresh wood. All that was left at the end was a huge pool of grease. Although Don Juan categorized his benefactor as a diablero, he never mentioned the place where he had acquired his knowledge, nor did he identify his teacher. In fact, Don Juan disclosed very little about his personal life. All he said was that he had been born in the Southwest in 1891, that he had spent nearly all his life in Mexico, that in 1900 his family was exiled by the Mexican government to central Mexico, along with thousands of other Sonoran Indians, and that he had lived in central and southern Mexico until 1940. Thus, as Don Juan had traveled a great deal, his knowledge may have been the product of many influences. And although he regarded himself as an Indian from Sonora, I wasn't sure whether to place the context of his knowledge totally in the culture of the Sonoran Indians. But it's not my intention here to determine his precise cultural milieu. I began to serve my apprenticeship to Don Juan in June 1961. Prior to that time, I'd seen him on various occasions, but always in the capacity of an anthropological observer. During these early conversations, I took notes in a covert manner. Later, relying on my memory, I reconstructed the entire conversation. When I began to participate as an apprentice, however, that method of taking notes became very difficult, because our conversations touched on many different topics. Then Don Juan allowed me, under strong protest, however, to record openly anything that was said. I would also have liked to take photographs and make tape recordings, but he wouldn't permit me to do so. I carried out the apprenticeship first in Arizona and then in Sonora, because Don Juan moved to Mexico during the course of my training. The procedure I employed was to see him for a few days every so often. My visits became more frequent and lasted longer during the summer months of 1961, 1962, 1963, and 1964. In retrospect, I believe this method of conducting the apprenticeship prevented the training from being successful, because it retarded the advent of the full commitment I needed to become a sorcerer. Yet the method was beneficial from my personal standpoint, in that it allowed me a modicum of detachment, and that, in turn, fostered a sense of critical examination which would have been impossible to attain had I participated continuously without interruption. In September 1965, I voluntarily discontinued the apprenticeship. Several months after my withdrawal, I considered for the first time the idea of arranging my field notes in a systematic way. As the data I had collected were quite voluminous and included much miscellaneous information, I began by trying to establish a classification system. I divided the data into areas of related concepts and procedures and arranged the ideas hierarchically according to subjective importance. That is, in terms of the impact that each of them had had on me. In that way, I arrived at the following classification, uses of hallucinogenic plants, procedures and formulas used in sorcery, acquisition and manipulation of power objects, uses of medicinal plants, songs and legends. Reflecting upon the phenomena I'd experienced, I realized that my attempt at classification had produced nothing more than an inventory of categories. Any attempt to refine my scheme would therefore yield only a more complex inventory. That wasn't what I wanted. During the months following my withdrawal from the apprenticeship, I needed to understand what I'd experienced. And what I'd experienced was the teaching of a coherent system of beliefs by means of a pragmatic and experimental method. It had been evident to me from the very first session in which I'd participated that Don Juan's teaching possessed an internal cohesion. Once he had definitely decided to communicate his knowledge to me, he proceeded to present his explanations in orderly steps. To discover that order and to understand it proved to be a most difficult task for me. My inability to arrive at an understanding seems to have been traceable to the fact that after 4 years of apprenticeship, I was still a beginner. It was clear that Don Juan's knowledge and his method of conveying it were those of his benefactor. Thus, my difficulties in understanding his teaching must have been analogous to those he himself had encountered. Don Juan alluded to our similarity as beginners through incidental comments about his incapacity to understand his teacher during his own apprenticeship. Such remarks led me to believe that, to any beginner, Indian or non-Indian, the knowledge of sorcery was rendered incomprehensible by the outlandish characteristics of the phenomena he experienced. Personally, as a Western man, I found these characteristics so bizarre that it was virtually impossible to explain them in terms of my own everyday life, and I was forced to the conclusion that any attempt to classify my field data in my own terms would be futile. Thus it became obvious to me that Don Juan's knowledge had to be examined in terms of how he himself understood it. Only in such terms could it be made evident and convincing. In trying to reconcile my own views with Don Juan's, however, I realized that whenever he tried to explain his knowledge to me, he used concepts that would render it intelligible to him. As those concepts were alien to me, trying to understand his knowledge in the way he did placed me in another untenable position. Therefore, my first task was to determine his order of conceptualization. While working in that direction, I saw that Don Juan himself had placed particular emphasis on a certain area of his teachings, specifically the uses of hallucinogenic plants. On the basis of this realization, I revised my own scheme of categories. Don Juan used, separately and on different occasions, 3 hallucinogenic plants: peyote, or Lophophora williamsii, Jimson weed, or Datura inoxia, also called Datura metalloides, and a mushroom, possibly Psilocybe mexicana. Since before their contact with Europeans, American Indians have known the hallucinogenic properties of these 3 plants. Because of their properties, the plants have been widely employed for pleasure, for curing, for witchcraft, and for attaining a state of ecstasy. In the specific context of his teachings, Don Juan related the use of Datura inoxia and Psilocybe mexicana to the acquisition of power, a power he called an ally. He related the use of Lophophora williamsii to the acquisition of wisdom, or the knowledge of the right way to live. The importance of the plants was, for Don Juan, their capacity to produce stages of peculiar perception in a human being. Thus, he guided me into experiencing a sequence of these stages for the purpose of unfolding and validating his knowledge. I have called them states of non-ordinary reality, meaning unusual reality as opposed to the ordinary reality of everyday life. The distinction is based on the inherent meaning of the states of non-ordinary reality. In the context of Don Juan's knowledge, they were considered as real, although their reality was differentiated from ordinary reality. Don Juan believed the states of non-ordinary reality to be the only form of pragmatic learning and the only means of acquiring power. He conveyed the impression that other parts of his teachings were incidental to the acquisition of power. This point of view permeated Don Juan's attitude toward everything not directly connected with the states of non-ordinary reality. Throughout my field notes, there are scattered references to the way Don Juan felt. For example, in one conversation, he suggested that some objects have a certain amount of power in themselves. Although he himself had no respect for power objects, he said they were frequently used as aids by lesser brujos. I often asked him about such objects, but he seemed totally uninterested in discussing them. When the topic was raised again on another occasion, however, he reluctantly consented to talk about them. There are certain objects that are permeated with power, he said. There are scores of such objects which are fostered by powerful men with the aid of friendly spirits. These objects are tools, not ordinary tools, but tools of death. Yet they are only instruments. They have no power to teach. Properly speaking, they are in the realm of war, objects designed for strife. They are made to kill, to be hurled. What kind of objects are they, Don Juan? They are not really objects. Rather, they are types of power. How can one get those types of power, Don Juan? That depends on the kind of object you want. How many kinds are there? As I have already said, there are scores of them. Anything can be a power object. Well, which are the most powerful, then? The power of an object depends on its owner, on the kind of man he is. A power object fostered by a lesser brujo is almost a joke. On the other hand, a strong, powerful brujo gives his strength to his tools. Which power objects are the most common, then? Which ones do most brujos prefer? There are no preferences. They are all power objects, all just the same. Do you have any yourself, Don Juan? He didn't answer. He just looked at me and laughed. He remained quiet for a long time, and I thought my questions were annoying him. There are limitations on those types of powers, he went on. But such a point is, I'm sure, incomprehensible to you. It has taken me nearly a lifetime to understand that, by itself, an ally can reveal all the secrets of these lesser powers, rendering them rather childish. I had tools like that at one time, when I was very young. What power objects did you have? Maíz pinto, crystals, and feathers. What is maíz pinto, Don Juan? It's a small kernel of corn which has a streak of red color in its middle. Is it a single kernel? No. A brujo owns 48 kernels. What do the kernels do, Don Juan? Each one of them can kill a man by entering into his body. How does a kernel enter into a human body? It is a power object, and its power consists, among other things, in entering into the body. What does it do when it enters into the body? It immerses itself in the body. It settles on the chest or on the intestines. The man becomes ill, and unless the brujo who is tending him is stronger than the bewitcher, he will die within 3 months from the moment the kernel entered into his body. Is there any way of curing him? The only way is to suck the kernel out, but very few brujos would dare to do that. A brujo may succeed in sucking the kernel out, but unless he is powerful enough to repel it, it will get inside him and will kill him instead. But how does a kernel manage to enter into someone's body? To explain that, I must tell you about corn witchcraft, which is one of the most powerful witchcrafts I know. The witchcraft is done by two kernels. One of them is put inside a fresh bud of a yellow flower. The flower is then set on a spot where it will come into contact with the victim, the road on which he walks every day, or any place where he is habitually present. As soon as the victim steps on the kernel or touches it in any way, the witchcraft is done. The kernel immerses itself in the body. What happens to the kernel after the man has touched it? All its power goes inside the man, and the kernel is free. It becomes just another kernel. It may be left at the site of the witchcraft, or it may be swept away. It doesn't matter. It's better to sweep it away into the underbrush, where a bird will eat it. Can a bird eat it before the man touches it? No. No bird is that stupid, I assure you. The birds stay away from it. Don Juan then described a very complex procedure by which such power kernels can be obtained. You must bear in mind that Maíz Pinto is merely an instrument, not an ally, he said. Once you make that distinction, you will have no problem, but if you consider such tools to be supreme, you will be a fool. Are the power objects as powerful as an ally? I asked. Don Juan laughed scornfully before answering. It seemed that he was trying hard to be patient with me. Maíz Pinto, crystals, and feathers are mere toys in comparison with an ally, he said. These power objects are necessary only when a man does not have an ally. It's a waste of time to pursue them, especially for you. You should be trying to get an ally. When you succeed, you will understand what I'm telling you now. Power objects are like a game for children. Don't get me wrong, Don Juan, I protested. I want to have an ally, but I also want to know everything I can. You yourself have said that knowledge is power. No, he said emphatically. Power rests on the kind of knowledge one holds. What is the sense of knowing things that are useless? In Don Juan's system of beliefs, the acquisition of an ally meant exclusively the exploitation of the states of non-ordinary reality he produced in me through the use of hallucinogenic plants. He believed that by focusing on these states and omitting other aspects of the knowledge he taught, I would arrive at a coherent view of the phenomena I'd experienced. I've therefore divided this book into two parts. In the first part, I present selections from my field notes dealing with the states of non-ordinary reality I underwent during my apprenticeship. As I've arranged my notes to fit the continuity of the narrative, they're not always in proper chronological sequence. I never wrote my description of a state of non-ordinary reality until several days after I'd experienced it, waiting until I was able to treat it calmly and objectively. My conversations with Don Juan, however, were taken down as they occurred, immediately after each state of non-ordinary reality. My reports of these conversations, therefore, sometimes antedate the full description of an experience. My field notes disclose the subjective version of what I perceived while undergoing the experience. That version is presented here just as I narrated it to Don Juan, who demanded a complete and faithful recollection of every detail and a full recounting of each experience. At the time of recording these experiences, I added incidental details in an attempt to recapture the total setting of each state of non-ordinary reality. I wanted to describe the emotional impact I had experienced as completely as possible. My field notes also reveal the content of Don Juan's system of beliefs. I have condensed long pages of questions and answers between Don Juan and myself in order to avoid reproducing the repetitiveness of conversation. But as I also want to reflect accurately the overall mood of our exchanges, I've deleted only dialogue that contributed nothing to my understanding of his way of knowledge. The information Don Juan gave me about his way of knowledge was always sporadic, and for every spurt on his part, there were hours of probing on mine. Nevertheless, there were innumerable occasions on which he freely expounded his knowledge. In the second part of this book, I present a structural analysis drawn exclusively from the data reported in the first part. Through my analysis, I seek to support the following contentions. Number 1, Don Juan presented his teachings as a system of logical thought. Number 2, the system made sense only if examined in the light of its structural units. And number 3, the system was devised to guide an apprentice to a level of conceptualization which explained the order of the phenomena he had experienced.
Part 1. The Teachings. Chapter 1. My notes on my first session with Don Juan are dated June 23, 1961. That was the occasion when the teachings began. I had seen him several times previously in the capacity of an observer only. At every opportunity, I had asked him to teach me about peyote. He ignored my request every time, but he never completely dismissed the subject, and I interpreted his hesitancy as a possibility that he might be inclined to talk about his knowledge with more coaxing. In this particular session, he made it obvious to me that he might consider my request, provided I possessed clarity of mind and purpose in reference to what I had asked him. It was impossible for me to fulfill such a condition, for I had asked him to teach me about peyote only as a means of establishing a link of communication with him. I thought his familiarity with the subject might predispose him to be more open and willing to talk, thus allowing me an entrance into his knowledge on the properties of plants. He had interpreted my request literally, however, and was concerned about my purpose in wishing to learn about peyote. Friday, June 23, 1961. Would you teach me about peyote, Don Juan? Why would you like to undertake such learning? I really would like to know about it. Is not just to want to know a good reason? No. You must search in your heart and find out why a young man like you wants to undertake such a task of learning. Why did you learn about it yourself, Don Juan? Why do you ask that? Maybe we both have the same reasons. I doubt that. I am an Indian. We don't have the same paths. The only reason I have is that I want to learn about it, just to know. But I assure you, Don Juan, my intentions are not bad. I believe you. I've smoked you. I beg your pardon? It doesn't matter now. I know your intentions. Do you mean you saw through me? You could put it that way. Will you teach me, then? No. Is it because I'm not an Indian? No. It's because you don't know your heart. What's important is that you know exactly why you want to involve yourself. Learning about mezcalito is a most serious act. If you were an Indian, your desire alone would be sufficient. Very few Indians have such a desire. Sunday, June 25th, 1961. I stayed with Don Juan all afternoon on Friday. I was going to leave about 7 p.m. We were sitting on the porch in front of his house, and I decided to ask him once more about the teaching. It was almost a routine question, and I expected him to refuse again. I asked him if there was a way in which he could accept just my desire to learn, as if I were an Indian. He took a long time to answer. I was compelled to stay, because he seemed to be trying to decide something. Finally, he told me that there was a way, and proceeded to delineate a problem. He pointed out that I was very tired sitting on the floor, and that the proper thing to do was to find a spot, or sitio, on the floor where I could sit without fatigue. I had been sitting with my knees up against my chest and my arms locked around my calves. When he said I was tired, I realized that my back ached and that I was quite exhausted. I waited for him to explain what he meant by a spot, but he made no overt attempt to elucidate the point. I thought that perhaps he meant that I should change positions, so I got up and sat closer to him. He protested my movement, and clearly emphasized that a spot meant a place where a man could feel naturally happy and strong. He patted the place where he sat, and said it was his own spot, adding that he had posed a riddle I had to solve by myself without any further deliberation. What he had posed as a problem to be solved was certainly a riddle. I had no idea how to begin, or even what he had in mind. Several times I asked for a clue, or at least a hint, as to how to proceed in locating a point where I felt happy and strong. I insisted and argued that I had no idea what he really meant because I couldn't conceive the problem. He suggested I walk around the porch until I found the spot. I got up and began to pace the floor. I felt silly and sat down in front of him. He became very annoyed with me and accused me of not listening, saying that perhaps I didn't want to learn. After a while, he calmed down and explained to me that not every place was good to sit or be on, and that within the confines of the porch there was one spot that was unique, a spot where I could be at my very best. It was my task to distinguish it from all the other places. The general pattern was that I had to feel all the possible spots that were accessible until I could determine without a doubt which was the right one. I argued that although the porch was not too large, 12 by 8 feet, the number of possible spots was overwhelming, and it would take me a very long time to check all of them, and that since he had not specified the size of the spot, the possibilities might be infinite. My arguments were futile. He got up and very sternly warned me that it might take me days to figure it out, but that if I didn't solve the problem, I might as well leave, because he would have nothing to say to me. He emphasized that he knew where my spot was, and that therefore I could not lie to him. He said this was the only way he could accept my desire to learn about Mezcalito as a valid reason. He added that nothing in his world was a gift, that whatever there was to learn had to be learned the hard way. He went around the house to the chaparral to urinate. He returned directly into his house through the back. I thought the assignment to find the alleged spot of happiness was his own way of dismissing me, but I got up and started to pace back and forth. The sky was clear. I could see everything on and near the porch. I must have paced for an hour or more, but nothing happened to reveal the location of the spot. I got tired of walking and sat down. After a few minutes, I sat somewhere else, and then at another place, until I had covered the whole floor in a semi-systematic fashion. I deliberately tried to feel differences between places, but I lacked the criteria for differentiation. I felt I was wasting my time, but I stayed. My rationalization was that I had come a long way just to see Don Juan, and I really had nothing else to do. I lay down on my back and put my hands under my head like a pillow. Then I rolled over and lay on my stomach for a while. I repeated this rolling process over the entire floor. For the first time, I thought I had stumbled upon a vague criterion. I felt warmer when I lay on my back. I rolled again, this time in the opposite direction, and again covered the length of the floor, lying face down on all the places where I had lain face up during my first rolling tour. I experienced the same warm and cold sensations, depending on my position, but there was no difference between spots. Then an idea occurred to me, which I thought to be brilliant. Don Juan's spot. I sat there, and then lay, face down at first, and later on my back. But the place was just like all the others. I stood up. I had had enough. I wanted to say goodbye to Don Juan, but I was embarrassed to wake him up. I looked at my watch. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I had been rolling for 6 hours. At that moment, Don Juan came out and went around the house to the chaparral. He came back and stood at the door. I felt utterly dejected, and I wanted to say something nasty to him and leave. But I realized that it wasn't his fault, that it was my own choice to go through all that nonsense. I told him I'd failed. I'd been rolling on his floor like an idiot all night and still couldn't make any sense of his riddle. He laughed and said that it didn't surprise him because I had not proceeded correctly. I hadn't been using my eyes. That was true, yet I was very sure he'd said to feel the difference. I brought that point up, but he argued that one can feel with the eyes, when the eyes are not looking right into things. As far as I was concerned, he said, I had no other means to solve this problem but to use all I had, my eyes. He went inside. I was certain that he'd been watching me. I thought there was no other way for him to know that I hadn't been using my eyes. I began to roll again, because that was the most comfortable procedure. This time, however, I rested my chin on my hands and looked at every detail. After an interval, the darkness around me changed. When I focused on the point directly in front of me, the whole peripheral area of my field of vision became brilliantly colored with a homogeneous greenish yellow. The effect was startling. I kept my eyes fixed on the point in front of me and began to crawl sideways on my stomach, 1 foot at a time. Suddenly, at a point near the middle of the floor, I became aware of another change in hue. At a place to my right, still in the periphery of my field of vision, the greenish yellow became intensely purple. I concentrated my attention on it. The purple faded into a pale but still brilliant color, which remained steady for the time I kept my attention on it. I marked the place with my jacket and called Don Juan. He came out to the porch. I was truly excited. I'd actually seen the change in hues. He seemed unimpressed, but told me to sit on the spot and report to him what kind of feeling I had. I sat down and then lay on my back. He stood by me and asked me repeatedly how I felt, but I didn't feel anything different. For about 15 minutes, I tried to feel or to see a difference, while Don Juan stood by me patiently. I felt disgusted. I had a metallic taste in my mouth. Suddenly, I developed a headache. I was about to get sick. The thought of my nonsensical endeavors irritated me to a point of fury. I got up. Don Juan must have noticed my profound frustration. He didn't laugh, but very seriously stated that I had to be inflexible with myself if I wanted to learn. Only 2 choices were open to me, he said. Either to quit and go home, in which case I would never learn, or to solve the riddle. He went inside again. I wanted to leave immediately, but I was too tired to drive. Besides, perceiving the hues had been so startling that I was sure it was a criterion of some sort, and perhaps there were other changes to be detected. Anyway, it was too late to leave, so I sat down, stretched my legs back, and began all over again. During this round, I moved rapidly through each place, passing Don Juan's spot to the end of the floor, and then turned around to cover the outer edge. When I reached the center, I realized that another change in coloration was taking place, again on the edge of my field of vision. The uniform chartreuse I was seeing all over the area turned, at one spot to my right, into a sharp verdigris. It remained for a moment, and then abruptly metamorphosed into another steady hue, different from the other one I had detected earlier. I took off one of my shoes and marked the point, and kept on rolling until I had covered the floor in all possible directions. No other change of coloration took place. I came back to the point marked with my shoe and examined it. It was located 5 to 6 feet away from the spot marked by my jacket in a southeasterly direction. There was a large rock next to it. I lay down there for quite some time trying to find clues, looking at every detail, but I didn't feel anything different. I decided to try the other spot. I quickly pivoted on my knees and was about to lie down on my jacket when I felt an unusual apprehension. It was more like a physical sensation of something actually pushing on my stomach. I jumped up and retreated in one movement. The hair on my neck pricked up. My legs had arched slightly, my trunk was bent forward, and my arms stuck out in front of me rigidly with my fingers contracted like a claw. I took notice of my strange posture, and my fright increased. I walked back involuntarily and sat down on the rock next to my shoe. From the rock, I slumped to the floor. I tried to figure out what had happened to cause me such a fright. I thought it must have been the fatigue I was experiencing. It was nearly daytime. I felt silly and embarrassed, yet I had no way to explain what had frightened me, nor had I figured out what Don Juan wanted. I decided to give it one last try. I got up and slowly approached the place marked by my jacket, and again I felt the same apprehension. This time, I made a strong effort to control myself. I sat down and then knelt in order to lie face down, but I could not lie in spite of my will. I put my hands on the floor in front of me. My breathing accelerated. My stomach was upset. I had a clear sensation of panic and fought not to run away. I thought Don Juan was perhaps watching me. Slowly, I crawled back to the other spot and propped my back against the rock. I wanted to rest for a while to organize my thoughts, but I fell asleep. I heard Don Juan talking and laughing above my head. I woke up. "You have found the spot," he said. I didn't understand him at first, but he assured me again that the place where I had fallen asleep was the spot in question. He again asked me how I felt lying there. I told him I really didn't notice any difference. He asked me to compare my feelings at that moment with what I had felt while lying on the other spot. For the first time, it occurred to me that I couldn't possibly explain my apprehension of the preceding night. He urged me in a kind of challenging way to sit on the other spot. For some inexplicable reason, I was actually afraid of the other place and didn't sit on it. He asserted that only a fool could fail to see the difference. I asked him if each of the two spots had a special name. He said that the good one was called the sitio, and the bad one the enemy. He said these two places were the key to a man's well-being, especially for a man who was pursuing knowledge. The sheer act of sitting on one spot created superior strength. On the other hand, the enemy weakened a man and could even cause his death. He said I had replenished my energy, which I had spent lavishly the night before, by taking a nap on my spot. He also said that the colors I had seen in association with each specific spot had the same overall effect, either of giving strength or of curtailing it. I asked him if there were other spots for me like the two I had found, and how I should go about finding them. He said that many places in the world would be comparable to those two, and that the best way to find them was by detecting their respective colors. It wasn't clear to me whether or not I had solved the problem, and in fact, I wasn't even convinced that there had been a problem. I couldn't avoid feeling that the whole experience was forced and arbitrary. I was certain that Don Juan had watched me all night, and then proceeded to humor me by saying that wherever I had fallen asleep was the place I was looking for. Yet I failed to see a logical reason for such an act, and when he challenged me to sit on the other spot, I couldn't do it. There was a strange cleavage between my pragmatic experience of fearing the other spot and my rational deliberations about the total event. Don Juan, on the other hand, was very sure I had succeeded, and acting in accordance with my success, let me know he was going to teach me about peyote. "You asked me to teach you about Mescalito," he said. "I wanted to find out if you had enough backbone to meet him face to face. Mescalito is not something to make fun of. You must have command over your resources. Now I know I can take your desire alone as a good reason to learn." "You really are going to teach me about peyote?" "I prefer to call him Mescalito. Do the same." "When are you going to start?" "It's not so simple as that. You must be ready first." "I think I'm ready." "This is not a joke. You must wait until there is no doubt, and then you will meet him." "Do I have to prepare myself?" "No. You simply have to wait. You may give up the whole idea after a while. You get tired easily. Last night, you were ready to quit as soon as it got difficult. Mescalito requires a very serious intent." Chapter 2. Monday, August 7th, 1961. I arrived at Don Juan's house in Arizona about 7 o'clock on Friday night. 5 other Indians were sitting with him on the porch of his house. I greeted him and sat waiting for them to say something. After a formal silence, one of the men got up, walked over to me, and said, "Buenas noches." I stood up and answered, "Buenas noches." Then all the other men got up and came to me, and we all mumbled "Buenas noches," and shook hands, either by barely touching one another's fingertips or by holding the hand for an instant and then dropping it quite abruptly. We all sat down again. They seemed to be rather shy, at a loss for words, although they all spoke Spanish. It must have been about 7:30 when suddenly they all got up and walked toward the back of the house. Nobody had said a word for a long time. Don Juan signaled me to follow, and we all got inside an old pickup truck parked there. I sat in the back with Don Juan and 2 younger men. There were no cushions or benches, and the metal floor was painfully hard, especially when we left the highway and got onto a dirt road. Don Juan whispered that we were going to the house of one of his friends who had 7 mescalitos for me. I asked him, "Don't you have any of them yourself, Don Juan?" "I do, but I couldn't offer them to you. You see, someone else has to do this." "Can you tell me why?" "Perhaps you're not agreeable to him, and he won't like you, and then you'll never be able to know him with affection, as one should, and our friendship will be broken." "Why wouldn't he like me? I've never done anything to him." "You don't have to do anything to be liked or disliked. He either takes you or throws you away." "But if he doesn't take me, isn't there anything I can do to make him like me?" The other 2 men seemed to have overheard my question and laughed. "No, I can't think of anything one can do," Don Juan said. He turned half away from me, and I couldn't talk to him anymore. We must have driven for at least an hour before we stopped in front of a small house. It was quite dark, and after the driver had turned off the headlights, I could make out only the vague contour of the building. A young woman, a Mexican, judging by her speech inflection, was yelling at a dog to make him stop barking. We got out of the truck and walked into the house. The men mumbled "Buenas noches" as they went by her. She answered back and went on yelling at the dog. The room was large and was stacked up with a multitude of objects. A dim light from a very small electric bulb rendered the scene quite gloomy. There were quite a few chairs with broken legs and sagging seats leaning against the walls. 3 of the men sat down on a couch, which was the largest single piece of furniture in the room. It was very old and had sagged down all the way to the floor. In the dim light, it seemed to be red and dirty. The rest of us sat in chairs. We sat in silence for a long time. One of the men suddenly got up and went into another room. He was perhaps in his 50s, dark, tall, and husky. He came back a moment later with a coffee jar. He opened the lid and handed the jar to me. Inside, there were 7 odd-looking items. They varied in size and consistency. Some of them were almost round, others were elongated. They felt to the touch like the pulp of walnuts, or the surface of cork. Their brownish color made them look like hard, dry nutshells. I handled them, rubbing their surfaces for quite some time. "This is to be chewed. Esto se masca," Don Juan said in a whisper. I hadn't realized that he had sat next to me until he spoke. I looked at the other men, but no one was looking at me. They were talking among themselves in very low voices. This was a moment of acute indecision and fear. I felt almost unable to control myself. "I have to go to the bathroom," I said to him. "I'll go outside and take a walk." He handed me the coffee jar, and I put the peyote buttons in it. I was leaving the room when the man who had given me the jar stood up, came to me, and said he had a toilet bowl in the other room. The toilet was almost against the door. Next to it, nearly touching the toilet, was a large bed which occupied more than half of the room. The woman was sleeping there. I stood motionless at the door for a while, then I came back to the room where the other men were. The man who owned the house spoke to me in English. "Don Juan says you're from South America. Is there any mezcal there?" I told him that I had never even heard of it. They seemed to be interested in South America, and we talked about the Indians for a while. Then one of the men asked me why I wanted to eat peyote. I told him that I wanted to know what it was like. They all laughed shyly. Don Juan urged me softly. Chew it. Masca. Masca." My hands were wet, and my stomach contracted. The jar with the peyote buttons was on the floor by the chair. I bent over, took one at random, and put it in my mouth. It had a stale taste. I bit it in two and started to chew one of the pieces. I felt a strong, pungent bitterness. In a moment, my whole mouth was numb. The bitterness increased as I kept on chewing, forcing an incredible flow of saliva. My gums and the inside of my mouth felt as if I had eaten salty, dry meat or fish, which seems to force one to chew more. After a while, I chewed the other piece, and my mouth was so numb I couldn't feel the bitterness anymore. The peyote button was a bunch of shreds, like the fibrous part of an orange, or like sugar cane, and I didn't know whether to swallow it or spit it out. At that moment, the owner of the house got up and invited everybody to go out to the porch. We went out and sat in the darkness. It was quite comfortable outside, and the host brought out a bottle of tequila. The men were seated in a row with their backs to the wall. I was at the extreme right of the line. Don Juan, who was next to me, placed the jar with the peyote buttons between my legs. Then he handed me the bottle, which was passed down the line, and told me to take some of the tequila to wash away the bitterness. I spit out the shreds of the first button and took a sip. He told me not to swallow it, but to just rinse out my mouth with it to stop the saliva. It didn't help much with the saliva, but it certainly helped to wash away some of the bitterness. Don Juan gave me a piece of dried apricot, or perhaps it was a dried fig. I couldn't see it in the dark, nor could I taste it, and told me to chew it thoroughly and slowly, without rushing. I had difficulty swallowing it. It felt as if it wouldn't go down. After a short pause, the bottle went around again. Don Juan handed me a piece of crispy dried meat. I told him I didn't feel like eating. "This is not eating," he said firmly. The pattern was repeated 6 times. I remember having chewed 6 peyote buttons when the conversation became very lively. Although I couldn't distinguish what language was spoken, the topic of the conversation, in which everybody participated, was very interesting, and I attempted to listen carefully so that I could take part. But when I tried to speak, I realized I couldn't. The words shifted aimlessly about in my mind. I sat with my back propped against the wall and listened to what the men were saying. They were talking in Italian and repeated over and over one phrase about the stupidity of sharks. I thought it was a logical, coherent topic. I had told Don Juan earlier that the Colorado River in Arizona was called by the early Spaniards El Río de los Tizones, the river of charred wood, and someone misspelled or misread Tizones, and the river was called El Río de los Tiburones, the river of the sharks. I was sure they were discussing that story, yet it never occurred to me to think that none of them could speak Italian. I had a very strong desire to throw up, but I don't recall the actual act. I asked if somebody would get me some water. I was experiencing an unbearable thirst. Don Juan brought me a large saucepan. He placed it on the ground next to the wall. He also brought a little cup or can. He dipped it into the pan and handed it to me and said I couldn't drink, but should just freshen my mouth with it. The water looked strangely shiny, glossy, like a thick varnish. I wanted to ask Don Juan about it, and laboriously I tried to voice my thoughts in English, but then I realized he didn't speak English. I experienced a very confusing moment, and became aware of the fact that although there was a clear thought in my mind, I couldn't speak. I wanted to comment on the strange quality of the water, but what followed next was not speech. It was the feeling of my unvoiced thoughts coming out of my mouth in a sort of liquid form. It was an effortless sensation of vomiting without the contractions of the diaphragm. It was a pleasant flow of liquid words. I drank, and the feeling that I was vomiting disappeared. By that time, all noises had vanished, and I found I had difficulty focusing my eyes. I looked for Don Juan, and as I turned my head, I noticed that my field of vision had diminished to a circular area in front of my eyes. This feeling was neither frightening nor discomforting, but quite to the contrary. It was a novelty. I could literally sweep the ground by focusing on one spot and then moving my head slowly in any direction. When I had first come out to the porch, I'd noticed it was all dark except for the distant glare of the city lights. Yet, within the circular area of my vision, everything was clear. I forgot about my concern with Don Juan and the other men, and gave myself entirely to exploring the ground with my pinpoint vision. I saw the juncture of the porch floor and the wall. I turned my head slowly to the right, following the wall, and saw Don Juan sitting against it. I shifted my head to the left in order to focus on the water. I found the bottom of the pan. I raised my head slightly and saw a medium-sized black dog approaching. I saw him coming toward the water. The dog began to drink. I raised my hand to push him away from the water. I focused my pinpoint vision on the dog to carry on the movement, and suddenly I saw him become transparent. The water was a shiny, viscous liquid. I saw it going down the dog's throat into his body. I saw it flowing evenly through his entire length and then shooting out through each one of the hairs. I saw the iridescent fluid traveling along the length of each individual hair and then projecting out of the hairs to form a long, white, silky mane. At that moment, I had the sensation of intense convulsions, and in a matter of instants, a tunnel formed around me, very low and narrow, hard and strangely cold. It felt to the touch like a wall of solid tinfoil. I found I was sitting on the tunnel floor. I tried to stand up, but hit my head on the metal roof, and the tunnel compressed itself until it was suffocating me. I remember having to crawl toward a sort of round point where the tunnel ended. When I finally arrived, if I did, I had forgotten all about the dog, Don Juan, and myself. I was exhausted. My clothes were soaked in a cold, sticky liquid. I rolled back and forth, trying to find a position in which to rest, a position where my heart would not pound so hard. In one of those shifts, I saw the dog again. Every memory came back to me at once, and suddenly all was clear in my mind. I turned around to look for Don Juan, but I couldn't distinguish anything or anyone. All I was capable of seeing was the dog becoming iridescent. An intense light radiated from his body. I saw again the water flowing through him, kindling him like a bonfire. I got to the water, sank my face in the pan, and drank with him. My hands were in front of me on the ground, and as I drank, I saw the fluid running through my veins, setting up hues of red and yellow and green. I drank more and more. I drank until I was all afire. I was all aglow. I drank until the fluid went out of my body through each pore and projected out like fibers of silk, and I, too, acquired a long, lustrous, iridescent mane. I looked at the dog, and his mane was like mine. A supreme happiness filled my whole body, and we ran together toward a sort of yellow warmth that came from some indefinite place. And there we played. We played and wrestled until I knew his wishes and he knew mine. We took turns manipulating each other in the fashion of a puppet show. I could make him move his legs by twisting my toes, and every time he nodded his head, I felt an irresistible impulse to jump. But his most impish act was to make me scratch my head with my foot while I sat. He did it by flapping his ears from side to side. This action was to me utterly, unbearably funny. Such a touch of grace and irony, such mastery, I thought. The euphoria that possessed me was indescribable. I laughed until it was almost impossible to breathe. I had the clear sensation of not being able to open my eyes. I was looking through a tank of water. It was a long and very painful state, filled with the anxiety of not being able to wake up and yet being awake. Then slowly, the world became clear and in focus. My field of vision became again very round and ample, and with it came an ordinary conscious act, which was to turn around and look for that marvelous being. At this point, I encountered the most difficult transition. The passage from my normal state had taken place almost without my realizing it. I was aware. My thoughts and feelings were a corollary of that awareness, and the passing was smooth and clear. But this second change, the awakening to serious, sober consciousness, was genuinely shocking. I had forgotten I was a man. The sadness of such an irreconcilable situation was so intense that I wept. Saturday, August 5th, 1961. Later that morning, after breakfast, the owner of the house, Don Juan, and I drove back to Don Juan's place. I was very tired, but I couldn't go to sleep in the truck. Only after the man had left did I fall asleep on the porch of Don Juan's house. When I woke up, it was dark. Don Juan had covered me up with a blanket. I looked for him, but he wasn't in the house. He came later with a pot of fried beans and a stack of tortillas. I was extremely hungry. After we'd finished eating and were resting, he asked me to tell him all that had happened to me the night before. I related my experience in great detail and as accurately as possible. When I finished, he nodded his head and said, "I think you're fine. It's difficult for me to explain now how and why, but I think it went all right for you. You see, sometimes he is playful, like a child. At other times, he is terrible, fearsome. He either frolics or he is dead serious. It's impossible to know beforehand what he'll be like with another person. Yet, when one knows him well, sometimes. You played with him tonight. You're the only person I know who's had such an encounter." "In what way does my experience differ from that of others?" "You're not an Indian. Therefore, it is hard for me to figure out what is what. Yet he either takes people or rejects them, regardless of whether they are Indians or not. That I know. I've seen numbers of them. I also know that he frolics. He makes some people laugh. But never have I seen him play with anyone." "Can you tell me now, Don Juan, how does peyote protect—" He didn't let me finish. Vigorously, he touched me on the shoulder. "Don't you ever name him that way. You haven't seen enough of him yet to know him." "How does Mescalito protect people?" "He advises. He answers whatever questions you ask." "Then Mescalito is real? I mean, he's something you can see?" He seemed to be baffled by my question. He looked at me with a sort of blank expression. "What I mean to say is that Mescalito—" "I heard what you said. Didn't you see him last night?" I wanted to say that I saw only a dog, but I noticed his bewildered look. "Then you think what I saw last night was him?" He looked at me with contempt. He chuckled, shook his head as though he couldn't believe it, and in a very belligerent tone he added, "¿A poco crees que era tu mamá? Don't tell me you believe it was your mama." He paused before saying mama, because what he meant to say was tu chingada madre, an idiom used as a disrespectful allusion to the other party's mother. The word mama was so incongruous that we both laughed for a long time. Then I realized he had fallen asleep and hadn't answered my question. Sunday, August 6th, 1961. I drove Don Juan to the house where I'd taken peyote. On the way, he told me that the name of the man who had offered me to Mescalito was John. When we got to the house, we found John sitting on his porch with two young men. All of them were extremely jovial. They laughed and talked with great ease. The three of them spoke English perfectly. I told John that I'd come to thank him for having helped me. I wanted to get their views on my behavior during the hallucinogenic experience, and told them I'd been trying to think of what I had done that night and that I couldn't remember. They laughed and were reluctant to talk about it. They seemed to be holding back on account of Don Juan. They all glanced at him, as though waiting for an affirmative cue to go on. Don Juan must have cued them, although I didn't notice anything because suddenly John began to tell me what I'd done that night. He said he knew I'd been taken when he heard me puking. He estimated that I must have puked 30 times. Don Juan corrected him and said it was only 10 times. John continued. Then we all moved next to you. You were stiff and were having convulsions. For a very long time while lying on your back, you moved your mouth, as though talking. Then you began to bump your head on the floor, and Don Juan put an old hat on your head, and you stopped it.
You shivered and whined for hours, lying on the floor. I think everybody fell asleep then, but I heard you puffing and groaning in my sleep. Then I heard you scream, and I woke up. I saw you leaping up in the air, screaming. You made a dash for the water, knocked the pan over, and began to swim in the puddle. Don Juan brought you more water. You sat quietly in front of the pan. Then you jumped up and took off all your clothes. You were kneeling in front of the water, drinking in big gulps. Then you just sat there and stared into space. We thought you were going to be there forever. Nearly everybody was asleep, including Don Juan, when suddenly you jumped up again, howling, and took after the dog. The dog got scared and howled too, and ran to the back of the house. Then everybody woke up. We all got up. You came back from the other side, still chasing the dog. The dog was running ahead of you, barking and howling. I think you must have gone 20 times around the house, running in circles, barking like a dog. I was afraid people were going to be curious. There are no neighbors close, but your howling was so loud it could have been heard for miles. One of the young men added, "You caught up with the dog and brought it to the porch in your arms." John continued, "Then you began to play with the dog. You wrestled with him, and the dog and you bit each other and played. That, I thought, was funny. My dog doesn't play usually. But this time you and the dog were rolling on each other. Then you ran to the water, and the dog drank with you," the young man said. "You ran 5 or 6 times to the water with the dog." "How long did this go on?" I asked. "Hours," John said. "At one time we lost sight of you two. I think you must have run to the back. We just heard you barking and groaning. You sounded so much like a dog that we couldn't tell you two apart." "Maybe it was just the dog alone," I said. They laughed, and John said, "You were barking there, boy." What happened next? The 3 men looked at one another and seemed to have a hard time deciding what happened next. Finally, the young man, who had not yet said anything, spoke up. "He choked," he said, looking at John. "Yes, you certainly choked. You began to cry very strangely, and then you fell to the floor. We thought you were biting your tongue. Don Juan opened your jaws and poured water on your face. Then you started shivering and having convulsions all over again. Then you stayed motionless for a long time. Don Juan said it was all over. By then it was morning, so we covered you with a blanket and left you to sleep on the porch." He stopped there and looked at the other men, who were obviously trying not to laugh. He turned to Don Juan and asked him something. Don Juan smiled and answered the question. John turned to me and said, "We left you here on the porch because we were afraid you were going to piss all over the rooms." They all laughed very loudly. "What was the matter with me?" I asked. Did you? John sort of mimicked me. "We weren't going to mention it, but Don Juan says it's all right. You pissed all over my dog." "What did I do?" "You don't think the dog was running because he was afraid of you, do you? The dog was running because you were pissing on him." There was general laughter at this point. I tried to question one of the young men, but they were all laughing, and he didn't hear me. John went on, "My dog got even, though. He pissed on you, too." This statement was apparently utterly funny, because they all roared with laughter, including Don Juan. When they'd quieted down, I asked in all earnestness, "Is it really true? This really happened?" Still laughing, John replied, "I swear my dog really pissed on you." Driving back to Don Juan's place, I asked him, "Did all that really happen, Don Juan?" "Yes," he said, "but they don't know what you saw. They don't realize you were playing with him. That's why I didn't disturb you." But is this business of the dog and me pissing on each other true? It was not a dog. How many times do I have to tell you that? This is the only way to understand it. It's the only way. It was he who played with you. Did you know all this was happening before I told you about it? He vacillated for an instant before answering. No. I remembered, after you told me about it, the strange way you looked. I just suspected you were doing fine, because you didn't seem scared. Did the dog really play with me, as they say? God damn it, it was not a dog. Thursday, August 17th, 1961. I told Don Juan how I felt about my experience. From the point of view of my intended work, it had been a disastrous event. I said I didn't care for another similar encounter with Mescalito. I agreed that everything that had happened to me had been more than interesting, but added that nothing in it could really move me towards seeking it again. I seriously believed that I wasn't constructed for that type of endeavor. Peyote had produced in me, as a post-reaction, a strange kind of physical discomfort. It was an indefinite fear or unhappiness, a melancholy of some sort, which I couldn't define exactly, and I didn't find that state noble in any way. Don Juan laughed and said, "You're beginning to learn." "This type of learning is not for me. I'm not made for it, Don Juan." "You always exaggerate." "This isn't exaggeration. It is. The only trouble is that you exaggerate the bad points only." "There are no good points so far as I am concerned. All I know is that it makes me afraid." "There's nothing wrong with being afraid. When you fear, you see things in a different way." "But I don't care about seeing things in a different way, Don Juan. I think I'm going to leave the learning about Mescalito alone. I can't handle it, Don Juan. This is really a bad situation for me." "Of course it's bad, even for me. You're not the only one who's baffled." "Why should you be baffled, Don Juan?" "I've been thinking about what I saw the other night. Mescalito actually played with you. That baffled me, because it was an indication, an omen." "What kind of an indication, Don Juan?" "Mescalito was pointing you out to me." "What for?" "It wasn't clear to me then, but now it is. He meant you were the chosen man, or escogido. Mescalito pointed you out to me, and by doing that, he told me you were the chosen man." "Do you mean I was chosen among others for some task or something of the sort?" "No. What I mean is, Mescalito told me you could be the man I'm looking for." "When did he tell you that, Don Juan?" "By playing with you, he told me that. This makes you the chosen man for me." "What does it mean to be the chosen man?" "There are some secrets I know. Tengo secretos. I have secrets I won't be able to reveal to anyone unless I find my chosen man. The other night when I saw you playing with Mescalito, it was clear to me. You were that man. But you're not an Indian. How baffling." "But what does it mean to me, Don Juan? What do I have to do?" "I've made up my mind, and I'm going to teach you the secrets that make up the lot of a man of knowledge." "Do you mean the secrets about Mescalito?" "Yes, but those are not all the secrets I know. There are others, of a different kind, which I would like to give to someone. I had a teacher myself, a benefactor, and I also became his chosen man upon performing a certain feat. He taught me all I know." I asked him again what this new role would require of me. He said learning was the only thing involved, learning in the sense of what I had experienced in the 2 sessions with him. The way in which the situation had evolved was quite strange. I'd made up my mind to tell him I was going to give up the idea of learning about peyote.
And then, before I could really make my point, he offered to teach me his knowledge. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I felt that this sudden turn was very serious. I argued I had no qualifications for such a task, as it required a rare kind of courage which I didn't have. I told him that my bent of character was to talk about acts others performed. I wanted to hear his views and opinions about everything. I told him I could be happy if I could sit there and listen to him talk for days. To me, that would be learning. He listened without interrupting me. I talked for a long time. Then he said, "All this is very easy to understand. Fear is the first natural enemy a man must overcome on his path to knowledge. Besides, you're curious. That evens up the score. And you'll learn in spite of yourself. That's the rule." I protested for a while longer, trying to dissuade him, but he seemed to be convinced there was nothing else I could do but learn. "You're not thinking in the proper order," he said. "Mescalito actually played with you. That's the point to think about. Why don't you dwell on that instead of on your fear?" Was it so unusual? "You are the only person I have ever seen playing with him. You're not used to this kind of life. Therefore, the indications, omens, bypass you. Yet you're a serious person, but your seriousness is attached to what you do, not to what goes on outside you. You dwell upon yourself too much. That's the trouble, and that produces a terrible fatigue." "But what else can anyone do, Don Juan?" "Seek and see the marvels all around you. You'll get tired of looking at yourself alone, and that fatigue will make you deaf and blind to everything else." "You have a point, Don Juan, but how can I change?" "Think about the wonder of Mescalito playing with you. Think about nothing else. The rest will come to you of itself." Sunday, August 20th, 1961. Last night, Don Juan proceeded to usher me into the realm of his knowledge. We sat in front of his house, in the dark. Suddenly, after a long silence, he began to talk. He said he was going to advise me with the same words his own benefactor had used the first day he took him as his apprentice. Don Juan had apparently memorized the words, for he repeated them several times to make sure I didn't miss any. "A man goes to knowledge as he goes to war, wide awake, with fear, with respect, and with absolute assurance. Going to knowledge or going to war in any other manner is a mistake, and whoever makes it will live to regret his steps." I asked him why it was so, and he said that when a man has fulfilled those 4 requisites, there are no mistakes for which he will have to account. Under such conditions, his acts lose the blundering quality of a fool's acts. If such a man fails, or suffers a defeat, he'll have lost only a battle, and there will be no pitiful regrets over that. Then he said he intended to teach me about an ally, in the very same way his own benefactor had taught him. He put strong emphasis on the words "very same way," repeating the phrase several times. "An ally," he said, "is a power a man can bring into his life to help him, advise him, and give him the strength necessary to perform acts, whether big or small, right or wrong. This ally is necessary to enhance a man's life, guide his acts, and further his knowledge. In fact, an ally is the indispensable aid to knowing." Don Juan said this with great conviction and force. He seemed to choose his words carefully. He repeated the following sentence 4 times. "An ally will make you see and understand things about which no human being could possibly enlighten you." Is an ally something like a guardian spirit? It is neither a guardian nor a spirit. It is an aid. Is Mescalito your ally? No. Mescalito is another kind of power, a unique power, a protector, a teacher. What makes Mescalito different from an ally? He can't be tamed and used as an ally is tamed and used. Mescalito is outside oneself. He chooses to show himself in many forms to whoever stands in front of him, regardless of whether that person is a brujo or a farm boy. Don Juan spoke with deep fervor about Mescalito's being the teacher of the proper way to live. I asked him how Mescalito taught the proper way of life, and Don Juan replied that Mescalito showed how to live. How does he show it? I asked. He has many ways of showing it. Sometimes he shows it on his hand, or on the rocks, or the trees, or just in front of you. Is it like a picture in front of you? No. It is a teaching in front of you. Does Mescalito talk to the person? Yes, but not in words. How does he talk then? He talks differently to every man. I felt my questions were annoying him. I didn't ask any more. He went on explaining that there were no exact steps to knowing Mescalito. Therefore, no one could teach about him except Mescalito himself. This quality made him a unique power. He was not the same for every man. On the other hand, the acquiring of an ally required, Don Juan said, the most precise teaching, and the following of stages or steps without a single deviation. There are many such ally powers in the world, he said, but he was familiar with only 2 of them, and he was going to lead me to them and their secrets, but it was up to me to choose one of them, for I could only have one. His benefactor's ally was in la hierba del diablo, or devil's weed, he said, but he personally didn't like it, even though his benefactor had taught him its secrets. His own ally was in the humito, or the little smoke, he said, but he didn't elaborate on the nature of the smoke. I asked him about it. He remained quiet. After a long pause, I asked him, what kind of a power is an ally? It is an aid, I have already told you. How does it aid? An ally is a power capable of carrying a man beyond the boundaries of himself. This is how an ally can reveal matters no human being could. But Mescalito also takes you out of the boundaries of yourself. Doesn't that make him an ally? No. Mescalito takes you out of yourself to teach you. An ally takes you out to give you power. I asked him to explain this point to me in more detail, or to describe the difference in effect between the 2. He looked at me for a long time and laughed. He said that learning through conversation was not only a waste, but stupidity, because learning was the most difficult task a man could undertake. He asked me to remember the time I had tried to find my spot, and how I wanted to find it without doing any work because I had expected him to hand out all the information. If he had done so, he said, I would never have learned. But knowing how difficult it was to find my spot, and above all, knowing that it existed, would give me a unique sense of confidence. He said that while I remained rooted to my good spot, nothing could cause me bodily harm, because I had the assurance that at that particular spot I was at my very best. I had the power to shove off anything that might be harmful to me. If, however, he had told me where it was, I would never have had the confidence needed to claim it as true knowledge. Thus, knowledge was indeed power. Don Juan said then that every time a man sets himself to learn, he has to labor as hard as I did to find that spot, and the limits of his learning are determined by his own nature. Thus, he saw no point in talking about knowledge. He said that certain kinds of knowledge were too powerful for the strength I had, and to talk about them would only bring harm to me. He apparently felt there was nothing else he wanted to say. He got up and walked toward his house. I told him the situation overwhelmed me. It was not what I'd conceived or wanted it to be. He said that fears were natural, that all of us experience them and that there's nothing we can do about it. But on the other hand, no matter how frightening learning is, it's more terrible to think of a man without an ally or without knowledge. Chapter 3. In the more than 2 years that elapsed between the time Don Juan decided to teach me about the ally powers and the time he thought I was ready to learn about them in the pragmatic, participatory form he considered as learning, he gradually defined the general features of the two allies in question. He prepared me for the indispensable corollary of all the verbalizations and the consolidation of all the teachings, the states of non-ordinary reality. At first, he talked about the ally powers in a very casual manner. The first references I have in my notes are interjected between other topics of conversation. Wednesday, August 23rd, 1961. The devil's weed, or Jimson weed, was my benefactor's ally. It could have been mine also, but I didn't like her. Why didn't you like the devil's weed, Don Juan? She has a serious drawback. Is she inferior to the other ally powers? No. Don't get me wrong. She is as powerful as the best of allies. But there's something about her which I personally don't like. Can you tell me what it is? She distorts men. She gives them a taste of power too soon, without fortifying their hearts. It makes them domineering and unpredictable. She makes them weak in the middle of their great power. Isn't there any way to avoid that? There is a way to overcome it, but not to avoid it. Whoever becomes the weed's ally must pay that price. How can one overcome that effect, Don Juan? The devil's weed has 4 heads: the root, the stem and leaves, the flowers, and the seeds. Each one of them is different, and whoever becomes her ally must learn about them in that order. The most important head is in the roots. The power of the devil's weed is conquered through the roots. The stem and leaves are the head that cures maladies. Properly used, this head is a gift to mankind. The third head is in the flowers, and it's used to turn people crazy, or to make them obedient, or to kill them. The man whose ally is the weed never intakes the flowers, nor does he intake the stem and leaves, for that matter, except in cases of his own illness. But the roots and the seeds are always intaken, especially the seeds. They are the 4th head of the devil's weed, and the most powerful of the 4. My benefactor used to say, the seeds are the sober head, the only part that could fortify the heart of man. The devil's weed is hard with her protégés, he used to say, because she aims to kill them fast, a thing she ordinarily accomplishes before they can arrive at the secrets of the sober head. There are, however, tales about men who have unraveled the secrets of the sober head. What a challenge for a man of knowledge. Did your benefactor unravel such secrets? No, he didn't. Have you met anyone who's done it? No. But they lived at a time when that knowledge was important. Do you know anyone who has met such men? No, I don't. Did your benefactor know anyone? He did. Why didn't he arrive at the secrets of the sober head? To tame the devil's weed into an ally is one of the most difficult tasks I know.
She never became one with me, for example, perhaps because I was never fond of her. Can you still use her as an ally, in spite of not being fond of her? I can. Nevertheless, I prefer not to. Maybe it will be different for you. Why is it called the devil's weed? Don Juan made a gesture of indifference, shrugged his shoulders, and remained quiet for some time. Finally, he said that devil's weed was her temporary name, or su nombre de leche. He also said there were other names for the devil's weed, but they were not to be used, because the calling of a name was a serious matter, especially if one was learning to tame an ally power. I asked him why the calling of a name was so serious a matter. He said names were reserved to be used only when one was calling for help, in moments of great stress and need, and he assured me that such moments happen sooner or later in the life of whoever seeks knowledge. Sunday, September 3rd, 1961. Today, during the afternoon, Don Juan collected 2 datura plants from the field. Quite unexpectedly, he brought the subject of the devil's weed into our conversation and then asked me to go with him to the hills and look for one. We drove to the nearby mountains. I got a shovel out of the trunk and walked into one of the canyons. We walked for quite a while, wading through the chaparral, which grew thick in the soft, sandy dirt. He stopped next to a small plant with dark green leaves and big, whitish, bell-shaped flowers. "This one," he said. Immediately, he started to shovel. I tried to help him, but he refused with a strong shake of the head, and went on to dig a circular hole around the plant, a hole shaped like a cone, deep toward the outer edge and sloping into a mound in the center of the circle. When he stopped digging, he knelt close to the stem and with his fingers cleared the soft dirt around it, uncovering about 4 inches of a big, tuberous, forked root, whose width contrasted markedly with the width of the stem, which was frail in comparison. Don Juan looked at me and said the plant was a male, because the root forked out from the exact point where it joined the stem. Then he stood up and started to walk away, looking for something. "What are you looking for, Don Juan?" "I want to find a stick." I began to look around, but he stopped me. "Not you. You sit over there." He pointed to some rocks 20 feet away. "I will find it." He came back after a while with a long, dry branch. Using it as a digging stick, he loosened the dirt carefully along the 2 diverging branches of the root. He cleaned around them to a depth of approximately 2 feet. As he dug deeper, the dirt became so hard-packed that it was practically impossible to penetrate it with the stick. He came to a halt and sat down to catch his breath. I sat next to him. We didn't talk for a long time. "Why don't you dig it out with a shovel?" I asked. "It could cut and injure the plant. I had to get a stick that belonged to this area so that, if I had struck the root, the injury wouldn't have been as bad as one caused by a shovel or a foreign object." "What kind of stick did you get?" "Any dry branch of the palo verde tree would do. If there are no dry branches, you have to cut a fresh one." "Can you use the branches of any other tree?" "I told you, only palo verde and not any other." "Why is that so, Don Juan?" "Because the devil's weed has very few friends, and palo verde is the only tree in this area which agrees with her. The only thing that grabs or hooks onto it. Lo único que pende. If you damage the root with a shovel, she will not grow for you when you replant her, but if you injure her with such a stick, chances are the plant will not even feel it." "What are you going to do with the root now?" "I'm going to cut it. You must leave me. Go find another plant and wait until I call you." "Don't you want me to help you?" "You may help me only if I ask you."
I walked away and started to look for another plant in order to fight the strong desire to sneak around and watch him. After some time, he joined me. "Let us look for the female now," he said. "How do you tell them apart?" "The female is taller and grows above the ground, so it really looks like a small tree. The male is large and spreads out near the ground and looks more like a thick bush. Once we dig the female out, you'll see it has a single root going for quite a way before it becomes a fork. The male, on the other hand, has a forked root joined to the stem." We looked together through the field of daturas. Then, pointing to a plant, he said, "That's a female," and he proceeded to dig it out as he had done the other. As soon as he had cleared the root, I was able to see that the root conformed to his prediction. I left him again when he was about to cut it. When we got to his house, he opened the bundle in which he had put the datura plants. He took the larger one, the male, first, and washed it in a big metal tray. Very carefully, he scrubbed all the dirt from the root, stem, and leaves. After that meticulous cleaning, he severed the stem from the root by making a superficial incision around the width of their juncture with a short, serrated knife, and by cracking them apart. He took the stem and separated every part of it by making individual heaps with leaves, flowers, and the prickly seed pods. He threw away everything that was dry or had been spoiled by worms, and kept only those parts that were complete. He tied together the 2 branches of the root with 2 pieces of string, cracked them in half after making a superficial cut at the joint, and got 2 pieces of root of equal size. He then took a piece of rough burlap cloth and placed in it first the 2 pieces of root tied together. On top of them, he put the leaves in a neat bunch, then the flowers, the seed pods, and the stem. He folded the burlap and made a knot with the corners. He repeated exactly the same steps with the other plant, the female, except that when he got to the root, instead of cutting it, he left the fork intact, like an upside-down letter Y. Then he placed all the parts in another cloth bundle. When he finished, it was already dark. Wednesday, September 6th, 1961. Today, late in the afternoon, we returned to the topic of the devil's weed. "I think we should start with that weed again," Don Juan said suddenly. After a polite silence, I asked him, "What are you going to do with the plants?" "The plants I dug out and cut are mine," he said. "It is as though they were myself. With them I'm going to teach you the way to tame the devil's weed." "How will you do that?" "The devil's weed is divided into portions, partes. Each one of these portions is different. Each has its unique purpose and service." He opened his left hand and measured on the floor from the tip of his thumb to the tip of his 4th finger. "This is my portion. You will measure yours with your own hand. Now, to establish dominion over the devil's weed, you must begin by taking the first portion of the root. But since I have brought you to her, you must take the first portion of the root of my plant. I have measured it for you, so it is really my portion that you must take at the beginning." He went inside the house and brought out one of the burlap bundles. He sat down and opened it. I noticed it was the male plant. I also noticed there was only 1 piece of root. He took the piece that was left from the original set of 2 and held it in front of my face. "This is your first portion," he said. "I give it to you. I have cut it myself for you. I have measured it as my own. Now I give it to you." For an instant, the thought that I would have to chew it like a carrot crossed my mind, but he placed it inside a small white cotton bag. He walked to the back of the house. He sat there on the floor with his legs crossed, and with a round mano began to mash the root inside the bag. He worked it over a flat slab, which served as a mortar. From time to time, he washed the 2 stones, and kept the water in a small, flat wooden dugout basin. As he pounded, he sang an unintelligible chant, very softly and monotonously. When he had mashed the root into a soft pulp inside the bag, he placed it in the wooden basin. He again placed the slab mortar and the pestle into the basin, filled it with water, and then carried it to a sort of rectangular pig's trough set against the back fence. He said the root had to soak all night, and had to be left outside the house so it would catch the night air, or el sereno. If tomorrow is a sunny, hot day, it'll be an excellent omen, he said. Sunday, September 10th, 1961. Thursday, September 7th, was a very clear and hot day. Don Juan seemed very pleased with the good omen, and repeated several times that the devil's weed had probably liked me. The root had soaked all night, and about 10 a.m. we walked to the back of the house. He took the basin out of the trough, placed it on the ground, and sat next to it. He took the bag and rubbed it on the bottom of the basin. He held it a few inches above the water and squeezed its contents, then dropped the bag into the water. He repeated the same sequence 3 more times, then discarded the bag, tossing it into the trough, and left the basin in the hot sun. We came back to it 2 hours later. He brought with him a medium-sized kettle with boiling yellowish water. He tipped the basin very carefully and emptied the top water, preserving the thick silt that had accumulated on the bottom. He poured the boiling water on the silt and left the basin in the sun again. This sequence was repeated 3 times at intervals of more than an hour. Finally, he poured out most of the water from the basin, tipped it to an angle to catch the late afternoon sun, and left it. When we returned hours later, it was dark. On the bottom of the basin, there was a layer of gummy substance. It resembled a batch of half-cooked starch, whitish or light gray. There was perhaps a full teaspoon of it. He took the basin inside the house, and while he put some water on to boil, I picked out pieces of dirt the wind had blown into the silt. He laughed at me. "That little dirt won't hurt anybody." When the water was boiling, he poured about a cup of it into the basin. It was the same yellowish water he had used before. It dissolved the silt, making a sort of milky substance. "What kind of water is that, Don Juan?" "Water of fruits and flowers from the canyon." He emptied the contents of the basin into an old clay mug that looked like a flower pot. It was still very hot, so he blew on it to cool it. He took a sip and handed me the mug. "Drink now," he said. I took it automatically, and without deliberation drank all the water. It tasted somewhat bitter, although the bitterness was hardly noticeable. What was very outstanding was the pungent odor of the water. It smelled like cockroaches. Almost immediately, I began to sweat. I got very warm, and blood rushed to my ears. I saw a red spot in front of my eyes, and the muscles of my stomach began to contract in painful cramps. After a while, even though I felt no more pain, I began to get cold, and perspiration literally soaked me. Don Juan asked me if I saw blackness or black spots in front of my eyes. I told him I was seeing everything in red. My teeth were chattering because of an uncontrollable nervousness that came to me in waves, as if radiating out from the middle of my chest. Then he asked me if I was afraid. His questions seemed meaningless to me. I told him that I was obviously afraid, but he asked me again if I was afraid of her. I didn't understand what he meant, and I said yes. He laughed and said that I wasn't really afraid. He asked if I still saw red. All I was seeing was a huge red spot in front of my eyes. I felt better after a while. Gradually, the nervous spasms disappeared, leaving only an aching, pleasant tiredness and an intense desire to sleep. I couldn't keep my eyes open, although I could still hear Don Juan's voice. I fell asleep, but the sensation of my being submerged in a deep red persisted all night. I even had dreams in red.
I woke up on Saturday about 3 p.m. I had slept almost 2 days. I had a mild headache and an upset stomach, and very sharp, intermittent pains in my intestines. Except for that, everything else was like an ordinary waking. I found Don Juan sitting in front of his house, dozing. He smiled at me. "Everything went fine the other night," he said. "You saw red, and that's all that's important." "What would have happened if I hadn't seen red?" "You would have seen black, and that's a bad sign." "Why is it bad?" "When a man sees black, it means he's not made for the devil's weed, and he vomits his entrails out, all green and black." "Would he die?" "I don't think anyone would die, but he would be sick for a long time." "What happens to those who see red?" "They don't vomit, and the root gives them an effect of pleasure, which means they are strong and of a violent nature, something that the weed likes. That's the way she entices. The only bad point is that men end up as slaves to the devil's weed in return for the power she gives them. But those are matters over which we have no control. Man lives only to learn, and if he learns, it's because that is the nature of his lot, for good or bad." "What shall I do next, Don Juan?" "Next you must plant a shoot, un brote, that I have cut from the other half of the first portion of the root. You took half of it the other night, and now the other half must be put into the ground. It has to grow and seed before you can undertake the real task of taming the plant." "How will I tame her?" "The devil's weed is tamed through the root. Step by step, you must learn the secrets of each portion of the root. You must intake them in order to learn the secrets and conquer the power." "Are the different portions prepared in the same way you did the first one?" "No. Each portion is different." "What are the specific effects of each portion?" "I already said each teaches a different form of power. What you took the other night is nothing yet. Anyone can do that. But only the brujo can take the deeper portions. I can't tell you what they do because I don't know yet whether she will take you. We must wait." "When will you tell me then?" "Whenever your plant has grown and seeded." "If the first portion can be taken by anyone, what's it used for?" "In a diluted form, it is good for all the matters of manhood, old people who have lost their vigor, or young men who are seeking adventures, or even women who want passion." "You said the root is used for power only, but I see it's used for other matters besides power. Am I correct?" He looked at me for a very long time, with a steadfast gaze that embarrassed me. I felt my question had made him angry, but I couldn't understand why. "The weed is used only for power," he finally said in a dry, stern tone. "The man who wants his vigor back, the young people who seek to endure fatigue and hunger, the man who wants to kill another man, a woman who wants to be in heat, they all desire power. And the weed will give it to them. Do you feel you like her?" he asked after a pause. "I feel a strange vigor," I said, and it was true. I had noticed it on awakening, and I felt it then. It was a very peculiar sensation of discomfort or frustration. My whole body moved and stretched with unusual lightness and strength. My arms and legs itched. My shoulders seemed to swell. The muscles of my back and neck made me feel like pushing or rubbing against trees. I felt I could demolish a wall by ramming it. We didn't speak anymore. We sat on the porch for a while. I noticed that Don Juan was falling asleep. He nodded a couple of times. Then he simply stretched his legs, lay on the floor with his hands behind his head, and went to sleep. I got up and went to the back of the house, where I burned up my extra physical energy by clearing away the debris. I remembered his mentioning that he would like me to help him clean up at the back of his house. Later, when he woke up and came to the back, I was more relaxed. We sat down to eat, and in the course of the meal, he asked me 3 times how I felt. Since this was a rarity, I finally asked, "Why do you worry about how I feel, Don Juan? Do you expect me to have a bad reaction from drinking the juice?" He laughed. I thought he was acting like a mischievous boy who's set up a prank and checks from time to time for the results. Still laughing, he said, "You don't look sick. A while ago, you even talked rough to me." "I did not, Don Juan," I protested. "I don't ever recall talking to you like that." I was very serious on that point, because I didn't remember that I had ever felt annoyed with him. "You came out in her defense," he said. "In whose defense?" "You were defending the devil's weed. You sounded like a lover already." I was going to protest even more vigorously about it, but I stopped myself. I really didn't realize I was defending her. "Of course you didn't. You don't even remember what you said, do you?" "No, I don't. I must admit it." "You see, the devil's weed is like that. She sneaks up on you, like a woman. You're not even aware of it. All you care about is that she makes you feel good and powerful, the muscles swelling with vigor, the fists itching, the soles of the feet burning to run somebody down. When a man knows her, he really becomes full of cravings. My benefactor used to say that the devil's weed keeps men who want power and gets rid of those who can't handle it. But power was more common then. It was sought more avidly. My benefactor was a powerful man, and according to what he told me, his benefactor, in turn, was even more given to the pursuit of power. But in those days there was good reason to be powerful. Do you think there's no reason for power nowadays? Power is all right for you now. You're young. You're not an Indian. Perhaps the devil's weed would be good in your hands. You seem to have liked it. It made you feel strong. I felt all that myself, and yet I didn't like it." "Can you tell me why, Don Juan?" "I don't like its power. There's no use for it anymore. In other times, like those my benefactor told me about, there was reason to seek power. Men performed phenomenal deeds, were admired for their strength, and feared and respected for their knowledge. My benefactor told me stories of truly phenomenal deeds that were performed long, long ago. But now we, the Indians, don't seek that power anymore. Nowadays the Indians use the weed to rub themselves. They use the leaves and flowers for other matters. They even say it cures their boils. But they don't seek its power, a power that acts like a magnet, more potent and more dangerous to handle as the root goes deeper into the ground. When one arrives to a depth of 4 yards, and they say some people have, one finds the seat of permanent power, power without end. Very few humans have done this in the past, and nobody has done it today. I'm telling you, the power of the devil's weed is no longer needed by us, the Indians. Little by little, I think we've lost interest, and now power doesn't matter anymore. I myself don't seek it, and yet at one time, when I was your age, I too felt it swelling inside me. I felt the way you did today, only 500 times more strongly. I killed a man with a single blow of my arm. I could toss boulders, huge boulders not even 20 men could budge. Once, I jumped so high, I chopped the top leaves off the highest trees. But it was all for nothing. All I did was frighten the Indians. Only the Indians. The rest, who knew nothing about it, didn't believe it. They saw either a crazy Indian or something moving at the top of the trees. We were silent for a long time. I needed to say something. "It was different when there were people in the world," he proceeded. "People who knew a man could become a mountain lion or a bird, or that a man could simply fly. So I don't use the devil's weed anymore. For what? To frighten the Indians? ¿Para qué? Para asustar a los indios." And I saw him sad, and a deep empathy filled me. I wanted to say something to him, even if it was a platitude. "Perhaps, Don Juan, that is the fate of all men who want to know." "Perhaps," he said quietly. Thursday, November 23rd, 1961. I didn't see Don Juan sitting on his porch as I drove in. I thought it was strange. I called to him out loud, and his daughter-in-law came out of the house. "He's inside," she said. I found he had dislocated his ankle several weeks before. He'd made his own cast by soaking strips of cloth in a mush made with cactus and powdered bone. The strips, wrapped tightly around his ankle, had dried into a light, streamlined cast. It had the hardness of plaster, but not its bulkiness. "How did it happen?" I asked. His daughter-in-law, a Mexican woman from Yucatan, who was tending him, answered me. "It was an accident. He fell and nearly broke his foot." Don Juan laughed and waited until the woman had left the house before answering. "Accident, my eye. I have an enemy nearby, a woman, La Catalina. She pushed me during a moment of weakness and I fell." "Why did she do that?" "She wanted to kill me, that's why." "Was she here with you?" "Yes." "Why did you let her in?" "I didn't. She flew in." "I beg your pardon?" "She's a blackbird, un chanate, and so effective at that. I was caught by surprise. She's been trying to finish me off for a long while. This time she got real close." "Did you say she's a blackbird? I mean, is she a bird?" "There you go again with your questions. She is a blackbird the same way I'm a crow. Am I a man or a bird? I'm a man who knows how to become a bird. But going back to La Catalina, she's a fiendish witch. Her intent to kill me is so strong, I can hardly fight her off. The blackbird came all the way into my house and I couldn't stop it." "Can you become a bird, Don Juan?" "Yes, but that's something we'll take up later." "Why does she want to kill you?" "Oh, there's an old problem between us. It got out of hand, and now it looks as if I'll have to finish her off before she finishes me." "Are you going to use witchcraft?" I asked with great expectations. "Don't be silly. No witchcraft would ever work on her. I have other plans. I'll tell you about them someday." "Can your ally protect you from her?" "No. The little smoke only tells me what to do. Then I must protect myself." "How about Mescalito? Can he protect you from her?" "No. Mescalito is a teacher, not a power to be used for personal reasons." "How about the devil's weed?" "I've already said that I must protect myself following the directions of my ally the smoke, and as far as I know, the smoke can do anything. If you want to know about any point in question, the smoke will tell you, and it'll give you not only knowledge, but also the means to proceed. It's the most marvelous ally a man could have." "Is the smoke the best possible ally for everybody?" "It's not the same for everybody. Many fear it and won't touch it, or even get close to it. The smoke is like everything else. It wasn't made for all of us." "What kind of smoke is it, Don Juan?" "The smoke of diviners." There was a noticeable reverence in his voice, a mood I'd never detected before. "I'll begin by telling you exactly what my benefactor said to me when he began to teach me about it. Although at that time, like yourself now, I couldn't possibly have understood. The devil's weed is for those who bid for power. The smoke is for those who want to watch and see. And in my opinion, the smoke is peerless. Once a man enters into its field, every other power is at his command. It's magnificent. Of course, it takes a lifetime. It takes years alone to become acquainted with its two vital parts, the pipe and the smoke mixture. The pipe was given to me by my benefactor, and after so many years of fondling it, it has become mine. It has grown into my hands. To turn it over to your hands, for instance, will be a real task for me and a great accomplishment for you, if we succeed. The pipe will feel the strain of being handled by someone else, and if one of us makes a mistake, there won't be any way to prevent the pipe from busting open by its own force or escaping from our hands to shatter, even if it falls on a pile of straw. If that ever happens, it would mean the end of us both, particularly of me. The smoke would turn against me in unbelievable ways. How could it turn against you if it's your ally? My questions seemed to have altered his flow of thoughts. He didn't speak for a long time. The difficulty of the ingredients, he proceeded suddenly, makes the smoke mixture one of the most dangerous substances I know. No one can prepare it without being coached. It is deadly poisonous to anyone except the smoke's protege. Pipe and mixture ought to be treated with intimate care, and the man attempting to learn must prepare himself by leading a hard, quiet life. Its effects are so dreadful that only a very strong man can stand the smallest puff. Everything is terrifying and confusing at the outset, but every new puff makes things more precise, and suddenly the world opens up anew. Unimaginable. When this happens, the smoke has become one's ally and will resolve any question by allowing one to enter into inconceivable worlds. This is the smoke's greatest property, its greatest gift, and it performs its function without hurting in the least. I call the smoke a true ally. As usual, we were sitting in front of his house, where the dirt floor is always clean and packed hard. He suddenly got up and went inside the house. After a few moments, he returned with a narrow bundle and sat down again. "This is my pipe," he said. He leaned over toward me and showed me a pipe he drew out of a sheath made of green canvas. It was perhaps 9 or 10 inches long. The stem was made of reddish wood. It was plain, without ornamentation. The bowl also seemed to be made of wood, but it was rather bulky in comparison with the thin stem. It had a sleek finish and was dark gray, almost charcoal. He held the pipe in front of my face. I thought he was handing it over to me. I stretched out my hand to take it, but he quickly drew it back. "This pipe was given to me by my benefactor," he said. "In turn, I will pass it on to you, but first, you must get to know it. Every time you come here, I will give it to you. Begin by touching it. Hold it very briefly at first, until you and the pipe get used to each other. Then, put it in your pocket, or perhaps inside your shirt. And finally, put it to your mouth. All this should be done little by little, in a slow, careful way. When the bond has been established, cuando la amistad está hecha, you will smoke from it. If you follow my advice and don't rush, the smoke may become your preferred ally, too." He handed me the pipe, but without letting go of it. I stretched my right arm toward it. "With both hands," he said. I touched the pipe with both hands for a very brief moment. He didn't extend it to me all the way so that I could grasp it, but only far enough for me to touch it. Then he pulled it back. "The first step is to like the pipe. That takes time." "Can the pipe dislike me?" "No, the pipe cannot dislike you, but you must learn to like it, so that when the time of smoking comes for you, the pipe will help you to be unafraid." "What do you smoke, Don Juan?" "This." He opened his collar and exposed to view a small bag he kept under his shirt, which hung from his neck like a medallion. He brought it out, untied it, and very carefully poured some of its contents into the palm of his hand. As far as I could tell, the mixture looked like finely shredded tea leaves, varying in color from dark brown to light green, with a few specks of bright yellow. He returned the mixture to the bag, closed the bag, tied it with a leather string, and put it under his shirt again. "What kind of mixture is it?" "There are lots of things in it. To get all the ingredients is a very difficult undertaking. One must travel afar. The little mushrooms, los honguitos, needed to prepare the mixture grow only at certain times of the year, and only in certain places." "Do you have a different mixture for each type of aid you need?" "No, there's only one smoke, and there is no other like it." He pointed to the bag hanging against his chest, and lifted the pipe which was resting between his legs. "These two are one. One cannot go without the other. This pipe and the secret of this mixture belonged to my benefactor. They were handed down to him in the same way my benefactor gave them to me. The mixture, although difficult to prepare, is replenishable. Its secret lies in its ingredients and in the way they're treated and mixed. The pipe, on the other hand, is a lifetime affair. It must be looked after with infinite care. It is hardy and strong, but it should never be struck or knocked about. It should be handled with dry hands, never when the hands are sweaty, and should be used only when one is alone. And no one, absolutely no one, should ever see it, unless you mean to give it to somebody. That is what my benefactor taught me, and that is the way I have dealt with the pipe all my life. What would happen if you should lose or break the pipe? He shook his head very slowly and looked at me. I would die. Are all the sorcerers' pipes like yours? Not all of them have pipes like mine, but I know some men who do. Can you yourself make a pipe like this one, Don Juan? I insisted. Suppose you didn't have it. How could you give me one if you wanted to do so? If I didn't have the pipe, I could not, nor would I, want to give one. I would give you something else instead. He seemed to be somehow cross at me. He placed this pipe very carefully inside the sheath, which must have been lined with a soft material, because the pipe, which fitted tightly, slid in very smoothly. He went inside the house to put his pipe away. Are you angry at me, Don Juan? I asked when he returned. He seemed surprised at my question. No, I'm never angry at anybody. No human being can do anything important enough for that. You get angry at people when you feel that their acts are important. I don't feel that way any longer. Tuesday, December 26, 1961. The specific time to replant the shoot, as Don Juan called the root, was not set, although it was supposed to be the next step in taming the plant power. I arrived at Don Juan's house on Saturday, December 23rd, early in the afternoon. We sat in silence for some time, as usual. The day was warm and cloudy. It had been months since he had given me the first portion. It's time to return the weed to the earth, he said suddenly. But first, I'm going to fix a protection for you. You'll keep it and guard it, and it is for you alone to see. Since I'm going to fix it, I will also see it. That is not good, because, as I told you, I am not fond of the devil's weed. We are not one. But my memory will not live long. I'm too old. You must keep it from the eyes of others, however, for so long as their memory of having seen it lasts, the power of the protection is harmed. He went into his room and pulled 3 burlap bundles out from under an old straw mat. He came back to the porch and sat down. After a long silence, he opened one bundle. It was the female datura he had collected with me. All the leaves, flowers, and seed pods that he had stacked up before were dry. He took the long piece of root shaped like the letter Y and tied the bundle again. The root had dried and shriveled, and the bars of the fork had become more widely separated and more contorted. He put the root on his lap, opened his leather pouch, and pulled out his knife. He held the dry root in front of me. This part is for the head, he said, and made the first incision on the tail of the Y, which in an upside-down position resembled the shape of a man with his legs spread out. This is for the heart, he said, and cut close to the joint of the Y. Next, he chopped the tips of the root, leaving about 3 inches of wood on each bar of the Y. Then, slowly and patiently, he carved the shape of a man. The root was dry and fibrous. In order to carve it, Don Juan made 2 incisions and peeled the fibers between them to the depth of the cuts. Nevertheless, when he came to details, he chiseled the wood, as when he shaped the arms and the hands. The final product was a wiry figurine of a man, arms folded over the chest and hands in a clasping position. Don Juan got up and walked to a blue agave growing in front of the house, next to the porch. He took the hard thorn of one of the center pulpy leaves, bent it, and rotated it 3 or 4 times. The circular motion almost detached it from the leaf. It hung loose. He bit on it, or rather, he held it between his teeth and yanked it out. The thorn came out from the pulp, bringing with it a bunch of long, thread-like fibers, attached to the woody part like a white tail 2 feet long. Still holding the thorn between his teeth, Don Juan twisted the fibers together between the palms of his hands and made a string, which he wrapped around the figurine's legs to bring them together. He encircled the lower part of the body until the string was all used up. Then, very skillfully, he worked the thorn like an awl inside the front part of the body under the folded arms until the sharp tip emerged as though popping out of the figurine's hands. He used his teeth again and, by pulling gently, brought the thorn nearly all the way out. It looked like a long spear protruding from the figure's chest. Without looking at the figure anymore, Don Juan placed it inside his leather pouch. He seemed exhausted from the effort. He lay down on the floor and fell asleep. It was already dark when he woke up. We ate the groceries I had brought him and sat on the porch for a while longer. Then Don Juan walked to the back of the house carrying the 3 burlap bundles. He cut twigs and dry branches and started a fire. We sat in front of it comfortably, and he opened all 3 bundles. Besides the one containing the dry pieces of the female plant, there was another with all that was left of the male plant, and a third, bulky one, containing green, freshly cut pieces of datura. Don Juan went to the pig's trough and came back with a stone mortar, a very deep one that looked more like a pot whose bottom ended in a soft curve. He made a shallow hole and set the mortar firmly on the ground. He put more dry twigs on the fire, then took the 2 bundles with the dry pieces of male and female plants and emptied them into the mortar all at once. He shook the burlap to make sure that all the debris had fallen into the mortar. From the 3rd bundle, he extracted 2 fresh pieces of datura root. "I'm going to prepare them just for you," he said. "What kind of preparation is it, Don Juan?" "One of these pieces comes from a male plant, the other from a female plant. This is the only time the 2 plants should be put together. The pieces come from a depth of 1 yard. He mashed them inside the mortar with even strokes of the pestle. As he did so, he chanted in a low voice, which sounded like a rhythmless, monotonous hum. The words were unintelligible to me. He was absorbed in his task. When the roots were completely mashed, he took some datura leaves from the bundle. They were clean and freshly cut, and all were intact and free of wormholes and cuts. He dropped them into the mortar one at a time. He took a handful of datura flowers and dropped them also into the mortar in the same deliberate manner. I counted 14 of each. Then he got a bunch of fresh, green seed pods which had all their spikes and were not open. I couldn't count them because he dropped them into the mortar all at once, but I assumed that there were also 14 of them. He added 3 stems of datura without any leaves. They were dark red and clean, and seemed to have belonged to large plants, judging by their multiple ramifications. After all these items had been put into the mortar, he mashed them to a pulp with the same even strokes. At a certain moment, he tipped the mortar over, and with his hand scooped the mixture into an old pot. He stretched out his hand to me, and I thought he wanted me to dry it. Instead, he took my left hand and with a very fast motion separated the middle and 4th fingers as far as he could. Then, with the point of his knife, he stabbed me right in between the 2 fingers and ripped downward on the skin of the 4th finger. He acted with so much skill and speed that when I jerked my hand away, it was deeply cut, and the blood was flowing abundantly. He grabbed my hand again, placed it over the pot, and squeezed it to force more blood out. My arm got numb. I was in a state of shock, strangely cold and rigid, with an oppressive sensation in my chest and ears. I felt I was sliding down on my seat. I was fainting. He let go my hand and stirred the contents of the pot. When I recovered from the shock, I was really angry with him. It took me quite some time to regain my composure. He set up 3 stones around the fire and placed the pot on top of them. To all the ingredients he added something that I took to be a big chunk of carpenter's glue and a pot of water, and let all that boil. Datura plants have, by themselves, a very peculiar odor. Combined with the carpenter's glue, which gave off a strong odor when the mixture began to boil, they created so pungent a vapor that I had to fight not to vomit. The mix boiled for a long time as we sat there motionless in front of it. At times, when the wind blew the vapor in my direction, the stench enveloped me, and I held my breath in an effort to avoid it. Don Juan opened his leather pouch and took the figurine out. He handed it to me carefully and told me to place it inside the pot without burning my hands. I let it slip gently into the boiling mush. He got out his knife, and for a second I thought he was going to slash me again. Instead, he pushed the figurine with the tip of the knife and sank it. He watched the mush boil for a while longer, and then began to clean the mortar. I helped him. When we'd finished, he set the mortar and pestle against the fence. We went inside the house, and the pot was left on the stones all night. The next morning, at dawn, Don Juan instructed me to pull the figurine out of the glue and hang it from the roof facing the east to dry in the sun. At noon, it was as stiff as a wire. The heat had sealed the glue, and the green color of the leaves had mixed with it. The figurine had a glossy, eerie finish. Don Juan asked me to get the figurine down. Then he handed me a leather pouch he had made out of an old suede jacket I had brought for him some time before. The pouch looked like the one he owned himself. The only difference was that his was made of soft brown leather. "Put your image inside the pouch and close it," he said. He didn't look at me, and deliberately kept his head turned away. Once I had the figurine inside the pouch, he gave me a carrying net and told me to put the clay pot inside the net. He walked to my car, took the net from my hands, and fastened it onto the open lid of the glove compartment. "Come with me," he said. I followed him. He walked around the house, making a complete clockwise circle. He stopped at the porch and circled the house again, this time going counterclockwise and again returning to the porch. He stood motionless for some time, and then sat down. I was conditioned to believe that everything he did had some meaning. I was wondering about the significance of circling the house when he said, "Hey, I've forgotten where I put it." I asked him what he was looking for. He said he'd forgotten where he'd placed the shoot I was to replant. We walked around the house once more before he remembered where it was. He showed me a small glass jar on a piece of board nailed to the wall below the roof. The jar contained the other half of the first portion of the datura root. The shoot had an incipient growth of leaves at its top end. The jar contained a small amount of water, but no soil. "Why doesn't it have any soil?" I asked. "All soils are not the same, and the devil's weed must know only the soil on which she will live and grow. And now it's time to return her to the ground before the worms damage her." "Can we plant her here, near the house?" I asked. No, not around here. She must be returned to a place of your liking." "But where can I find a place of my liking?" "I don't know that. You can replant her wherever you want, but she must be cared for and looked after, because she must live so that you will have the power you need. If she dies, it means that she doesn't want you, and you must not disturb her further. It means you won't have power over her. Therefore you must care for her and look after her so that she will grow. You mustn't pamper her, though." "Why not?" "Because if it is not her will to grow, it's of no use to entice her. But on the other hand, you must prove that you care. Keep the worms away and give her water when you visit her. This must be done regularly until she seeds. After the first seeds bud out, we will be sure that she wants you." "But, Don Juan, it's not possible for me to look after the root the way you wish." "If you want her power, You must do it. There's no other way. Can you take care of her for me while I'm not here, Don Juan? No, not I. I can't do that. Each one must nourish his own shoot. I had my own, now you must have yours. And not until she's seeded, as I told you, can you consider yourself ready for learning. Where do you think I should replant her? That is for you alone to decide, and nobody must know the place, not even I. That is the way the replanting must be done. Nobody, but nobody, can know where your plant is. If a stranger follows you, or sees you, take the shoot and run away to another place. He could cause you unimaginable harm through manipulating the shoot. He could cripple or kill you. That's why not even I must know where your plant is. He handed me the little jar with the shoot. Take it now. I took it. Then he almost dragged me to my car. Now, you must leave. Go and pick the spot where you'll replant the shoot. Dig a deep hole in soft dirt next to a watery place. Remember, she must be near water in order to grow. Dig the hole with your hands only, even if they bleed. Place the shoot in the center of the hole and make a mound, un pilon, around it. Then soak it with water. When the water sinks, fill the hole with soft dirt. Next, pick a spot 2 paces away from the shoot in that direction, the southeast. Dig another deep hole there, also with your hands, and dump into it what is in the pot. Then, smash the pot and bury it deep in another place, far from the spot where your shoot is. When you've buried the pot, go back to your shoot and water it once more. Then, take out your image, hold it between the fingers where the flesh wound is, and standing on the spot where you've buried the glue, touch the shoot lightly with a sharp needle. Circle the shoot 4 times, stopping each time in the same spot to touch it. Do I have to follow a specific direction when I go around the root? Any direction will do, but you must always remember in what direction you buried the glue, and what direction you took when you circled the shoot. Touch the shoot lightly with the point every time, except the last, when you must thrust it deep. But do it carefully. Kneel for a more steady hand, because you must not break the point inside the shoot. If you break it, you're finished. The root will be of no use to you. Do I have to say any words while I go around the shoot? No. I will do that for you. Saturday, January 27th, 1962. As soon as I got to his house this morning, Don Juan told me he was going to show me how to prepare the smoke mixture. We walked to the hills and went quite a way into one of the canyons. He stopped next to a tall, slender bush whose color contrasted markedly with that of the surrounding vegetation. The chaparral around the bush was yellowish, but the bush was bright green. From this little tree you must take all the leaves and the flowers, he said. The right time to pick them is All Souls' Day, El Día de las Ánimas. He took out his knife and chopped off the end of a thin branch. He chose another similar branch and also chopped off its tip. He repeated this operation until he had a handful of branch tips. Then he sat down on the ground. Look here, he said. I have cut all the branches above the fork made by 2 or more leaves and the stem. Do you see? They're all the same. I've used only the tip of each branch, where the leaves are fresh and tender. Now, we must look for a shaded place. We walked until he seemed to have found what he was looking for. He took a long string from his pocket and tied it to the trunk and the lower branches of 2 bushes, making a kind of clothesline on which he hung the branch tips upside down. He arranged them along the string in a neat fashion. Hooked by the fork between the leaves and the stem, they resembled a long row of green horsemen. One must see that the leaves dry in the shade, he said. The place must be secluded and difficult to get to. That way, the leaves are protected. They must be left to dry in a place where it would be almost impossible to find them. After they've dried, they must be put in a bundle and sealed. He picked up the leaves from the string and threw them into the nearby shrubs. Apparently, he had intended only to show me the procedure. We continued walking, and he picked 3 different flowers, saying they were part of the ingredients and were supposed to be gathered at the same time. But the flowers had to be put in separate clay pots and dried in darkness. A lid had to be placed on each pot so the flowers would turn moldy inside the container. He said the function of the leaves and the flowers was to sweeten the smoke mixture. We came out of the canyon and walked toward the riverbed. After a long detour, we returned to his house. Late in the evening, we sat in his own room, a thing he rarely allowed me to do, and he told me about the final ingredient of the mixture, the mushrooms. The real secret of the mixture lies in the mushrooms, he said. They are the most difficult ingredient to collect. The trip to the place where they grow is long and dangerous, and to select the right variety is even more perilous. There are other kinds of mushrooms growing alongside which are of no use. They would spoil the good ones if they were dried together. It takes time to know the mushrooms well in order not to make a mistake. Serious harm will result from using the wrong kind, harm to the man and to the pipe. I know of men who have dropped dead from using the foul smoke. As soon as the mushrooms are picked, they're put inside a gourd, so there's no way to recheck them. You see, they have to be torn to shreds in order to make them go through the narrow neck of the gourd. How can one prevent a mistake? By being careful and knowing how to choose. I told you, it is difficult. Not everybody can tame the smoke. Most people don't even make the attempt. How long do you keep the mushrooms inside the gourd? For a year. All the other ingredients are also sealed for a year. Then, equal parts of them are measured and ground separately into a very fine powder. The little mushrooms don't have to be ground because they become a very fine dust by themselves. All one needs to do is to mash the chunks. 4 parts of mushrooms are added to 1 part of all the other ingredients together. Then, they're all mixed and put into a bag like mine. He pointed to the little sack hanging under his shirt. Then all the ingredients are gathered again, and after they've been put to dry, you are ready to smoke the mixture you've just prepared. In your own case, you will smoke next year. And the year after that, the mixture will be all yours because you will have gathered it by yourself. The first time you smoke, I will light the pipe for you. You will smoke all the mixture in the bowl and wait. The smoke will come. You will feel it. It will set you free to see anything you want to see. Properly speaking, it is a matchless ally. But whoever seeks it must have an intent and a will beyond reproach. He needs them, because he has to intend and will his return, or the smoke will not let him come back. Second, he must intend and will to remember whatever the smoke allowed him to see, otherwise it will be nothing more than a piece of fog in his mind. Saturday, April 8th, 1962. In our conversations, Don Juan consistently used or referred to the phrase, man of knowledge, but never explained what he meant by it. I asked him about it. A man of knowledge is one who has followed truthfully the hardships of learning, he said. A man who has, without rushing or without faltering, gone as far as he can in unraveling the secrets of power and knowledge. Can anyone be a man of knowledge? No, not anyone. Then what must a man do to become a man of knowledge? He must challenge and defeat his 4 natural enemies. Will he be a man of knowledge after defeating these 4 enemies? Yes, a man can call himself a man of knowledge only if he's capable of defeating all 4 of them. Then, can anybody who defeats these enemies be a man of knowledge? Anybody who defeats them becomes a man of knowledge. But are there any special requirements a man must fulfill before fighting with these enemies? No. Anyone can try to become a man of knowledge. Very few men actually succeed, but That is only natural. The enemies a man encounters on the path of learning to become a man of knowledge are truly formidable. Most men succumb to them. What kind of enemies are they, Don Juan? He refused to talk about the enemies. He said it would be a long time before the subject would make any sense to me. I tried to keep the topic alive and asked him if he thought I could become a man of knowledge. He said no man could possibly tell that for sure. But I insisted on knowing if there were any clues he could use to determine whether or not I had a chance of becoming a man of knowledge. He said it would depend on my battle against the 4 enemies, whether I could defeat them or would be defeated by them, but it was impossible to foretell the outcome of that fight. I asked him if he could use witchcraft or divination to see the outcome of the battle. He flatly stated that the results of the struggle could not be foreseen by any means, because becoming a man of knowledge was a temporary thing. When I asked him to explain this point, he replied, "To be a man of knowledge has no permanence. One is never a man of knowledge, not really. Rather, one becomes a man of knowledge for a very brief instant, after defeating the 4 natural enemies." You must tell me, Don Juan, what kind of enemies they are. He didn't answer. I insisted again, but he dropped the subject and started to talk about something else. Sunday, April 15th, 1962. As I was getting ready to leave, I decided to ask him once more about the enemies of a man of knowledge. I argued that I couldn't return for some time, and it would be a good idea to write down what he had to say and then think about it while I was away. He hesitated for a while, but then began to talk. When a man starts to learn, he is never clear about his objectives. His purpose is faulty. His intent is vague. He hopes for rewards that will never materialize, for he knows nothing of the hardships of learning. He slowly begins to learn, bit by bit at first, then in big chunks, and his thoughts soon clash. What he learns is never what he pictured, or imagined, and so he begins to be afraid. Learning is never what one expects. Every step of learning is a new task, and the fear the man is experiencing begins to mount mercilessly, unyieldingly. His purpose becomes a battlefield. And thus he has stumbled upon the first of his natural enemies, fear. A terrible enemy, treacherous and difficult to overcome. It remains concealed at every turn of the way, prowling, waiting. And if the man, terrified in its presence, runs away, his enemy will have put an end to his quest. What will happen to the man if he runs away in fear? Nothing happens to him, except that he will never learn. He will never become a man of knowledge. He will perhaps be a bully, or a harmless, scared man. At any rate, he will be a defeated man. His first enemy will have put an end to his cravings. And what can he do to overcome fear? The answer is very simple. He must not run away. He must defy his fear, and in spite of it he must take the next step in learning, and the next, and the next. He must be fully afraid, and yet he must not stop. That is the rule, and a moment will come when his first enemy retreats. The man begins to feel sure of himself. His intent becomes stronger. Learning is no longer a terrifying task. When this joyful moment comes, the man can say without hesitation that he has defeated his first natural enemy. Does it happen at once, Don Juan, or little by little? It happens little by little, and yet the fear is vanquished suddenly and fast. But won't the man be afraid again if something new happens to him? No. Once a man has vanquished fear, he's free from it for the rest of his life, because, instead of fear, he has acquired clarity. a clarity of mind which erases fear. By then, a man knows his desires. He knows how to satisfy those desires. He can anticipate the new steps of learning, and a sharp clarity surrounds everything. The man feels that nothing is concealed, and thus he has encountered his second enemy, clarity. That clarity of mind, which is so hard to obtain, dispels fear, but also blinds. It forces the man never to doubt himself. It gives him the assurance he can do anything he pleases, for he sees clearly into everything. And he is courageous because he is clear, and he stops at nothing because he is clear. But all that is a mistake. It is like something incomplete. If the man yields to this make-believe power, he has succumbed to his second enemy and will fumble with learning. He will rush when he should be patient, or he will be patient when he should rush, and he will fumble with learning until he winds up incapable of learning anything more. What becomes of a man who is defeated in that way, Don Juan? Does he die as a result? No, he doesn't die. His second enemy has just stopped him cold from trying to become a man of knowledge. Instead, the man may turn into a buoyant warrior, or a clown. Yet the clarity for which he is paid so dearly will never change to darkness and fear again. He will be clear as long as he lives, but he will no longer learn or yearn for anything. But what does he have to do to avoid being defeated? He must do what he did with fear. He must defy his clarity and use it only to see, and wait patiently and measure carefully before taking new steps. He must think, above all, that his clarity is almost a mistake. And a moment will come when he will understand that his clarity was only a point before his eyes. And thus he will have overcome his second enemy, and will arrive at a position where nothing can harm him anymore. This will not be a mistake. It will not be only a point before his eyes. It will be true power. He will know at this point that the power he has been pursuing for so long is finally his. He can do with it whatever he pleases. His ally is at his command. His wish is the rule. He sees all that is around him. But he has also come across his third enemy, power. Power is the strongest of all enemies, and naturally the easiest thing to do is to give in. After all, the man is truly invincible. He commands. He begins by taking calculated risks and ends in making rules because he is a master. A man at this stage hardly notices his third enemy closing in on him, and suddenly, without knowing, he will certainly have lost the battle. His enemy will have turned him into a cruel, capricious man. Will he lose his power? No, he will never lose his clarity or his power. What then will distinguish him from a man of knowledge? A man who is defeated by power dies without really knowing how to handle it. Power is only a burden upon his fate. Such a man has no command over himself, and cannot tell when or how to use his power. Is the defeat by any of these enemies a final defeat? Of course it is final. Once one of these enemies overpowers a man, there's nothing he can do. Is it possible, for instance, that the man who is defeated by power may see his error and mend his ways? No. Once a man gives in, he is through. But what if he's temporarily blinded by power and then refuses it? That means his battle is still on. That means he's still trying to become a man of knowledge. A man is defeated only when he no longer tries and abandons himself. But then, Don Juan, it is possible that a man may abandon himself to fear for years, but finally conquer it. No, that is not true. If he gives in to fear, he will never conquer it, because he will shy away from learning and never try again. But if he tries to learn for years in the midst of his fear, he will eventually conquer it, because he will never have really abandoned himself to it. How can he defeat his third enemy, Don Juan? He has to defy it, deliberately. He has to come to realize the power he has seemingly conquered is in reality never his. He must keep himself in line at all times, handling carefully and faithfully all that he has learned. If he can see that clarity and power without his control over himself are worse than mistakes, he will reach a point where everything is held in check. He will know then when and how to use his power, and thus he will have defeated his third enemy. The man will be, by then, at the end of his journey of learning, and almost without warning, he will come upon the last of his enemies, old age. This enemy is the cruelest of all, the one he won't be able to defeat completely, but only fight away. This is the time when a man has no more fears, no more impatient clarity of mind, a time when all his power is in check, but also the time when he has an unyielding desire to rest. If he gives in totally to his desire to lie down and forget, if he soothes himself in tiredness, he will have lost his last round, and his enemy will cut him down into a feeble old creature. His desire to retreat will overrule all his clarity, his power, and his knowledge. But if the man sloughs off his tiredness and lives his fate through, he can then be called a man of knowledge, if only for the brief moment when he succeeds in fighting off his last invincible enemy. That moment of clarity, power, and knowledge is enough. Chapter 4. Don Juan seldom spoke openly about Mezcalito. Every time I questioned him on the subject, he refused to talk, but he always said enough to create an impression of Mezcalito, an impression that was always anthropomorphic. Mezcalito was a male, not only because of the mandatory grammatical rule that gives the word a masculine gender, but also because of his constant qualities of being a protector and a teacher. Don Juan reaffirmed these characteristics in various forms every time we talked. Sunday, December 24th, 1961. The devil's weed has never protected anyone. She serves only to give power. Mezcalito, on the other hand, is gentle, like a baby. But you said Mezcalito is terrifying at times. Of course he's terrifying, but once you get to know him, he is gentle and kind. How does he show his kindness? He is a protector and a teacher. How does he protect? You can keep him with you at all times, and he will see that nothing bad happens to you. How can you keep him with you at all times? In a little bag, fastened under your arm, or around your neck with a string. Do you have him with you? No, because I have an ally, but other people do. What does he teach? He teaches you to live properly. How does he teach? He shows things and tells what is what. Él enseña las cosas y te dice lo que son. How? You will have to see for yourself. Tuesday, January 30th, 1962. What do you see when Mezcalito takes you with him, Don Juan? Such things are not for ordinary conversation. I can't tell you that. Would something bad happen to you if you told? Mezcalito is a protector, a kind, gentle protector. But that does not mean you can make fun of him. Because he is a kind protector, he can also be horror itself with those he doesn't like. I don't intend to make fun of him. I just want to know what he makes other people do or see. I described to you all that Mescalito made me see, Don Juan. With you, it is different. Perhaps because you don't know his ways. You have to be taught his ways, as a child is taught how to walk. How long do I still have to be taught? Until he himself begins to make sense to you. And then? Then you will understand by yourself. You won't have to tell me anything anymore. Can you just tell me where Mescalito takes you? I can't talk about it. All I want to know is if there is another world to which he takes people. There is. Is it heaven? The Spanish word for heaven is cielo, but that also means sky. He takes you through the sky. I mean, is it heaven where God is? You're being stupid now. I don't know where God is. Is Mescalito God, the only God, or is he one of the gods? He's just a protector and a teacher. He is a power. Is he a power within ourselves? No. Mescalito has nothing to do with ourselves. He is outside us. Then everyone who takes Mescalito must see him in the same form. No, not at all. He is not the same for everybody. Thursday, April 12th, 1962. Why don't you tell me more about Mescalito, Don Juan? There's nothing to tell. There must be thousands of things I should know before I encounter him again. No. Perhaps for you there is nothing you have to know. As I've already told you, he is not the same for everyone. I know, but still, I'd like to know how others feel about him. The opinion of those who care to talk about him is not worth much. You will see. You will probably talk about him up to a certain point, and from then on, you will never discuss him. Can you tell me about your own first experiences? What for? Then I'll know how to behave with Mescalito. You already know more than I do. You actually played with him. Someday, you'll see how kind the protector was with you. That first time, I'm sure he told you many, many things, but you were deaf and blind. Saturday, April 14th, 1962. Does Mescalito take any form when he shows himself? Yes, any form. Then which are the most common forms you know? There are no common forms. Do you mean, Don Juan, that he appears in any form, even to men who know him well? No. He appears in any form to those who know him only a little, but to those who know him well, he is always constant. How is he constant? He appears to them sometimes as a man, like us, or as a light, just a light. Does Mescalito ever change his permanent form with those who know him well? Not to my knowledge. Friday, July 6, 1962. Don Juan and I started on a trip late in the afternoon of Saturday, June 23rd. He said we were going to look for honguitos, the mushrooms, in the state of Chihuahua. He said it was going to be a long, hard trip. He was right. We arrived in a little mining town in northern Chihuahua at 10 p.m. on Wednesday, June 27th. We walked from the place I had parked the car at the outskirts of town to the house of his friends, a Tarahumara Indian, and his wife. We slept there. The next morning, the man woke us up around 5. He brought us gruel and beans. He sat and talked to Don Juan while we ate, but he said nothing concerning our trip. After breakfast, the man put water into my canteen and 2 sweet rolls into my knapsack. Don Juan handed me the canteen, fixed the knapsack with a cord over his shoulders, thanked the man for his courtesies, and turning to me, said, "It is time to go." We walked on the dirt road for about a mile. From there, we cut through the fields, and in 2 hours, we were at the foot of the hills south of town. We climbed the gentle slopes in a southwesterly direction. When we reached the steeper inclines, Don Juan changed directions, and we followed a high valley to the east. Despite his advanced age, Don Juan kept up a pace so incredibly fast that by midday I was completely exhausted. We sat down, and he opened the bread sack. "You can eat all of it if you want," he said. "How about you?" "I'm not hungry, and we won't need this food later on." I was very tired and hungry, and took him up on his offer. I felt this was a good time to talk about the purpose of our trip, and quite casually I asked, "Do you think we're going to stay here for a long time?" "We are here to gather some mezcalito. We will stay until tomorrow." "Where is mezcalito?" "All around us." Cacti of many species were growing in profusion all through the area, but I couldn't distinguish peyote among them. We started to hike again, and by 3 o'clock we came to a long, narrow valley with steep side hills. I felt strangely excited at the idea of finding peyote, which I had never seen in its natural environment. We entered the valley and must have walked about 400 feet when suddenly I spotted 3 unmistakable peyote plants. They were in a cluster a few inches above the ground in front of me, to the left of the path. They looked like round, pulpy, green roses. I ran toward them, pointing them out to Don Juan. He ignored me, and deliberately kept his back turned as he walked away. I knew I had done the wrong thing, and for the rest of the afternoon we walked in silence, moving slowly on the flat valley floor, which was covered with small, sharp-edged rocks. We moved among the cacti, disturbing crowds of lizards, and at times a solitary bird, and I passed scores of peyote plants without saying a word. At 6 o'clock, we were at the bottom of the mountains that marked the end of the valley. We climbed to a ledge. Don Juan dropped his sack and sat down. I was hungry again, but we had no food left. I suggested that we pick up the mezcalito and head back for town. He looked annoyed and made a smacking sound with his lips. He said we were going to spend the night there. We sat quietly. There was a rock wall to the left, and to the right was the valley we had just crossed. It extended for quite a distance, and seemed to be wider than, and not so flat as I had thought. Viewed from the spot where I sat, it was full of small hills and protuberances. "Tomorrow we will start walking back," Don Juan said, without looking at me, and pointing to the valley. "We will work our way back and pick him as we cross the field. That is, we will pick him only when he is in our way. He will find us, and not the other way around. He will find us, if he wants to." Don Juan rested his back against the rock wall and, with his head turned to his side, continued talking as though another person were there besides myself. "One more thing. Only I can pick him. You will perhaps carry the bag, or walk ahead of me, I don't know yet. But tomorrow you will not point at him as you did today." "I'm sorry, Don Juan." "It's all right. You didn't know." "Did your benefactor teach you all this about Mezcalito?" "No. Nobody's taught me about him. It was the protector himself who was my teacher." "Then Mezcalito is like a person to whom you can talk?" "No, he isn't." "How does he teach, then?" He remained silent for a while. "Remember the time when you played with him? You understood what he meant, didn't you?" "I did." "That's the way he teaches. You didn't know it then, but if you'd paid attention to him, he would have talked to you." "When?" "When you saw him for the first time." He seemed to be very annoyed by my questioning. I told him I had to ask all these questions because I wanted to find out all I could. "Don't ask me," he smiled maliciously. "Ask him. The next time you see him, ask him everything you want to know." "Then Mezcalito is like a person you can talk—" He didn't let me finish. He turned away, picked up the canteen, stepped down from the ledge, and disappeared around the rock. I didn't want to be alone there, and even though he hadn't asked me to go along, I followed him. We walked for about 500 feet to a small creek. He washed his hands and face and filled up the canteen. He swished water around in his mouth, but didn't drink it. I scooped up some water in my hands and drank, but he stopped me and said it was unnecessary to drink. He handed me the canteen and started to walk back to the ledge. When we got there, we sat again, facing the valley with our backs to the rock wall. I asked if we could build a fire. He reacted as if it was inconceivable to ask such a thing. He said that for that night, we were Mezcalito's guests, and he was going to keep us warm. It was already dusk. Don Juan pulled 2 thin cotton blankets from his sack, threw one onto my lap, and sat cross-legged with the other one over his shoulders. Below us, the valley was dark, with its edges already diffused in the evening mist. Don Juan sat motionless, facing the peyote field. A steady wind blew on my face. "The twilight is the crack between the worlds," he said softly, without turning to me. I didn't ask what he meant. My eyes became tired. Suddenly, I felt elated. I had a strange, overpowering desire to weep. I lay on my stomach. The rock floor was hard and uncomfortable, and I had to change my position every few minutes. Finally, I sat up and crossed my legs, putting the blanket over my shoulders. To my amazement, this position was supremely comfortable, and I fell asleep. When I woke up, I heard Don Juan talking to me. It was very dark. I couldn't see him well. I didn't understand what he said, but I followed him when he started to go down from the ledge. We moved carefully, or at least I did, because of the darkness. We stopped at the bottom of the rock wall. Don Juan sat down and signaled me to sit at his left. He opened up his shirt and took out a leather sack, which he opened and placed on the ground in front of him. It contained a number of dried peyote buttons. After a long pause, he picked up one of the buttons. He held it in his right hand, rubbing it several times between the thumb and the first finger, as he chanted softly. Suddenly, he let out a tremendous cry. "Aye!" It was weird, unexpected. It terrified me. Vaguely, I saw him place the peyote button in his mouth and begin to chew it. After a moment, he picked up the whole sack, leaned toward me, and told me in a whisper to take the sack, pick out one mezcalito, put the sack in front of us again, and then do exactly as he did. I picked a peyote button and rubbed it as he had done. Meanwhile, he chanted, swaying back and forth. I tried to put the button into my mouth several times, but I felt embarrassed to cry out. Then, as in a dream, an unbelievable shriek came out of me. "Ahuyi!" For a moment, I thought it was someone else. Again, I felt the effects of nervous shock in my stomach. I was falling backward. I was fainting. I put the peyote button into my mouth and chewed it. After a while, Don Juan picked up another from the sack. I was relieved to see that he put it into his mouth after a short chant. He passed the sack to me, and I placed it in front of us again after taking one button. This cycle went on 5 times before I noticed any thirst. I picked up the canteen to drink, but Don Juan told me just to wash my mouth and not to drink, or I would vomit. I swished the water around in my mouth repeatedly. At a certain moment, drinking was a formidable temptation, and I swallowed a bit of water. Immediately, my stomach began to convulse. I expected to have a painless and effortless flowing of liquid from my mouth, as had happened during my first experience with peyote, but to my surprise, I had only the ordinary sensation of vomiting. It didn't last long, however. Don Juan picked up another button and handed me the sack, and the cycle was renewed and repeated until I had chewed 14 buttons. By this time, All my early sensations of thirst, cold, and discomfort had disappeared. In their place, I felt an unfamiliar sense of warmth and excitation. I took the canteen to freshen my mouth, but it was empty. "Can we go to the creek, Don Juan?" The sound of my voice didn't project out, but hit the roof of my palate, bounced back into my throat, and echoed to and fro between them. The echo was soft and musical, and seemed to have wings that flapped inside my throat. Its touch soothed me. I followed its back-and-forth movements until it had vanished. I repeated the question. My voice sounded as though I was talking inside a vault. Don Juan didn't answer. I got up and turned in the direction of the creek. I looked at him to see if he was coming, but he seemed to be listening attentively to something. He made an imperative sign with his hand to be quiet. "Abu Tol is already here," he said. I had never heard that word before, and I was wondering whether to ask him about it, when I detected a noise that seemed to be a buzzing inside my ears. The sound became louder by degrees until it was like the vibration caused by an enormous bull roarer. It lasted for a brief moment and subsided gradually until everything was quiet again. The violence and the intensity of the noise terrified me. I was shaking so much that I could hardly remain standing, yet I was perfectly rational. If I had been drowsy a few minutes before, this feeling had totally vanished, giving way to a state of extreme lucidity. The noise reminded me of a science fiction movie in which a gigantic bee buzzed its wings coming out of an atomic radiation area. I laughed at the thought. I saw Don Juan slumping back into his relaxed position, and suddenly the image of a gigantic bee accosted me again. It was more real than ordinary thoughts. It stood alone, surrounded by an extraordinary clarity. Everything else was driven from my mind. This state of mental clearness, which had no precedence in my life, produced another moment of terror. I began to perspire. I leaned toward Don Juan to tell him I was afraid. His face was a few inches from mine. He was looking at me, but his eyes were the eyes of a bee. They looked like round glasses that had a light of their own in the darkness. His lips were pushed out, and from them came a pattering noise. Petta, petta, petta. I jumped backward, nearly crashing into the rock wall. For a seemingly endless time, I experienced an unbearable fear. I was panting and whining. The perspiration had frozen on my skin, giving me an awkward rigidity. Then I heard Don Juan's voice saying, "Get up! Move around! Get up!" The image vanished, and again I could see his familiar face. "I'll get some water," I said after another endless moment. My voice cracked. I could hardly articulate the words. Don Juan nodded yes. As I walked away, I realized that my fear had gone as fast and as mysteriously as it had come. Upon approaching the creek, I noticed that I could see every object in the way. I remembered I had just seen Don Juan clearly, whereas earlier I could hardly distinguish the outlines of his figure. I stopped and looked into the distance, and I could even see across the valley. Some boulders on the other side became perfectly visible. I thought it must be early morning, but it occurred to me that I might have lost track of time. I looked at my watch. It was 10 of 12. I checked the watch to see if it was working. It couldn't be midday. It had to be midnight. I intended to make a dash for the water and come back to the rocks, but I saw Don Juan coming down, and I waited for him. I told him I could see in the dark. He stared at me for a long time without saying a word. If he did speak, perhaps I didn't hear him, for I was concentrating on my new, unique ability to see in the dark. I could distinguish the very minute pebbles in the sand. At moments, everything was so clear, it seemed to be early morning or dusk. Then it would get dark. Then it would clear again. Soon, I realized that the brightness corresponded to my heart's diastole, and the darkness to its systole. The world changed from bright to dark to bright again, with every beat of my heart. I was absorbed in this discovery when the same strange sound that I had heard before became audible again. My muscles stiffened. "Anuctal," as I heard the word this time, "is here," Don Juan said. I fancied the roar so thunderous, so overwhelming, that nothing else mattered. When it had subsided, I perceived a sudden increase in the volume of water. The creek, which a minute before had been less than a foot wide, expanded until it was an enormous lake. Light that seemed to come from above it touched the surface as though shining through thick foliage. From time to time, the water would glitter for a second, gold and black. Then it would remain dark, lightless, almost out of sight, and yet strangely present. I don't recall how long I stayed there, just watching, squatting on the shore of the Black Lake. The roar must have subsided in the meantime, because what jolted me back to reality was again a terrifying buzzing. I turned around to look for Don Juan. I saw him climbing up and disappearing behind the rock ledge. Yet the feeling of being alone didn't bother me at all. I squatted there, in a state of absolute confidence and abandonment. The roar again became audible. It was very intense, like the noise made by a high wind. Listening to it as carefully as I could, I was able to detect a definite melody. It was a composite of high-pitched sounds, like human voices, accompanied by a deep bass drum. I focused all my attention on the melody, and again noticed that the systole and diastole of my heart coincided with the sound of the bass drum and with the pattern of the music. I stood up, and the melody stopped. I tried to listen to my heartbeat, but it wasn't detectable. I squatted again, thinking that perhaps the position of my body had caused or induced the sounds, but nothing happened. Not a sound, not even my heart. I thought I had had enough. But as I stood up to leave, I felt a tremor of the earth. The ground under my feet was shaking. I was losing my balance. I fell backward and remained on my back while the earth shook violently. I tried to grab a rock or a plant, but something was sliding under me. I jumped up, stood for a moment, and fell down again. The ground on which I sat was moving, sliding into the water like a raft. I remained motionless, stunned by a terror that was, like everything else, unique, uninterrupted, and absolute. I moved through the water of the Black Lake, perched on a piece of soil that looked like an earthen log. I had the feeling I was going in a southerly direction, transported by the current. I could see the water moving and swirling around. It felt cold and oddly heavy to the touch. I fancied it alive. There were no distinguishable shores or landmarks, and I can't recall the thoughts or the feelings that must have come to me during this trip. After what seemed like hours of drifting, my raft made a right-angled turn to the left, the east. It continued to slide on the water for a very short distance and unexpectedly rammed against something. The impact threw me forward. I closed my eyes and felt a sharp pain as my knees and my outstretched arms hit the ground. After a moment, I looked up. I was lying on the dirt. It was as though my earthen log had merged with the land. I sat up and turned around. The water was receding. It moved backward like a wave in reverse until it disappeared. I sat there for a long time, trying to collect my thoughts and resolve all that had happened into a coherent unit. My entire body ached. My throat felt like an open sore. I had bitten my lips when I landed. I stood up. The wind made me realize I was cold. My clothes were wet. My hands and jaws and knees shook so violently that I had to lie down again. Drops of perspiration slid into my eyes and burned them until I yelled with pain. After a while, I regained a measure of stability and stood up. In the dark twilight, the scene was very clear. I took a couple of steps. A distinct sound of many human voices came to me. They seemed to be talking loudly. I followed the sound. I walked for about 50 yards and came to a sudden stop. I had reached a dead end. The place where I stood was a corral formed by enormous boulders. I could distinguish another row, and then another, and another, until they merged into the sheer mountain. From among them came the most exquisite music. It was a fluid, uninterrupted, eerie flow of sounds. At the foot of one boulder, I saw a man sitting on the ground, his face turned almost in profile. I approached him until I was perhaps 10 feet away. Then he turned his head and looked at me. I stopped. His eyes were the water I had just seen. They had the same enormous volume, the sparkling of gold and black. His head was pointed like a strawberry. His skin was green, dotted with innumerable warts. Except for the pointed shape, his head was exactly like the surface of the peyote plant. I stood in front of him, staring. I couldn't take my eyes away from him. I felt he was deliberately pressing on my chest with the weight of his eyes. I was choking. I lost my balance and fell to the ground. His eyes turned away. I heard him talking to me. At first, his voice was like the soft rustle of a light breeze. Then, I heard it as music, as a melody of voices, and I knew it was saying, "What do you want?" I knelt before him and talked about my life, then wept. He looked at me again. I felt his eyes pulling me away, and I thought that moment would be the moment of my death. He signaled me to come closer. I vacillated for an instant before I took a step forward. As I came closer, he turned his eyes away from me and showed me the back of his hand. The melody said, "Look." There was a round hole in the middle of his hand. "Look," said the melody again. I looked into the hole, and I saw myself. I was very old and feeble, and was running stooped over, with bright sparks flying all around me. Then 3 of the sparks hit me, 2 in the head and 1 in the left shoulder. My figure, in the hole, stood up for a moment, until it was fully vertical, and then disappeared together with the hole. Mescalito turned his eyes to me again. They were so close to me that I heard them rumble softly with that peculiar sound I had heard many times that night. They became peaceful by degrees until they were like a quiet pond rippled by gold and black flashes. He turned his eyes away once more and hopped like a cricket for perhaps 50 yards. He hopped again and again and was gone. The next thing I remember is that I began to walk. Very rationally, I tried to recognize landmarks, such as mountains in the distance, in order to orient myself. I had been obsessed by cardinal points throughout the whole experience, and I believed that north had to be to my left. I walked in that direction for quite a while before I realized that it was daytime and that I was no longer using my night vision. I remembered I had a watch and looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock. It was about 10 o'clock when I got to the ledge where I'd been the night before. Don Juan was lying on the ground, asleep. "Where have you been?" he asked. I sat down to catch my breath. After a long silence, he asked, "Did you see him?" I began to narrate to him the sequence of my experiences from the beginning, but he interrupted me, saying that all that mattered was whether I had seen him or not. He asked how close to me Mescalito was. I told him I had nearly touched him. That part of my story interested him. He listened attentively to every detail without comment, interrupting only to ask questions about the form of the entity I had seen, its disposition, and other details about it. It was about noon when Don Juan seemed to have had enough of my story. He stood up and strapped a canvas bag to my chest. He told me to walk behind him and said he was going to cut Mescalito loose, and I had to receive him in my hands and place him inside the bag gently. We drank some water and started to walk. When we reached the edge of the valley, he seemed to hesitate for a moment before deciding which direction to take. Once he had made his choice, we walked in a straight line. Every time we came to a peyote plant, he squatted in front of it and very gently cut off the top with his short, serrated knife. He made an incision level with the ground and sprinkled the wound, as he called it, with pure sulfur powder, which he carried in a leather sack. He held the fresh button in his left hand and spread the powder with his right hand. Then he stood up and handed me the button, which I received with both hands, as he had prescribed, and placed inside the bag. "Stand erect, and don't let the bag touch the ground or the bushes or anything else," he said repeatedly, as though he thought I would forget. We collected 65 buttons. When the bag was completely filled, he put it on my back and strapped a new one to my chest. By the time we had crossed the plateau, we had 2 full sacks, containing 110 peyote buttons. The bags were so heavy and bulky that I could hardly walk under their weight and volume. Don Juan whispered to me that the bags were heavy because Mescalito wanted to return to the ground. He said it was the sadness of leaving his abode which made Mescalito heavy. My real chore was not to let the bags touch the ground, because if I did, Mescalito would never allow me to take him again. At one particular moment, the pressure of the straps on my shoulders became unbearable. Something was exerting tremendous force in order to pull me down. I felt very apprehensive. I noticed that I had started to walk faster, almost at a run. I was, in a way, trotting behind Don Juan. Suddenly, the weight on my back and chest diminished. The load became spongy and light. I ran freely to catch up with Don Juan, who was ahead of me. I told him I didn't feel the weight any longer. He explained that we had already left Mescalito's abode. Tuesday, July 3rd, 1962. "I think Mescalito has almost accepted you," Don Juan said. "Why do you say he's almost accepted me, Don Juan?" "He didn't kill you, or even harm you. He gave you a good fright, but not a really bad one. If he had not accepted you at all, he would have appeared to you as monstrous and full of wrath. Some people have learned the meaning of horror upon encountering him and not being accepted by him." "If he's so terrible, why didn't you tell me about it before you took me to the field?" "You don't have the courage to seek him deliberately. I thought it would be better if you didn't know." "But I might have died, Don Juan." "Yes, you might have. But I was certain it was going to be all right for you. He played with you once. He didn't harm you. I thought he would also have compassion for you this time." I asked him if he really thought Mescalito had had compassion for me. The experience had been terrifying. I felt that I'd nearly died of fright. He said Mescalito had been most kind to me. He had showed me a scene that was an answer to a question. Don Juan said Mescalito had given me a lesson. I asked him what the lesson was and what it meant. He said it would be impossible to answer that question because I had been too afraid to know exactly what I had asked Mescalito. Don Juan probed my memory as to what I had said to Mescalito before he showed me the scene on his hand, but I couldn't remember. All I remembered was my falling on my knees and confessing my sins to him. Don Juan seemed uninterested in talking about it anymore. I asked him, "Can you teach me the words to the songs you chanted?" "No, I can't. Those words are my own. The words the Protector himself taught me. The songs are my songs. I can't tell you what they are." "Why can't you tell me, Don Juan?" "Because these songs are a link between the Protector and myself. I'm sure someday he will teach you your own songs. Wait until then, and never, absolutely never, copy or ask about the songs that belong to another man." "What was the name you called out? Can you tell me that, Don Juan?" "No. His name can never be voiced, except to call him." "What if I want to call him myself?" "If someday he accepts you, he will tell you his name. That name will be for you alone to use, either to call him loudly or to say quietly to yourself. Perhaps he will tell you his name is José. Who knows?" "Why is it wrong to use his name when talking about him?" "You've seen his eyes, haven't you? You can't fool around with the Protector. That's why I can't get over the fact that he chose to play with you." "How can he be a protector when he hurts some people?" The answer is very simple. Mescalito is a protector because he's available to anyone who seeks him. But isn't it true that everything in the world is available to anyone who seeks it? No, that's not true. The ally powers are available only to the brujos, but anyone can partake of Mescalito. But why then does he hurt some people? Not everybody likes Mescalito, yet they all seek him with the idea of profiting without doing any work. Naturally, their encounter with him is always horrifying. What happens when he accepts a man completely? He appears to him as a man or as a light. When a man has won this kind of acceptance, Mescalito is constant. He never changes after that. Perhaps when you meet him again, he will be a light, and someday he may even take you flying and reveal all his secrets to you. What do I have to do to arrive at that point, Don Juan? You have to be a strong man, and your life has to be truthful. What is a truthful life? A life lived with deliberateness. A good, strong life. Chapter 5. Don Juan inquired periodically, in a casual way, about the state of my datura plant. In the year that had elapsed from the time I replanted the root, the plant had grown into a large bush. It had seeded, and the seed pods had dried, and Don Juan judged it was time for me to learn more about the devil's weed. Sunday, January 27th, 1963. Today, Don Juan gave me the preliminary information on the second portion of the datura root, the second step in learning the tradition. He said the second portion of the root was the real beginning of learning. In comparison with it, the first portion was like child's play. The second portion had to be mastered. It had to be intaken at least 20 times, he said, before one could go on to the third step. I asked, "What does the second portion do?" The second portion of the devil's weed is used for seeing. With it, a man can soar through the air to see what's going on at any place he chooses. Can a man actually fly through the air, Don Juan? Why not? As I've already told you, the devil's weed is for those who seek power. The man who masters the second portion can use the devil's weed to do unimaginable things to gain more power. What kind of things, Don Juan? I can't tell you that. Every man is different. Monday, January 28th, 1963. Don Juan said, "If you complete the second step successfully, I can show you only one more step. In the course of learning about the devil's weed, I realized she was not for me, and I didn't pursue her path any further." What made you decide against it, Don Juan? The devil's weed nearly killed me every time I tried to use her. Once it was so bad, I thought I was finished. And yet, I could have avoided all that pain. How? Is there a special way to avoid pain? Yes, there is a way. Is it a formula, a procedure, or what? It's a way of grabbing onto things. For instance, when I was learning about the devil's weed, I was too eager. I grabbed onto things the way kids grab onto candy. A devil's weed is only one of a million paths. Anything is one of a million paths. Un camino entre cantidades de caminos. Therefore, you must always keep in mind that a path is only a path. If you feel you shouldn't follow it, you mustn't stay with it under any conditions. To have such clarity, you must lead a disciplined life. Only then will you know that any path is only a path, and there is no affront to oneself or to others in dropping it if that is what your heart tells you to do. But your decision to keep on the path or to leave it must be free of fear or ambition. I warn you. Look at every path closely and deliberately. Try it as many times as you think necessary. Then ask yourself, and yourself alone, one question. This question is one that only a very old man asks. My benefactor told me about it once when I was young, and my blood was too vigorous for me to understand it. Now I do understand it. I will tell you what it is. Does this path have a heart? All paths are the same. They lead nowhere. They are paths going through the bush or into the bush. In my own life, I could say I have traversed long, long paths, but I am not anywhere. My benefactor's question has meaning now. Does this path have a heart? If it does, the path is good. If it doesn't, it's of no use. Both paths lead nowhere, but one has a heart, the other doesn't. One makes for a joyful journey. As long as you follow it, you are one with it. The other will make you curse your life. One makes you strong, the other weakens you. Sunday, April 21st, 1963. On Tuesday afternoon, April 16, Don Juan and I went to the hills where his datura plants are. He asked me to leave him alone there and wait for him in the car. He returned nearly 3 hours later, carrying a package wrapped in red cloth. As we started to drive back to his house, he pointed to the bundle and said it was his last gift for me. I asked if he meant he wasn't going to teach me anymore. He explained that he was referring to the fact that I had a plant fully mature and would no longer need his plants. Late in the afternoon, we sat in his room. He brought out a smoothly finished mortar and pestle. The bowl of the mortar was about 6 inches in diameter. He untied a large package full of small bundles, selected 2 of them, and placed them on a straw mat by my side. Then he added 4 more bundles of the same size from the pack he had carried home. He said they were seeds, and I had to grind them into a fine powder. He opened the first bundle and poured some of its contents into the mortar. The seeds were dried, round, and caramel yellow in color. I began working with the pestle. After a while, he corrected me. He told me to push the pestle against one side of the mortar first, and then slide it across the bottom and up against the other side. I asked what he was going to do with the powder. He didn't want to talk about it. The first batch of seeds was extremely hard to grind. It took me 4 hours to finish the job. My back ached because of the position in which I'd been sitting. I lay down and wanted to go to sleep right there, but Don Juan opened the next bag and poured some of the contents into the mortar. The seeds this time were slightly darker than the first ones and were lumped together. The rest of the bag's contents was a sort of powder made of very small, round, dark granules. I wanted something to eat, but Don Juan said that if I wished to learn, I had to follow the rule, and the rule was that I could only drink a little water while learning the secrets of the second portion. The third bag contained a handful of live, black grain weevils, and in the last bag were some fresh white seeds, almost mushy soft, but fibrous and difficult to grind into a fine paste as he expected me to do. After I had finished grinding the contents of the 4 bags, Don Juan measured 2 cups of a greenish water, poured it into a clay pot, and put the pot on the fire. When the water was boiling, he added the first batch of powdered seeds. He stirred it with a long pointed piece of wood, or bone, which he carried in his leather pouch. As soon as the water boiled again, he added the other substances one by one, following the same procedure. Then he added 1 more cup of the same water and let the mixture simmer over a low fire. Then he told me it was time to mash the root. He carefully extracted a long piece of datura root from the bundle he had carried home. The root was about 16 inches long. It was thick, perhaps 1.5 inches in diameter. He said it was the second portion, and again, he had measured the second portion himself, because it was still his root. He said the next time I tried the devil's weed, I would have to measure my own root. He pushed the big mortar toward me, and I proceeded to pound the root in exactly the same way he had mashed the first portion. He directed me through the same steps, and again we left the mashed root soaking in water, exposed to the night air. By that time the boiling mixture had solidified in the clay pot. Don Juan took the pot from the fire, placed it inside a hanging net, and hooked it to a beam in the middle of the room. About 8 o'clock in the morning of April 17th, Don Juan and I began to leach the root extract with water. It was a clear, sunny day, and Don Juan interpreted the fine weather as an omen that the devil's weed liked me. He said that with me around, he could remember only how bad she had been with him. The procedure we followed in leaching the root extract was the same I had observed for the first portion. By late afternoon, after pouring out the top water for the 8th time, there was a spoonful of a yellowish substance in the bottom of the bowl. We returned to his room, where there were still 2 little sacks he hadn't touched. He opened one, slid his hand inside, and wrinkled the open end around his wrist with the other hand. He seemed to be holding something, judging by the way his hand moved inside the bag. Suddenly, with a swift movement, he peeled the bag off his hand like a glove, turning it inside out, and shoved his hand close to my face. He was holding a lizard. Its head was a few inches from my eyes. There was something strange about the lizard's mouth. I gazed at it for a moment and then recoiled involuntarily. The lizard's mouth was sewed up with rude stitches. Don Juan ordered me to hold the lizard in my left hand. I clutched it. It wriggled against my palm. I felt nauseated. My hands began to perspire. He took the last bag, and repeating the same motions, he extracted another lizard. He also held it close to my face. I saw that its eyelids were sewed together. He ordered me to hold this lizard in my right hand. By the time I had both lizards in my hands, I was almost sick. I had an overpowering desire to drop them and get out of there. "Don't squeeze them," he said, and his voice brought me a sense of relief and direction. He asked what was wrong with me. He tried to be serious, but I couldn't keep a straight face and laughed. I tried to ease my grip, but my hands were sweating so profusely that the lizards began to wriggle out of them. Their sharp little claws scratched my hands, producing an incredible feeling of disgust and nausea. I closed my eyes and clenched my teeth. One of the lizards was already sliding onto my wrist. All it needed was to yank its head from between my fingers to be free. I had a peculiar sensation of physical despair, of supreme discomfort. I growled at Don Juan between my teeth to take the damn things off me. My head shook involuntarily. He looked at me curiously. I growled like a bear, shaking my body. He dropped the lizards into their bags and began to laugh. I wanted to laugh also, but my stomach was upset. I lay down. I explained to him that what had affected me was the sensation of their claws on my palms. He said there were lots of things that could drive a man mad, especially if he didn't have the resolution, the purpose, required for learning. But when a man had a clear, unbending intent, feelings were in no way a hindrance, for he was capable of controlling them. Don Juan waited a while, and then, going through the same motions, handed me the lizards again. He told me to hold their heads up and rub them softly against my temples, as I asked them anything I wanted to know. I didn't understand at first what he wanted me to do. He told me again to ask the lizards about anything I couldn't find out for myself. He gave me a whole series of examples. I could find out about persons I didn't see ordinarily, or about objects that were lost, or about places I hadn't seen. Then I realized he was talking about divination. I got very excited. My heart began to pound. I felt that I was losing my breath. He warned me not to ask about personal matters this first time. He said I should think rather of something that had nothing to do with me. I had to think fast and clearly because there would be no way of reversing my thoughts. I tried frantically to think of something I wanted to know. Don Juan urged me on imperiously, and I was astonished to realize I could think of nothing I wanted to ask the lizards. After a painfully long wait, I thought of something. Some time earlier, a large number of books had been stolen from a reading room. It wasn't a personal matter, and yet I was interested in it. I had no preconceived ideas about the identity of the person or persons who had taken the books. I rubbed the lizards against my temples, asking them who the thief was. After a while, Don Juan put the lizards inside their bags and said that there were no deep secrets about the root and the paste. The paste was made to give direction. The root made things clear. But the real mystery was the lizards. They were the secret of the whole sorcery of the second portion, he said. I asked whether they were a special kind of lizard. He said they were. They had to come from the area of one's own plant. They had to be one's friends. And to have lizards as friends, he said, required a long period of grooming. One had to develop a strong friendship with them by giving them food and speaking kind words to them. I asked why their friendship was so important. He said the lizards would allow themselves to be caught only if they knew the man, and whoever took the devil's weed seriously had to treat the lizards seriously. He said that, as a rule, the lizards should be caught after the paste and the root had been prepared. They should be caught in the late afternoon. If one was not on intimate terms with the lizards, he said, days could be spent trying to catch them without success, and the paste lasts only one day. He then gave me a long series of instructions concerning the procedure to follow after the lizards had been caught. Once you have caught the lizards, put them in separate bags. Then take the first one and talk to her. Apologize for hurting her and beg her to help you. And with a wooden needle, sew up her mouth. Use the fibers of agave and one of the thorns of achoya to do the sewing. Draw the stitches tight. Then tell the other lizard the same things and sew her eyelids together. By the time night begins to fall, you will be ready. Take the lizard with the sewed-up mouth and explain to her the matter you want to know about. Ask her to go and see for you. Tell her you had to sew up her mouth so she would hurry back to you and not talk to anyone else. Let her scramble in the paste after you've rubbed it on her head. Then put her on the ground. If she goes in the direction of your good fortune, the sorcery will be successful and easy. If she goes in the opposite direction, it will be unsuccessful. If the lizard moves toward you, toward the south, you can expect more than ordinary good luck. But if she moves away from you, to the north, the sorcery will be terribly difficult. You may even die. So if she moves away from you, that is a good time to quit. At this point, you can make the decision to quit. If you do, you will lose your capacity to command the lizards. But that is better than losing your life. On the other hand, you may decide to go ahead with the sorcery in spite of my warning. If you do, the next step is to take the other lizard and tell her to listen to her sister's story, and then describe it to you. But how can the lizard with the sewed-up mouth tell me what she sees? Wasn't her mouth closed to prevent her from talking? Sewing up her mouth prevents her from telling her story to strangers. People say lizards are talkative. They will stop anywhere to talk. Anyway, the next step is to smear the paste on the back of her head, and then rub her head against your right temple, keeping the paste away from the center of your forehead. At the beginning of your learning, it's a good idea to tie the lizard by its middle to your right shoulder with a string. Then you won't lose her or injure her. But as you progress and become more familiar with the power of the devil's weed, the lizards learn to obey your commands and will stay perched on your shoulder. After you've smeared the paste on your right temple with the lizard, dip the fingers of both hands into the gruel. First, rub it on both temples, and then spread it all over both sides of your head. The paste dries very fast and can be applied as many times as necessary. Begin every time by using the lizard's head first, and then your fingers. Sooner or later, the lizard that went to sea comes back and tells her sister all about her journey, and the blind lizard describes it to you as though you were her kind. When the sorcery is finished, put the lizard down and let her go, but don't watch where she goes. Dig a deep hole with your bare hands and bury everything you used in it. About 6 p.m., Don Juan scooped the root extract out of the bowl onto a flat piece of shale. There was less than a teaspoon of the yellowish starch. He put half of it into a cup and added some yellowish water. He rotated the cup in his hand to dissolve the substance. He handed me the cup and told me to drink the mixture. It was tasteless, but it left a slightly bitter flavor in my mouth. The water was too hot, and that annoyed me. My heart began pounding fast, but soon I was relaxed again. Don Juan got the other bowl with the paste. The paste looked solid and had a glossy surface. I tried to poke the crust with my finger, but Don Juan jumped toward me and pushed my hand away from the bowl. He became very annoyed. He said it was very thoughtless of me to try that, and if I really wanted to learn, there was no need to be careless. This was power, he said, pointing to the paste. and nobody could tell what kind of power it really was. It was bad enough that we had to tamper with it for our own purposes, a thing we cannot help doing because we are men, he said. But we should at least treat it with the proper respect. The mixture looked like oatmeal. Apparently, it had enough starch to give it that consistency. He asked me to get the bags with the lizards. He took the lizard with the sewed-up mouth and carefully handed it over to me. He made me take it with my left hand and told me to get some of the paste with my finger and rub it on the lizard's head, and then put the lizard into the pot and hold it there until the paste covered its entire body. Then he told me to remove the lizard from the pot. He picked up the pot and led me to a rocky area not too far from his house. He pointed to a large rock and told me to sit in front of it, as if it were my datura plant, and holding the lizard in front of my face, to explain to her again what I wanted to know, and beg her to go and find the answer for me. He advised me to tell the lizard I was sorry I had to cause her discomfort, and to promise her I would be kind to all lizards in return. And then he told me to hold her between the third and fourth fingers of my left hand, where he had once made a cut, and to dance around the rock, doing exactly what I had done when I replanted the root of the devil's weed. He asked me if I remembered all that I had done at that time. I said I did. He emphasized that everything had to be just the same, and if I didn't remember, I had to wait until everything was clear in my mind. He warned me with great urgency that if I acted too quickly, without deliberation, I was going to get hurt. His last instruction was that I was to place the lizard with the sewed-up mouth on the ground and watch where she went, so that I could determine the outcome of the experience. He said I wasn't to take my eyes away from the lizard, even for an instant, because it was a common trick of lizards to distract one and then dash away. It was not quite dark yet. Don Juan looked at the sky. "I will leave you alone," he said, and walked away. I followed all his instructions and then placed the lizard on the ground. The lizard stood motionless where I'd put it. Then it looked at me and ran to the rocks toward the east and disappeared among them. I sat on the ground in front of the rock, as though I were facing my plant. A profound sadness overtook me. I wondered about the lizard with its sewed-up mouth. I thought of its strange journey and of how it looked at me before it ran away. It was a weird thought, an annoying projection. In my own way, I too was a lizard, undergoing another strange journey. My fate was, perhaps, only to see. At that moment, I felt that I would never be able to tell what I had seen. It was very dark by then. I could hardly see the rocks in front of me. I thought of Don Juan's words. The twilight. There's the crack between the worlds. After long hesitation, I began to follow the steps prescribed. The paste, though it looked like oatmeal, didn't feel like oatmeal. It was very smooth and cold. It had a peculiar, pungent smell. It produced a sensation of coolness on the skin and dried quickly. I rubbed my temples 11 times without noticing any effect. I tried very carefully to take account of any change in perception or mood, for I didn't even know what to anticipate. As a matter of fact, I couldn't conceive the nature of the experience, and kept on searching for clues. The paste had dried up and scaled off my temples. I was about to rub some more of it on when I realized I was sitting on my heels in Japanese fashion. I had been sitting cross-legged and didn't recall changing positions. It took some time to realize fully that I was sitting on the floor in a sort of cloister with high arches. I thought they were brick arches, but upon examining them, I saw they were stone. This transition was very difficult. It came so suddenly that I wasn't ready to follow. My perception of the elements of the vision was diffused, as if I were dreaming. Yet the components didn't change. They remained steady, and I could stop alongside any one of them and actually examine it. The vision was not so clear or so real as one induced by peyote. It had a misty character, an intensely pleasing pastel quality. I wondered whether I could get up or not, and the next thing I noticed was that I had moved. I was at the top of a stairway, and H, a friend of mine, was standing at the bottom. Her eyes were feverish. There was a mad glare in them. She laughed aloud, and with such intensity that she was terrifying. She began coming up the stairs. I wanted to run away or take cover, because she'd been off her rocker once. That was the thought that came to my mind. I hid behind a column, and she went by me without looking. She's going on a long trip now, was another thought that occurred to me then. And finally, the last thought I remembered was, she laughs every time she's ready to crack up. Suddenly, the scene became very clear. It was no longer like a dream. It was like an ordinary scene, but I seemed to be looking at it through window glass. I tried to touch a column, but all I sensed was that I couldn't move. Yet I knew I could stay as long as I wanted, viewing the scene. I was in it, and yet I wasn't part of it. I experienced a barrage of rational thoughts and arguments. I was, so far as I could judge, in an ordinary state of sober consciousness. Every element belonged in the realm of my normal processes. And yet, I knew it wasn't an ordinary state. The scene changed abruptly. It was nighttime. I was in the hall of a building. The darkness inside the building made me aware that in the earlier scene the sunlight had been beautifully clear, yet it had been so commonplace that I didn't notice it at the time. As I looked further into the new vision, I saw a young man coming out of a room carrying a large knapsack on his shoulders. I didn't know who he was, although I had seen him once or twice. He walked by me and went down the stairs. By then, I had forgotten my apprehension, my rational dilemmas. Who's that guy? I thought. Why did I see him? The scene changed again, and I was watching the young man deface books. He glued some of the pages together, erased markings, and so on. Then I saw him arranging the books neatly in a wooden crate. There was a pile of crates. They weren't in his room, but in a storage place. Other images came to my mind, but they weren't clear. The scene became foggy. I had a sensation of spinning. Don Juan shook me by the shoulders, and I woke up. He helped me to stand, and we walked back to his house. It had been 3.5 hours from the moment I began rubbing the paste on my temples to the time I woke up. But the visionary state couldn't have lasted more than 10 minutes. I had no ill effects whatsoever. I was just hungry and sleepy. Thursday, April 18th, 1963. Don Juan asked me last night to describe my recent experience, but I was too sleepy to talk about it. I couldn't concentrate. Today, as soon as I woke up, he asked me again. Who told you this girl H had been off her rocker? He asked when I finished my story. Nobody. It was just one of the thoughts I had. Do you think they were your thoughts? I told him they were my thoughts, although I had no reason to think that H had been sick. They were strange thoughts. They seemed to pop up in my mind from nowhere. He looked at me inquisitively. I asked him if he didn't believe me. He laughed and said that it was my routine to be careless with my acts. What did I do wrong, Don Juan? You should have listened to the lizards. How should I have listened? The little lizard on your shoulder was describing to you everything her sister was seeing. She was talking to you. She was telling you everything, and you paid no attention. Instead, you believed the lizard's words were your own thoughts. But they were my own thoughts, Don Juan. They were not. That is the nature of this sorcery. Actually, the vision is to be listened to rather than looked at. The same thing happened to me. I was about to warn you when I remembered my benefactor had not warned me. Was your experience like mine, Don Juan? No. Mine was a hellish journey. I nearly died. Why was it hellish? Maybe because the devil's weed didn't like me. Or because I wasn't clear about what I wanted to ask. Like you yesterday. You must have had that girl in mind when you asked the question about the books. I can't remember it. The lizards are never wrong. They take every thought as a question. The lizard came back and told you things about H no one will ever be able to understand, because not even you know what your thoughts were. How about the other vision I had? Your thoughts must have been steady when you asked that question, and that is the way this sorcery should be conducted, with clarity. Do you mean the vision of the girl is not to be taken seriously? How can it be taken seriously if you don't know what questions the little lizards were answering? Would it be more clear to the lizard if one asked only one question? Yes, that would be clearer, if you could hold one thought steadily. But what would happen, Don Juan, if the one question wasn't a simple one? As long as your thought is steady, and doesn't go into other things, it's clear to the little lizards, and then their answer is clear to you. Can one ask more questions of the lizards as one goes along in the vision? No. The vision is to look at whatever the lizards are telling you. That is why I said it's a vision to hear more than a vision to see. That is why I asked you to deal with impersonal matters. Usually, when the question is about people, your longing to touch them or talk to them is too strong, and the lizard will stop talking, and the sorcery will be dispelled. You should know much more than you do now before trying to see things that concern you personally. Next time, you must listen carefully. I'm sure the lizards told you many, many things, but you weren't listening. Friday, April 19th, 1963. What were all the things I ground for the paste, Don Juan? Seeds of the devil's weed and the weevils that live off the seeds. The measure is 1 handful of each. He cupped his right hand to show me how much. I asked him what would happen if one element was used by itself, without the others. He said that such a procedure would only antagonize the devil's weed and the lizards. You must not antagonize the lizards, he said. For the next day, during the late afternoon, you must return to the site of your plant. Speak to all lizards and ask the 2 that helped you in the sorcery to come out again. Search all over until it is quite dark. If you can't find them, you must try it once more the next day. If you're strong, you will find both of them, and then you have to eat them right there. And you will be endowed forever with the capacity to see the unknown. You will never need to catch lizards again to practice this sorcery. They will live inside you from then on. What do I do if I find only one of them? If you find only one of them, you must let her go at the end of your search. If you find her the first day, don't keep her, hoping you'll catch the other one the next day. That will only spoil your friendship with them. What happens if I can't find them at all? I think that would be the best thing for you. It implies that you must catch 2 lizards every time you want their help, but it also implies that you are free. What do you mean, free? free from being the slave of the devil's weed. If the lizards are to live inside you, the devil's weed will never let you go. Is that bad? Of course it's bad. She will cut you off from everything else. You'll have to spend your life grooming her as an ally. She is possessive. Once she dominates you, there is only one way to go, her way. What if I find that the lizards are dead? If you find one or both of them dead, you must not attempt to do this sorcery for some time. Lay off for a while. I think this is all I need to tell you. What I've told you is the rule. Whenever you practice this sorcery by yourself, you must follow all the steps I've described while you sit in front of your plant. One more thing. You must not eat or drink until the sorcery is finished.
Chapter 6. The next step in Don Juan's teachings was a new aspect of mastering the second portion of the datura root. In the time that elapsed between the two stages of learning, Don Juan inquired only about the development of my plant. Thursday, June 27, 1963. It is a good practice to test the devil's weed before embarking fully on her path, Don Juan said. How do you test her, Don Juan? You must try another sorcery with the lizards. You have all the elements that are needed to ask one more question of the lizards, this time without my help. Is it very necessary that I do this sorcery, Don Juan? It's the best way to test the feelings of the devil's weed toward you. She tests you all the time, so it's only fair that you test her too. And if you feel anywhere along her path that, for some reason, you shouldn't go on, then you must simply stop. Saturday, June 29, 1963. I brought up the subject of the devil's weed. I wanted Don Juan to tell me more about it, and yet I didn't want to be committed to participate. The second portion is used only to divine, isn't that so, Don Juan? I asked to start the conversation. Not only to divine. One learns the sorcery of the lizards with the aid of the second portion, and at the same time, one tests the devil's weed. But in reality, the second portion is used for other purposes. The sorcery of the lizards is only the beginning. Then what is it used for, Don Juan? He didn't answer. He abruptly changed the subject and asked me how big were the datura plants growing around my own plant. I made a gesture of size. Don Juan said, I've taught you how to tell a male from a female. Now, go to your plants and bring me both. Go first to your old plant and watch carefully the watercourse made by the rain. By now, the rain must have carried the seeds far away. Watch the crevices, las zanjitas, made by the runoff, and from them determine the direction of the flow. Then, find the plant that's growing at the farthest point from your plant. All the devil's weed plants that are growing in between are yours. Later, as they seed, you can extend the size of your territory by following the watercourse from each plant along the way. He gave me meticulous instructions on how to procure a cutting tool. The cutting of the root, he said, had to be done in the following way. First, I had to select the plant I was to cut and clear away the dirt around the place where the root joined the stem. Second, I had to repeat exactly the same dance I had performed when I replanted the root. Third, I had to cut the stem off and leave the root in the ground. The final step was to dig out 16 inches of root. He admonished me not to talk or to betray any feeling during this act. You should carry 2 pieces of cloth, he said. Spread them on the ground and place the plants on them. Then, cut the plants into parts and stack them up. The order's up to you, but you must always remember what order you used, because that is the way you must always do it. Bring the plants to me as soon as you have them. Saturday, July 6, 1963.
On Monday, July 1st, I cut the datura plants Don Juan had asked for. I waited until it was fairly dark to do the dancing around the plants, because I didn't want anybody to see me. I felt quite apprehensive. I was sure someone was going to witness my strange acts. I had previously chosen the plants I thought were a male and a female. I had to cut off 16 inches of the root of each one, and digging to that depth with a wooden stick was not an easy task. It took me hours. I had to finish the job in complete darkness, and when I was ready to cut them, I had to use a flashlight. My original apprehension that somebody would watch me was minimal compared with the fear that someone would spot the light in the bushes. I took the plants to Don Juan's house on Tuesday, July 2nd. He opened the bundles and examined the pieces. He said he still had to give me the seeds of his plants. He pushed a mortar in front of me. He took a glass jar and emptied its contents, dried seeds lumped together, into the mortar. I asked him what they were, and he said they were the seeds eaten by weevils. There were quite a few bugs among the seeds, little black grain weevils. He said they were special bugs, and that we had to take them out and put them into a separate jar. He handed me another jar, 1/3 full of the same kind of weevils. A piece of paper was stuffed into the jar to keep the weevils from escaping. "Next time, you'll have to use the bugs from your own plants," Don Juan said. "What you do is to cut the seed pods that have tiny holes. They are full of bugs. Open the pod and scrape everything into a jar. Collect 1 handful of bugs and put them into another container. Treat them rough. Don't be considerate or delicate with them. Measure 1 handful of the lumped seeds that the bugs have eaten and 1 handful of the bugs' powder, and bury the rest any place in that direction. Here, he pointed southeast, from your plant. Then, gather good, dry seeds and store them separately. You can gather all you want. You can always use them. It's a good idea to get the seeds out of the pods there, so that you can bury everything at once." Next, Don Juan told me to grind the lumped seeds first, then the weevil eggs, then the bugs, and last the good, dry seeds. When all of them were mashed into a fine powder, Don Juan took the pieces of datura I had cut and stacked up. He separated the male root and wrapped it gently in a piece of cloth. He handed me the rest and told me to cut everything into little pieces, mash them well, and then put every bit of the juice into a pot. He said I had to mash them in the same order in which I had stacked them up. After I'd finished, he told me to measure 1 cup of boiling water and stir it with everything in the pot, and then to add 2 more cups. He handed me a smoothly finished bone stick. I stirred the mush with it and put the pot on the fire. Then he said we had to prepare the root, and for that we had to use the larger mortar because the male root could not be cut at all. We went to the back of the house. He had the mortar ready, and I proceeded to pound the root as I had done before. We left the root soaking in water, exposed to the night air, and went inside the house. He told me to watch the mixture in the pot. I was to let it boil until it had some body, until it was hard to stir. Then he lay down on his mat and went to sleep. The mush had boiled for at least an hour when I noticed that it was getting harder and harder to stir. I judged it must be ready and pulled it off the fire. I put it in the net under the eaves and went to sleep. I woke up when Don Juan got up. The sun was shining in a clear sky. It was a hot, dry day. Don Juan commented again that he was sure the devil's weed liked me. We proceeded to treat the root, and at the end of the day, we had quite a bit of yellowish substance in the bottom of the bowl. Don Juan poured off the top water. I thought that this was the end of the procedure, but he filled the bowl with boiling water again. He brought down the pot with the mush from under the roof. The mush seemed to be almost dry. He took the pot inside the house, placed it carefully on the floor, and sat down,
Then he began to talk. My benefactor told me it was permissible to mix the plant with lard, and that's what you're going to do. My benefactor mixed it with lard for me, but, as I've already said, I never was very fond of the plant, and never really tried to become one with her. My benefactor told me that for best results, for those who really want to master the power, the proper thing is to mix the plant with the lard of a wild boar. The fat of the intestines is the best, but it is for you to choose. Perhaps the turn of the wheel will decide that you take the devil's weed as an ally, in which case I will advise you, as my benefactor advised me, to hunt a wild boar and get the fat from the intestines, el sebo de tripa. In other times, when the devil's weed was tops, brujos used to go on special hunting trips to get fat from wild boars. They sought the biggest and strongest males. They had a special magic for wild boars. They took from them a special power, so special that it was hard to believe, even in those days. But that power is lost. I don't know anything about it, and I don't know any man who knows about it. Perhaps the weed herself will teach you all that. Don Juan measured a handful of lard, dumped it into the bowl containing the dry gruel, and scraped the lard left on his hand onto the edge of the pot. He told me to stir the contents until they were smooth and thoroughly mixed. I whipped the mixture for nearly 3 hours. Don Juan looked at it from time to time and thought it wasn't done yet. Finally, he seemed satisfied. The air whipped into the paste had given it a light gray color and the consistency of jelly. He hung the bowl from the roof next to the other bowl. He said he was going to leave it there until the next day, because it would take 2 days to prepare this second portion. He told me not to eat anything in the meantime. I could have water, but no food at all. The next day, Thursday, July 4th, Don Juan directed me to leach the root 4 times. By the last time I poured the water out of the bowl, it had already become dark. We sat on the porch. He put both bowls in front of him. The root extract measured a teaspoon of a whitish starch. He put it into a cup and added water. He rotated the cup in his hand to dissolve the substance, and then handed the cup to me. He told me to drink all that was in the cup. I drank it fast, and then put the cup on the floor and slumped back. My heart began pounding. I felt I couldn't breathe. Don Juan ordered me, matter-of-factly, to take off all my clothes. I asked him why, and he said I had to rub myself with the paste. I hesitated. I didn't know whether to undress. Don Juan urged me to hurry up. He said there was very little time to fool around. I removed all my clothes. He took his bone stick and cut 2 horizontal lines on the surface of the paste, thus dividing the contents of the bowl into 3 equal parts. Then, starting at the center of the top line, he cut a vertical line perpendicular to the other 2, dividing the paste into 5 parts. He pointed to the bottom right area and said that was for my left foot. The area above it was for my left leg. The top and largest part was for my genitals. The next one below, on the left side, was for my right leg, and the area at the bottom left was for my right foot. He told me to apply the part of the paste designated for my left foot to the sole of my foot and rub it thoroughly. Then he guided me in applying the paste on the inside part of my whole left leg, on my genitals, down the inside of my whole right leg, and finally on the sole of my right foot. I followed his directions. The paste was cold and had a particularly strong odor. When I'd finished applying it, I straightened up. The smell from the mixture entered my nostrils. It was suffocating me. The pungent odor was actually choking me. It was like a gas of some sort. I tried to breathe through my mouth and tried to talk to Don Juan, but I couldn't. Don Juan kept staring at me. I took a step toward him. My legs
were rubbery and long, extremely long. I took another step. My knee joints felt springy, like a vault pole. They shook and vibrated and contracted elastically. I moved forward. The motion of my body was slow and shaky. It was more like a tremor forward and up. I looked down and saw Don Juan sitting below me, way below me. The momentum carried me forward one more step, which was even more elastic and longer than the preceding one, and from there I soared. I remember coming down once. Then I pushed up with both feet, sprang backward, and glided on my back. I saw the dark sky above me and the clouds going by me. I jerked my body so I could look down. I saw the dark mass of the mountains. My speed was extraordinary. My arms were fixed, folded against my sides. My head was the directional unit. If I kept it bent backwards, I made vertical circles. I changed directions by turning my head to the side. I enjoyed such freedom and swiftness as I had never known before. The marvelous darkness gave me a feeling of sadness, of longing, perhaps. It was as if I had found a place where I belonged, the darkness of the night. I tried to look around, but all I sensed was that the night was serene, and yet it held so much power. Suddenly, I knew it was time to come down. It was as if I had been given an order I had to obey, and I began descending like a feather with lateral motions. That type of movement made me very ill. It was slow and jerky, as though I were being lowered by pulleys. I got sick. My head was bursting with the most excruciating pain. A kind of blackness enveloped me. I was very aware of the feeling of being suspended in it. The next thing I remember is the feeling of waking up. I was in my bed, in my own room. I sat up, and the image of my room dissolved. I stood up. I was naked. The motion of standing made me sick again. I recognized some of the landmarks. I was about half a mile from Don Juan's house, near the place of his datura plants. Suddenly, everything fitted into place, and I realized that I would have to walk all the way back to his house, naked. To be deprived of clothes was a profound psychological disadvantage, but there was nothing I could do to solve the problem. I thought of making myself a skirt with branches, but the thought seemed ludicrous, and besides, it was soon going to be dawn, for the morning twilight was already clear. I forgot about my discomfort and my nausea and started to walk toward the house. I was obsessed with the fear of being discovered. I watched for people and dogs. I tried to run, but I hurt my feet on the small, sharp stones. I walked slowly. It was already very clear. Then I saw somebody coming up the road, and I quickly jumped behind the bushes. My situation seemed so incongruous to me. A moment before, I had been enjoying the unbelievable pleasure of flying. The next minute, I found myself hiding, embarrassed by my own nakedness. I thought of jumping out on the road again and running with all my might past the person who was coming. I thought he would be so startled that by the time he realized it was a naked man, I would have left him far behind. I thought all that, but I didn't dare to move. The person coming up the road was just upon me and stopped walking. I heard him calling my name. It was Don Juan, and he had my clothes. As I put them on, he looked at me and laughed. He laughed so hard that I wound up laughing too. The same day, Friday, July 5th, late in the afternoon, Don Juan asked me to narrate the details of my experience. As carefully as I could, I related the whole episode. "The second portion of the devil's weed is used to fly," he said when I had finished. "The unguent by itself is not enough. My benefactor said that it is the root that gives direction and wisdom, and it is the cause of flying. As you learn more and take it often in order to fly, you'll begin to see everything with great clarity. You can soar through the air for hundreds of miles to see what is happening at any place you want, or to deliver a fatal blow to your enemies far away. As you become familiar with the devil's weed, she'll teach you how to do such things. For instance, she's taught you already how to change directions. In the same manner, she will teach you unimaginable things. Like what, Don Juan? That I can't tell you. Every man is different. My benefactor never told me what he had learned. He told me how to proceed, but never what he saw. That is only for oneself. But I tell you all I see, Don Juan. Now you do. Later, you won't. The next time you take the devil's weed, you'll do it by yourself, around your own plants, because that's where you will land, around your plants. Remember that. That's why I came down here to my plants to look for you. He said nothing more, and I fell asleep. When I woke up in the evening, I felt invigorated. For some reason, I exuded a sort of physical contentment. I was happy, satisfied. Don Juan asked me, "Did you like the night, or was it frightful?" I told him that the night was truly magnificent. "How about your headache? Was it very bad?" he asked. The headache was as strong as all the other feelings. It was the worst pain I've ever had, I said. Would that keep you from wanting to taste the power of the devil's weed again? I don't know. I don't want it now, but later I might. I really don't know, Don Juan. There was a question I wanted to ask him. I knew he was going to evade it, so I waited for him to mention the subject. I waited all day. Finally, before I left that evening, I had to ask him. Did I really fly, Don Juan? That is what you told me. Didn't you? I know, Don Juan, I mean, did my body fly? Did I take off like a bird? You always ask me questions I can't answer. You flew. That's what the second portion of the devil's weed is for. As you take more of it, you will learn how to fly perfectly. It's not a simple matter. A man flies with the help of the second portion of the devil's weed. That is all I can tell you. What you want to know makes no sense. Birds fly like birds, and a man who has taken the devil's weed flies as such. El enyerbado vuela así. As birds do? Así como los pájaros? No. He flies as a man who has taken the weed. No, así como los enyerbados. Then, I didn't really fly, Don Juan. I flew in my imagination, in my mind alone. Where was my body? In the bushes, he replied cuttingly, but immediately broke into laughter again. The trouble with you is that you understand things in only one way. You don't think a man flies, and yet a brujo can move 1,000 miles in 1 second to see what's going on. He can deliver a blow to his enemies long distances away. So, does he or doesn't he fly? You see, Don Juan, you and I are differently oriented. Suppose, for the sake of argument, one of my fellow students had been here with me when I took the devil's weed. Would he have been able to see me flying? There you go again with your questions about what would happen if. It's useless to talk that way. If your friend, or anybody else, takes the second portion of the weed, all he can do is fly. Now, if he had simply watched you, he might have seen you flying, or he might not. That depends on the man. But what I mean, Don Juan, is that if you and I look at a bird and see it fly, we agree that it is flying. But if two of my friends had seen me flying as I did last night, would they have agreed that I was flying? Well, they might have. You agree that birds fly because you've seen them flying. Flying is a common thing with birds. But you will not agree on other things birds do because you've never seen birds doing them. If your friends knew about men flying with the devil's weed, then they would agree. Let's put it another way, Don Juan. What I meant to say is that if I had tied myself to a rock with a heavy chain, I would have flown just the same, because my body had nothing to do with my flying. Don Juan looked at me incredulously. If you tie yourself to a rock, he said, I'm afraid you'll have to fly holding the rock with its heavy chain. Chapter 7. Collecting the ingredients and preparing them for the smoke mixture formed a yearly cycle. The first year, Don Juan taught me the procedure. In December of 1962, the second year, when the cycle was renewed, Don Juan merely directed me. I collected the ingredients myself, prepared them, and put them away until the next year. In December 1963, a new cycle started for the third time. Don Juan then showed me how to combine the dried ingredients I had collected and prepared the year before. He put the smoking mixture into a small leather bag, and we set out once again to collect the different components for the following year. Don Juan seldom mentioned the little smoke during the year that elapsed between the two gatherings. Every time I went to see him, however, he gave me his pipe to hold, and the procedure of getting familiar with the pipe developed in the way he had described. He put the pipe in my hands very gradually. He demanded absolute and careful concentration on that action and gave me very explicit directions. Any fumbling with the pipe would inevitably result in his or my death, he said. As soon as we had finished the third collecting and preparing cycle, Don Juan began to talk about the smoke as an ally for the first time in more than a year. Monday, December 23rd, 1963. We were driving back to his house after collecting some yellow flowers for the mixture. They were one of the necessary ingredients. I made the remark that this year we didn't follow the same order in collecting the ingredients as we had the year before. He laughed and said the smoke was not moody or petty as the devil's weed was. For the smoke, the order of collecting was unimportant. All that was required was that the man using the mixture had to be accurate and exact. I asked Don Juan what we were going to do with the mixture he had prepared and given me to keep. He replied that it was mine, and added that I had to use it as soon as possible. I asked how much of it was needed each time. The small bag he had given me contained approximately 3 times the amount a small tobacco bag would hold. He told me I would have to use all the contents of my bag in 1 year, and how much I needed each time I smoked was a personal matter. I wanted to know what would happen if I never finished the bag. Don Juan said that nothing would happen. The smoke didn't require anything. He himself didn't need to smoke anymore, and yet he made a new mixture each year. He then corrected himself and said that he rarely had to smoke. I asked what he did with the unused mixture, but he didn't answer. He said the mixture was no longer good if not used in 1 year. At this point, we got into a long argument. I didn't phrase my questions correctly, and his answers seemed confusing. I wanted to know if the mixture would lose its hallucinogenic properties, or power, after a year, thus making the yearly cycle necessary. But he insisted that the mixture would not lose its power at any time. The only thing that happened, he said, was that a man didn't need it anymore because he had made a new supply. He had to dispose of the remaining old mixture in a specific way, which Don Juan did not want to reveal to me at that point. Tuesday, December 24th, 1963. You said, Don Juan, you don't have to smoke anymore. Yes, because the smoke is my ally, I don't need to smoke anymore. I can call him any time, any place. You mean he comes to you even if you don't smoke? I mean, I go to him freely. Will I be able to do that too? If you succeed in getting him as your ally, you will. Tuesday, December 31st, 1963. On Thursday, December 26th, I had my first experience with Don Juan's ally, the smoke. All day, I drove him around and did chores for him. We returned to his house in the late afternoon. I mentioned that we had had nothing to eat all day. He was completely unconcerned over that. Instead, he began to tell me it was imperative for me to become familiar with the smoke. He said I had to experience it myself to realize how important it was as an ally. Without giving me an opportunity to say anything, Don Juan told me he was going to light his pipe for me right then. I tried to dissuade him, arguing that I didn't believe I was ready. I told him I felt I had not handled the pipe for a long enough time, but he said there wasn't much time left for me to learn, and I had to use the pipe very soon. He brought the pipe out of its sack and fondled it. I sat on the floor next to him and frantically tried to get sick and pass out, to do anything to put off this unavoidable step. The room was almost dark. Don Juan had lighted the kerosene lamp and placed it in a corner. Usually, the lamp kept the room in a relaxing semi-darkness, its yellowish light always soothing. This time, however, the light seemed dim and unusually red. It was unnerving. He untied his small bag of mixture without removing it from the cord fastened around his neck. He brought the pipe close to him, put it inside his shirt, and poured some of the mixture into the bowl. He made me watch the procedure, pointing out that if some of the mixture spilled, it would fall inside his shirt. Don Juan filled 3/4 of the bowl, then tied the bag with one hand while holding the pipe in the other. He picked up a small clay dish, handed it to me, and asked me to get some small charcoals from the fire outside. I went to the back of the house and scooped a bunch of charcoals from the adobe stove. I hurried back to his room. I felt deep anxiety. It was like a premonition. I sat next to Don Juan and gave him the dish. He looked at it and calmly said the charcoals were too big. He wanted smaller ones that would fit inside the pipe bowl. I went back to the stove and got some. He took the new dish of charcoals and put it before him. He was sitting with his legs crossed and tucked under him. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye and leaned forward until his chin nearly touched the charcoals. He held the pipe in his left hand, and with an extremely swift movement of his right hand, picked up a burning piece of charcoal and put it into the bowl of the pipe. Then he sat up straight and, holding the pipe with both hands, put it to his mouth and puffed 3 times. He stretched his arms to me and told me in a forceful whisper to take the pipe with both hands and smoke. The thought of refusing the pipe and running away crossed my mind for an instant, but Don Juan demanded again, still in a whisper, that I take the pipe and smoke. I looked at him. His eyes were fixed on me, but his stare was friendly, concerned. It was clear that I had made the choice a long time before. There was no alternative but to do what he said. I took the pipe and nearly dropped it. It was hot. I put it to my mouth with extreme care because I imagined its heat would be intolerable on my lips. But I felt no heat at all. Don Juan told me to inhale. The smoke flowed into my mouth and seemed to circulate there. It was heavy. I felt as though I had a mouthful of dough. The simile occurred to me, although I had never had a mouthful of dough. The smoke was also like menthol, and the inside of my mouth suddenly became cold. It was a refreshing sensation. Again, I heard Don Juan whispering. I felt the smoke seep inside my body freely, almost without my control. I needed no more urging from Don Juan. Mechanically, I kept inhaling. Suddenly, Don Juan leaned over and took the pipe from my hands. He tapped the ashes gently on the dish with the charcoals, then he wet his finger with saliva and rotated it inside the bowl to clean its sides. He blew through the stem repeatedly. I saw him put the pipe back into its sheath. His actions held my interest. When he'd finished cleaning the pipe and putting it away, he stared at me, and I realized for the first time that my whole body was numb, mentholated. My face felt heavy, and my jaws hurt. I couldn't keep my mouth closed, but there was no saliva flow. My mouth was burning dry, and yet I wasn't thirsty. I began to sense an unusual heat all over my head, a cold heat. My breath seemed to cut my nostrils and upper lip every time I exhaled, but it didn't burn. It hurt like a piece of ice. Don Juan sat next to me, to my right, and without moving, held the pipe sheath against the floor as though keeping it down by force. My hands were heavy. My arms sagged, pulling my shoulders down. My nose was running. I wiped it with the back of my hand, and my upper lip was rubbed off. I wiped my face, and all the flesh was wiped off. I was melting. I felt as if my flesh was actually melting. I jumped to my feet and tried to grab hold of something, anything, with which to support myself. I was experiencing a terror I had never felt before. I held onto a pole that Don Juan keeps stuck on the floor in the center of his room. I stood there for a moment, then I turned to look at him. He was still sitting motionless, holding his pipe, staring at me. My breath was painfully hot, or cold. It was choking me. I bent my head forward to rest it on the pole, but apparently I missed it, and my head kept on moving downward beyond the point where the pole was. I stopped when I was nearly down to the floor. I pulled myself up. The pole was there, in front of my eyes. I tried again to rest my head on it. I tried to control myself and to be aware, and kept my eyes open as I leaned forward to touch the pole with my forehead. It was a few inches from my eyes, but as I put my head against it, I had the queerest feeling that I was going right through it. In a desperate search for a rational explanation, I concluded that my eyes were distorting depth, and that the pole must have been 10 feet away, even though I saw it directly in front of my face. I then conceived a logical, rational way to check the position of the pole. I began moving sideways around it, one little step at a time. My argument was that in walking around the pole in that way, I couldn't possibly make a circle more than 5 feet in diameter. If the pole was really 10 feet away from me, or beyond my reach, a moment would come when I would have my back to it. I trusted that at that moment the pole would vanish, because in reality it would be behind me. I then proceeded to circle the pole, but it remained in front of my eyes as I went around it. In a fit of frustration, I grabbed it with both hands, but my hands went through it. I was grabbing the air. I carefully calculated the distance between the pole and myself. I figured it must be 3 feet. That is, my eyes perceived it as 3 feet. I played for a moment with the perception of depth by moving my head from one side to the other, focusing each eye in turn on the pole and then on the background. According to my way of judging depth, the pole was unmistakably before me, possibly 3 feet away. Stretching out my arms to protect my head, I charged with all my strength. The sensation was the same. I went through the pole. This time, I went all the way to the floor. I stood up again, and standing up was perhaps one of the most unusual of all the acts I performed that night. I thought myself up. In order to get up, I didn't use my muscles and skeletal frame in the way I'm accustomed to doing, because I no longer had control over them. I knew it the instant I hit the ground. But my curiosity about the pole was so strong, I thought myself up in a kind of reflex action, and before I fully realized I couldn't move, I was up. I called to Don Juan for help. At one moment, I yelled frantically at the top of my voice, but Don Juan didn't move. He kept on looking at me, sideways, as though he didn't want to turn his head to face me fully. I took a step toward him, but instead of moving forward, I staggered backward and fell against the wall. I knew I had rammed against it with my back, yet it didn't feel hard. I was completely suspended in a soft, spongy substance. It was the wall. My arms were stretched out laterally, and slowly my whole body seemed to sink into the wall. I could only look forward into the room. Don Juan was still watching me, but he made no move to help me. I made a supreme effort to jerk my body out of the wall, but it only sank deeper and deeper. In the midst of indescribable terror, I felt that the spongy wall was closing in on my face. I tried to shut my eyes, but they were fixed open. I don't remember what else happened. Suddenly, Don Juan was in front of me, a short distance away. We were in the other room. I saw his table and the dirt stove with the fire burning, and with the corner of my eye I distinguished the fence outside the house. I could see everything very clearly. Don Juan had brought the kerosene lantern and hung it from the beam in the middle of the room. I tried to look in a different direction, but my eyes were set to see only straight forward. I couldn't distinguish or feel any part of my body. My breathing was undetectable, but my thoughts were extremely lucid. I was clearly aware of whatever was taking place in front of me. Don Juan walked toward me, and my clarity of mind ended. Something seemed to stop inside me. There were no more thoughts. I saw Don Juan coming, and I hated him. I wanted to tear him apart. I could have killed him then, but I couldn't move. At first, I vaguely sensed a pressure on my head, but it also disappeared. There was only one thing left, an overwhelming anger at Don Juan. I saw him only a few inches from me. I wanted to claw him apart. I felt I was groaning. Something in me began to convulse. I heard Don Juan talking to me. His voice was soft and soothing, and I felt infinitely pleasing. He came even closer and started to recite a Spanish lullaby. Lady Saint Anna, why does the baby cry? For an apple he is lost. I'll give you one. I'll give you two, one for the boy and one for you. Señora Santa Ana, ¿por qué llora el niño? Por una manzana que se le ha perdido. Yo le daré una, yo le daré dos, una para el niño y otra para vos. A warmth pervaded me. It was a warmth of heart and feelings. Don Juan's words were a distant echo. They recalled the forgotten memories of childhood. The violence I had felt before disappeared. The resentment changed into a longing, a joyous affection for Don Juan. He said I must struggle not to fall asleep, that I no longer had a body and was free to turn into anything I wanted. He stepped back. My eyes were at a normal level, as though I were standing in front of him. He extended both his arms toward me and told me to come inside them. Either I moved forward or he came closer to me. His hands were almost on my face, on my eyes, although I didn't feel them. "Get inside my chest," I heard him say. I felt I was engulfing him. It was the same sensation of the sponginess of the wall. Then I could hear only his voice commanding me to look and see. I couldn't distinguish him anymore. My eyes were apparently open, for I saw flashes of light on a red field. It was as though I was looking at a light through my closed eyelids. Then my thoughts were turned on again. They came back in a fast barrage of images, faces, scenery, scenes without any coherence popped up and disappeared. It was like a fast dream in which images overlap and change. Then the thoughts began to diminish in number and intensity, and soon they were gone again. There was only an awareness of affection, of being happy. I couldn't distinguish any shapes or light. All of a sudden, I was pulled up. I distinctly felt I was being lifted. And I was free, moving with tremendous lightness and speed in water or air. I swam like an eel. I contorted and twisted and soared up and down at will. I felt a cold wind blowing all around me, and I began to float like a feather back and forth, down and down and down. Saturday, December 28th, 1963. I woke up yesterday, late in the afternoon. Don Juan told me I had slept peacefully for nearly 2 days. I had a splitting headache. I drank some water and got sick. I felt tired, extremely tired, and after eating, I went back to sleep. Today, I felt perfectly relaxed again. Don Juan and I talked about my experience with the little smoke. Thinking that he wanted me to tell the whole story the way I always did, I began to describe my impressions, but he stopped me and said it wasn't necessary. He told me I had really not done anything, and that I had fallen asleep right away, so there was nothing to talk about. How about the way I felt? Isn't that important at all? I insisted. No, not with the smoke. Later on, when you learn how to travel, we'll talk. When you learn how to get into things. Does one really get into things? Don't you remember? You went into and through that wall. I think I really went out of my mind. No, you didn't. Did you behave the same way I did when you smoked for the first time, Don Juan? No, it wasn't the same. We have different characters. How did you behave? Don Juan didn't answer. I rephrased the question and asked it again, but he said he didn't remember his experiences, and that my question was comparable to asking a fisherman how he felt the first time he fished. He said the smoke as an ally was unique, and I reminded him that he had also said mezcalito was unique. He argued that each was unique, but that they differed in quality. Mezcalito is a protector because he talks to you and can guide your acts. Mezcalito teaches the right way to live, and you can see him because he is outside you. The smoke, on the other hand, is an ally. It transforms you and gives you power without ever showing its presence. You can't talk to it, but you know it exists because it takes your body away and makes you light as air. Yet, you never see it. But it is there, giving you power to accomplish unimaginable things, such as when it takes your body away. I really felt I had lost my body, Don Juan. You did. You mean I didn't really have a body? What do you think yourself? Well, I don't know. All I can tell you is what I felt. That's all there is in reality. What you felt. But how did you see me, Don Juan? How did I appear to you? How I saw you doesn't matter. It's like the time when you grabbed the pole. You felt it wasn't there, and you went around it to make sure it was there. But when you jumped at it, you felt again that it wasn't really there. But you saw me as I am now, didn't you? No, you were not as you are now. True, I admit that, but I had my body, didn't I, although I couldn't feel it? No, God damn it. You didn't have a body like the body you have today. What happened to my body then? I thought you understood. The little smoke took your body. But where did it go? How in hell do you expect me to know that? It was useless to persist in trying to get a rational explanation. I told him I didn't want to argue or to ask stupid questions. But if I accepted the idea that it was possible to lose my body, I would lose all my rationality. He said that I was exaggerating as usual, and that I didn't, nor was I going to, lose anything because of the little smoke. Tuesday, January 28, 1964. I asked Don Juan what he thought of the idea of giving the smoke to anyone who wanted the experience. He indignantly replied that to give the smoke to anyone would be just the same as killing him, for he would have no one to guide him. I asked Don Juan to explain what he meant. He said, I was there, alive and talking to him, because he had brought me back. He had restored my body. Without him, I would never have awakened. How did you restore my body, Don Juan? You will learn that later, but you will have to learn to do it all by yourself. That's the reason I want you to learn as much as you can while I'm still around. You've wasted enough time asking stupid questions about nonsense. But perhaps it's not in your destiny to learn all about the little smoke. Well, what shall I do then? Let the smoke teach you as much as you can learn. Does the smoke also teach? Of course it teaches. Does it teach as Mezcalito does? No, it's not a teacher as Mezcalito is. It doesn't show the same things. But what does the smoke teach, then? It shows you how to handle its power, and to learn that, you must take it as many times as you can. Your ally is very frightening, Don Juan. It was unlike anything I ever experienced before. I thought I had lost my mind. For some reason, this was the most poignant image that came to my mind. I viewed the total event from the peculiar stand of having had other hallucinogenic experiences from which to draw a comparison, and the only thing that occurred to me over and over again was that with the smoke, one loses one's mind. Don Juan discarded my simile, saying that what I felt was its unimaginable power, and to handle that power, he said, one has to live a strong life. The idea of the strong life not only pertains to the preparation period, but also entails the attitude of the man after the experience. He said the smoke is so strong, one can match it only with strength. Otherwise, one's life would be shattered to bits. I asked him if the smoke had the same effect on everyone. He said it produced a transformation, but not in everyone. Then, what's the special reason the smoke produced the transformation in me? I asked. That, I think, is a very silly question. You followed obediently every step required. It's no mystery that the smoke transformed you. I asked him again to tell me about my appearance. I wanted to know how I looked, for the image of a bodiless being he had planted in my mind was understandably unbearable. He said that to tell the truth, he was afraid to look at me. He felt the same way his benefactor must have felt when he saw Don Juan smoking for the first time. Why were you afraid? Was I that frightening? I asked. I'd never seen anyone smoking before. Didn't you see your benefactor smoke? No. You've never seen even yourself? How could I? You could smoke in front of a mirror. He didn't answer, but stared at me and shook his head. I asked him again if it was possible to look into a mirror. He said it would be possible, although it would be useless, because one would probably die of fright, if of nothing else. I said, then one must look frightful. I've wondered all my life about the same thing, he said. Yet I didn't ask, nor did I look into a mirror. I didn't even think of that. How can I find out then? You'll have to wait, the same way I did, until you give the smoke to someone else, if you ever master it, of course. Then you'll see how a man looks. That is the rule. What would happen if I smoked in front of a camera and took a picture of myself? I don't know. The smoke would probably turn against you. But I suppose you find it so harmless, you feel you can play with it. I told him I didn't mean to play, but that he had told me before that the smoke didn't require steps, and I thought there would be no harm in wanting to know how one looked. He corrected me, saying that he had meant there was no necessity to follow a specific order as there is with the devil's weed. All that was needed with the smoke was the proper attitude, he said. From that point of view, one had to be exact in following the rule. He gave me an example, explaining that it didn't matter what ingredient for the mixture was picked first, so long as the amount was correct. I asked if there would be any harm in my telling others about my experience. He replied that the only secrets never to be revealed were how to make the mixture, how to move around, and how to return. Other matters concerning the subject were of no importance. Chapter 8. My last encounter with Mezcalito was a cluster of 4 sessions which took place within 4 consecutive days. Don Juan called this long session a mitote. It was a peyote ceremony for peyoteros and apprentices. There were 2 older men, about Don Juan's age, one of whom was the leader, and 5 younger men, including myself. The ceremony took place in the state of Chihuahua, Mexico, near the Texas border. It consisted of singing and of ingesting peyote during the night. In the daytime, women attendants, who stayed outside the confines of the ceremony site, supplied each man with water, and only a token of ritual food was consumed each day. Saturday, September 12, 1964. During the first night of the ceremony, Thursday, September 3rd, I took 8 peyote buttons. They had no effect on me, or if they did, it was a very slight one. I kept my eyes closed most of the night. I felt much better that way. I didn't fall asleep, nor was I tired. At the very end of the session, the singing became extraordinary. For a brief moment, I felt uplifted and wanted to weep, but as the song ended, the feeling vanished. We all got up and went outside. The women gave us water. Some of the men gargled it, others drank it. The men didn't talk at all, but the women chatted and giggled all day long. The ritual food was served at midday. It was cooked corn. At sundown on Friday, September 4th, the second session began. The leader sang his peyote song, and the cycle of songs and intake of peyote buttons began once again. It ended in the morning with each man singing his own song in unison with the others. When I went out, I didn't see as many women as had been there the day before. Someone gave me water, but I was no longer concerned with my surroundings. I had ingested 8 buttons again, but the effect had been different. It must have been toward the end of the session that the singing was greatly accelerated, with everybody singing at once. I perceived that something, or somebody, outside the house wanted to come in. I couldn't tell whether the singing was done to prevent it from bursting in, or to lure it inside. I was the only one who didn't have a song. They all seemed to look at me questioningly, especially the young men. I grew embarrassed and closed my eyes. Then I realized I could perceive what was going on much better if I kept my eyes closed. This idea held my undivided attention. I closed my eyes and saw the men in front of me. I opened my eyes, and the image was unchanged. The surroundings were exactly the same for me, whether my eyes were open or closed. Suddenly, everything vanished or crumbled, and there emerged in its place the man-like figure of Mescalito I had seen 2 years before. He was sitting some distance away with his profile toward me. I stared fixedly at him, but he didn't look at me. Not once did he turn. I believed I was doing something wrong, something that kept him away. I got up and walked toward him to ask him about it. But the act of moving dispelled the image. It began to fade, and the figures of the men I was with were superimposed upon it. Again, I heard the loud, frantic singing. I went into the nearby bushes and walked for a while. Everything stood out very clearly. I noticed I was seeing in the darkness, but it mattered very little this time. The important point was, why did Mescalito avoid me? I returned to join the group, and as I was about to enter the house, I heard a heavy rumbling and felt a tremor. The ground shook. It was the same noise I had heard in the Peyote Valley 2 years before. I ran into the bushes again. I knew that Mescalito was there, and that I was going to find him. But he wasn't there. I waited until morning, and joined the others just before the session ended. The usual procedure was repeated on the 3rd day. I wasn't tired, but I slept during the afternoon. In the evening of Saturday, September 5th, the old man sang his peyote song to start the cycle once more. During this session, I chewed only one button and didn't listen to any of the songs, nor did I pay attention to anything that went on. From the first moment, my whole being was uniquely concentrated on one point. I knew something terribly important for my well-being was missing. While the men sang, I asked Mescalito, in a loud voice, to teach me a song. My pleading mingled with the men's loud singing. Immediately, I heard a song in my ears. I turned around and sat with my back to the group and listened. I heard the words and the tune over and over, and I repeated them until I had learned the whole song. It was a long song in Spanish. Then I sang it to the group several times, and soon afterward, a new song came to my ears. By morning, I had sung both songs countless times. I felt I had been renewed, fortified. After the water was given to us, Don Juan gave me a bag, and we all went into the hills. It was a long, strenuous walk to a low mesa. There, I saw several peyote plants, but for some reason, I didn't want to look at them. After we'd crossed the mesa, the group broke up. Don Juan and I walked back, collecting peyote buttons just as we had done the first time I helped him. We returned in the late afternoon of Sunday, September 6th. In the evening, the leader opened the cycle again. Nobody had said a word, but I knew perfectly well it was the last gathering. This time, the old man sang a new song. A sack with fresh peyote buttons was passed around. This was the first time I had tasted a fresh button. It was pulpy, but hard to chew. It resembled a hard green fruit, and was sharper and more bitter than the dried buttons. Personally, I found the fresh peyote infinitely more alive. I chewed 14 buttons. I counted them carefully. I didn't finish the last one, for I heard the familiar rumble that marked the presence of Mescalito. Everybody sang frantically, and I knew that Don Juan and everybody else had actually heard the noise. I refused to think that their reaction was a response to a cue given by one of them merely to deceive me. At that moment, I felt a great surge of wisdom engulfing me. A conjecture I had played with for 3 years turned then into a certainty. It had taken me 3 years to realize, or rather to find out, that whatever is contained in the cactus Lophophora williamsii had nothing to do with me in order to exist as an entity. It existed by itself, out there, at large. I knew it then. I sang feverishly until I could no longer voice the words. I felt as if my songs were inside my body, shaking me uncontrollably. I needed to go out and find Mescalito, or I would explode. I walked toward the peyote field. I kept on singing my songs. I knew they were individually mine, the unquestionable proof of my singleness. I sensed each one of my steps. They resounded on the ground. Their echo produced the indescribable euphoria of being a man. Each one of the peyote plants on the field shone with a bluish, scintillating light. One plant had a very bright light. I sat in front of it and sang my songs to it. As I sang, Mescalito came out of the plant, the same man-like figure I had seen before. He looked at me. With great audacity for a person of my temperament, I sang to him. There was a sound of flutes, or of wind, a familiar musical vibration. He seemed to have said, as he had 2 years before, "What do you want?" I spoke very loudly. I said that I knew there was something amiss in my life and in my actions, but I couldn't find out what it was. I begged him to tell me what was wrong with me, and also to tell me his name so that I could call him when I needed him. He looked at me, elongated his mouth like a trumpet until it reached my ear, and then told me his name. Suddenly, I saw my own father standing in the middle of the peyote field, but the field had vanished, and the scene was my old home, the home of my childhood. My father and I were standing by a fig tree. I embraced my father and hurriedly began to tell him things I had never before been able to say. Every one of my thoughts was concise and to the point. It was as if we had no time, really, and I had to say everything at once. I said staggering things about my feelings toward him, things I would never have been able to voice under ordinary circumstances. My father didn't speak. He just listened, and then was pulled or sucked away. I was alone again. I wept with remorse and sadness. I walked through the peyote field, calling the name Mescalito had taught me. Something emerged from a strange, star-like light on a peyote plant. It was a long, shiny object, a stick of light the size of a man. For a moment, it illuminated the whole field with an intense yellowish or amber light. Then it lit up the whole sky above, creating a portentous, marvelous sight. I thought I would go blind if I kept on looking. I covered my eyes and buried my head in my arms. I had a clear notion that Mescalito told me to eat one more peyote button. I thought, I can't do that because I have no knife to cut it. "Eat one from the ground," he said to me in the same strange way. I lay on my stomach and chewed the top of a plant. It kindled me. It filled every corner of my body with warmth and directness. Everything was alive. Everything had exquisite and intricate detail, and yet everything was so simple. I was everywhere. I could see up and down and around, all at the same time. This particular feeling lasted long enough for me to become aware of it. Then it changed into an oppressive terror that didn't come upon me abruptly, but somehow swiftly. At first, my marvelous world of silence was jolted by sharp noises, but I wasn't concerned. Then, the noises became louder and were uninterrupted, as if they were closing in on me, and gradually I lost the feeling of floating in a world undifferentiated, indifferent, and beautiful. The noises became gigantic steps. Something enormous was breathing and moving around me. I believed it was hunting for me. I ran and hid under a boulder, and tried to determine from there what was following me. At one moment, I crept out of my hiding place to look, and whoever was my pursuer came upon me. It was like sea kelp. It threw itself on me. I thought its weight was going to crush me, but I found myself inside a pipe or cavity. I clearly saw that the kelp had not covered all the ground surface around me. There remained a bit of free ground underneath the boulder. I began to crawl underneath it. I saw huge drops of liquid falling from the kelp. I knew it was secreting digestive acid in order to dissolve me. A drop fell on my arm. I tried to rub off the acid with dirt and applied saliva to it as I kept on digging. At one point, I was almost vaporous. I was being pushed up toward a light. I thought the kelp had dissolved me. I vaguely detected a light which grew brighter. It was pushing from under the ground until finally it erupted into what I recognized as the sun coming out from behind the mountains. Slowly, I began to regain my usual sensorial processes. I lay on my stomach with my chin on my folded arm. The peyote plant in front of me began to light up again, and before I could move my eyes, the long light emerged again. It hovered over me. I sat up. The light touched my whole body with quiet strength, and then rolled away out of sight. I ran all the way to the place where the other men were. We all returned to town. Don Juan and I stayed one more day with Don Roberto, the peyote leader. I slept all the time we were there. When we were about to leave, the young men who had taken part in the peyote sessions came up to me. They embraced me, one by one, and laughed shyly. Each one of them introduced himself. I talked with them for hours about everything except the peyote meetings. Don Juan said it was time to leave. The young men embraced me again. "Come back," one of them said. "We're already waiting for you," another one added. I drove away, slowly trying to see the older men, but none of them was there. Thursday, September 10th, 1964. To tell Don Juan about an experience always forced me to recall it step by step, to the best of my ability. This seemed to be the only way to remember everything. Today I told him the details of my last encounter with Mescalito. He listened to my story attentively, up to the point when Mescalito told me his name. Don Juan interrupted me there. "You're on your own now," he said. "The Protector has accepted you. I'll be of very little help to you from now on. You don't have to tell me anything more about your relationship with him. You know his name now, and neither his name nor his dealings with you should ever be mentioned to a living being." I insisted that I wanted to tell him all the details of the experience, because it made no sense to me. I told him I needed his assistance to interpret what I'd seen. He said I could do that by myself, that it was better for me to start thinking on my own. I argued that I was interested in hearing his opinions because it would take me too long to arrive at my own, and I didn't know how to proceed. I said, "Take the songs, for instance. What do they mean?" "Only you can decide that," he said. "How could I know what they mean? The protector alone can tell you that, just as he alone can teach you his songs. If I were to tell you what they mean, it would be the same as if you learned someone else's songs." "What do you mean by that, Don Juan?" "You can tell who are the phonies by listening to people singing the protector's songs. Only the songs with soul are his and were taught by him. The others are copies of other men's songs. People are sometimes as deceitful as that. They sing someone else's songs without even knowing what the songs say." I said that I'd meant to ask for what purpose the songs were used. He answered that the songs I had learned were for calling the protector, and that I should always use them in conjunction with his name to call him. Later, Mescalito would probably teach me other songs for other purposes, Don Juan said. I asked him then if he thought the protector had accepted me fully. He laughed, as if my question were foolish. He said, the protector had accepted me, and had made sure I knew that he had accepted me by showing himself to me as a light twice. Don Juan seemed to be very impressed by the fact that I'd seen the light twice. He emphasized that aspect of my encounter with Mescalito. I told him I couldn't understand how it was possible to be accepted by the protector, yet terrified by him at the same time. He didn't answer for a very long time. He seemed bewildered. Finally, he said, "It's so clear. What he wanted is so clear that I don't see how you can misunderstand." Everything is still incomprehensible to me, Don Juan. It takes time, really, to see and understand what Mescalito means. You should think about his lessons until they become clear. Friday, September 11th, 1964. Again, I insisted upon having Don Juan interpret my visionary experiences. He stalled for a while. Then he spoke as if we had already been carrying on a conversation about Mescalito. "Do you see how stupid it is to ask if he is like a person you can talk to?" Don Juan said. "He is like nothing you have ever seen. He is like a man, but at the same time, he is not at all like one. It's difficult to explain that to people who know nothing about him and want to know everything about him all at once. And then, his lessons are as mysterious as he is himself. No man, to my knowledge, can predict his acts. You ask him a question, and he shows you the way. But he doesn't tell you about it in the same manner you and I talk to each other. Do you understand now what he does?" I don't think I have trouble understanding that. What I can't figure out is his meaning. You asked him to tell you what's wrong with you, and he gave you the full picture. There can be no mistake. You can't claim you didn't understand. It was not conversation, and yet it was. Then you asked him another question, and he answered you in exactly the same manner. As to what he meant, I'm not sure I understand it, because you chose not to tell me what your question was. I repeated very carefully the questions I remembered having asked. I put them in the order in which I had voiced them. Am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right path? What should I do with my life? Don Juan said the questions I had asked were only words. It was better not to voice the questions, but to ask them from within. He told me the protector meant to give me a lesson, and to prove that he meant to give me a lesson and not to scare me away, he showed himself as a light twice. I said I still couldn't understand why Mescalito terrorized me if he had accepted me. I reminded Don Juan that, according to his statements, to be accepted by Mescalito implied that his form was constant and didn't shift from bliss to nightmare. Don Juan laughed at me again and said that if I would think about the question I had had in my heart when I talked to Mescalito, then I myself would understand the lesson. To think about the question I had had in my heart was a difficult problem. I told Don Juan I had had many things in mind. When I asked if I was on the right path, I meant, do I have one foot in each of two worlds? Which world is the right one? What course should my life take? Don Juan listened to my explanations and concluded that I didn't have a clear view of the world, and that the protector had given me a beautifully clear lesson. He said, "You think there are two worlds for you, two paths, but there is only one. The protector showed you this with unbelievable clarity. The only world available to you is the world of men, and that world you cannot choose to leave. You are a man. The protector showed you the world of happiness where there is no difference between things because there is no one there to ask about the difference. But that is not the world of men. The protector shook you out of it and showed you how a man thinks and fights. That is the world of man. And to be a man is to be condemned to that world. You have the vanity to believe you live in two worlds, but that is only your vanity. There is but one single world for us. We are men, and must follow the world of men contentedly." I believe that was the lesson.
Chapter 9. Don Juan seemed to want me to work with the devil's weed as much as possible. This stand was incongruous with his alleged dislike of the power. He explained himself by saying that the time when I had to smoke again was near, and by then I ought to have developed a better knowledge of the power of the devil's weed. He suggested repeatedly that I should at least test the devil's weed with one more sorcery with the lizards. I played with the idea for a long time. Don Juan's urgency increased dramatically until I felt obliged to heed his demand, and one day I made up my mind to divine about some stolen objects. Monday, December 28th, 1964. On Saturday, December 19th, I cut the datura root. I waited until it was fairly dark to do my dancing around the plant. I prepared the root extract during the night, and on Sunday, about 6 a.m., I went to the site of my datura. I sat in front of the plant. I had taken careful notes on Don Juan's teachings about the procedure. I read my notes again, and realized I didn't have to grind the seeds there. Somehow, just being in front of the plant gave me a rare kind of emotional stability, a clarity of thought, or a power to concentrate on my actions which I ordinarily lacked. I followed all the instructions meticulously, calculating my time so that the paste and the root were ready by late afternoon. About 5 o'clock, I was busy trying to catch a pair of lizards. For an hour and a half I tried every method I could think of, but I failed in every attempt. I was sitting in front of the datura plant, trying to figure out an expedient way of accomplishing my purpose, when I suddenly remembered that Don Juan had said the lizards had to be talked to. At first I felt ludicrous talking to the lizards. It was like being embarrassed by talking in front of an audience. The feeling soon vanished, and I went on talking. It was almost dark. I lifted a rock. A lizard was under it. It had the appearance of being numb. I picked it up, and then I saw that there was another stiff lizard under another rock. They didn't even wriggle. The sewing of the mouth and eyes was the most difficult task. I noticed that Don Juan had imparted a sense of irrevocability to my acts. His stand was that when a man begins an act, there is no way to stop. If I'd wanted to stop, however, there was nothing to prevent me. Perhaps I didn't want to stop. I set one lizard free, and it went in a northeasterly direction, the omen of a good but difficult experience. I tied the other lizard to my shoulder and smeared my temples as prescribed. The lizard was stiff. For a moment I thought it had died, and Don Juan had never told me what to do if that happened. But the lizard was only numb. I drank the potion and waited a while. I felt nothing out of the ordinary. I began rubbing the paste on my temples. I applied it 25 times. Then, quite mechanically, as if I were absent-minded, I spread it repeatedly all over my forehead. I realized my mistake and hurriedly wiped the paste off. My forehead was sweaty. I became feverish. Intense anxiety gripped me, for Don Juan had strongly advised me not to rub the paste on my forehead. The fear changed into a feeling of absolute loneliness, a feeling of being doomed. I was there by myself. If something harmful was going to happen to me, there was no one there to help me. I wanted to run away. I had an alarming sensation of indecision, of not knowing what to do. A flood of thoughts rushed into my mind, flashing with extraordinary speed. I noticed that they were rather strange thoughts. That is, they were strange in the sense that they seemed to come in a different way from ordinary thoughts. I am familiar with the way I think. My thoughts have a definite order that is my own, and any deviation is noticeable. One of the alien thoughts was about a statement made by an author. It was, I vaguely remember, more like a voice, or something said somewhere in the background. It happened so fast that it startled me. I paused to consider it, but it changed into an ordinary thought. I was certain I had read the statement, but I couldn't think of the author's name. I suddenly remembered that it was Alfred Kroeber. Then another alien thought popped up and said that it wasn't Kroeber, but Georg Simmel who had made the statement. I insisted that it was Kroeber, and the next thing I knew, I was in the midst of an argument with myself, and had forgotten about my feeling of being doomed. My eyelids were heavy, as though I had taken sleeping pills. Although I've never taken any, it was the image that came to my mind. I was falling asleep. I wanted to go to my car and crawl in, but I couldn't move. Then, quite suddenly, I woke up, or rather, I clearly felt that I had. My first thought was about the time of day. I looked around. I wasn't in front of the Datura plant. Nonchalantly, I accepted the fact that I was undergoing another divinatory experience. It was 12:35 by a clock above my head. I knew it was afternoon. I saw a young man carrying a stack of papers. I was nearly touching him. I saw the veins of his neck pulsating and heard the fast beating of his heart. I had become absorbed in what I was seeing and had not been aware so far of the quality of my thoughts. Then I heard a voice in my ear describing the scene, and I realized that the voice was the alien thought in my head. I became so engrossed in listening that the scene lost its visual interest for me. I heard the voice at my right ear, above my shoulder. It actually created the scene by describing it. But it obeyed my will,
because I could stop it at any time and examine the details of what it said at my leisure. I saw the entire sequence of the young man's actions. The voice went on explaining them in minute detail, but somehow the action wasn't important. The little voice was the extraordinary issue. 3 times during the course of the experience, I tried to turn around to see who was talking. I tried to turn my head all the way to the right, or just whirl around unexpectedly to see if somebody was there. But every time I did it, my vision became blurry. I thought, the reason I cannot turn around is because the scene is not in the realm of ordinary reality. And that thought was my own. From then on, I concentrated my attention on the voice alone. It seemed to come from my shoulder. It was perfectly clear, although it was a small voice. It was, however, not a child's voice or a falsetto voice, but a miniature man's voice. It wasn't my voice either. I presumed it was English that I heard. Whenever I tried deliberately to trap the voice, it subsided altogether or became vague and the scene faded. I thought of a simile. The voice was like the image created by dust particles in the eyelashes, or the blood vessels in the cornea of the eye, a worm-like shape that can be seen as long as one isn't looking at it directly. But the moment one tries to look at it, it shifts out of sight with the movement of the eyeball. I became totally disinterested in the action. As I listened, the voice became more complex. What I thought to be a voice was more like something whispering thoughts into my ear. But that wasn't accurate. Something was thinking for me. The thoughts were outside myself. I knew that was so, because I could hold my own thoughts and the thoughts of the other at the same time. At one point, the voice created scenes acted out by the young man, which had nothing to do with my original question about the lost objects. The young man performed very complex acts. The action had become important again, and I paid no more attention to the voice. I began to lose patience. I wanted to stop. How can I end this? I thought. The voice in my ear said I should go back to the canyon. I asked how, and the voice answered that I should think of my plant. I thought of my plant. Usually, I sat in front of it. I had done it so many times that it was quite easy for me to visualize it. I believed that seeing it as I did at that moment was another hallucination, but the voice said I was back. I strained to listen. There was only silence. The datura plant in front of me seemed as real as everything else I had seen, but I could touch it. I could move around. I stood up and walked toward my car. The effort exhausted me, and I sat down and closed my eyes. I felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. There was a buzzing in my ears. Something slid on my chest. It was the lizard. I remembered Don Juan's admonition about setting it free. I went back to the plant and untied the lizard. I didn't want to see whether it was dead or alive. I broke the clay pot with the paste and kicked some dirt over it. I got into my car and fell asleep. Thursday, December 24th, 1964. Today, I narrated the whole experience to Don Juan. As usual, he listened without interrupting me. At the end, we had the following dialogue. You did something very wrong. I know it. It was a very stupid error, an accident. There are no accidents when you deal with the devil's weed. I told you, she would test you all the way. As I see it, either you are very strong or the weed really likes you. The center of the forehead is only for the great brujos who know how to handle her power. What usually happens when a man rubs his forehead with the paste, Don Juan? If the man is not a great brujo, he will never come back from the journey. Have you ever rubbed the paste on your forehead, Don Juan? Never. My benefactor told me very few people returned from such a journey. A man could be gone for months and would have to be tended by others. My benefactor said the lizards could take a man to the end of the world and show him the most marvelous secrets upon request. Do you know anybody who's ever taken that journey? Yes, my benefactor. But he never taught me how to return. Is it so very difficult to return, Don Juan? Yes. That's why your act is truly astonishing to me. You had no steps to follow, and we must follow certain steps, because it is in the steps where man finds strength. Without them, we're nothing. We remained silent for hours. He seemed to be immersed in very deep deliberation. Saturday, December 26, 1964. Don Juan asked me if I had looked for the lizards. I told him I had, but that I couldn't find them. I asked him what would have happened if one of the lizards had died while I was holding it. He said the death of a lizard would be an unfortunate event. If the lizard with the sewed-up mouth had died at any time, there would have been no sense in pursuing the sorcery, he said. It would also have meant that the lizards had withdrawn their friendship, and I would have had to give up learning about the devil's weed for a long time. How long, Don Juan? I asked. 2 years or more. What would have happened if the other lizard had died? If the second lizard had died, you would have been in real danger. You would have been alone, without a guide. If she died before you started the sorcery, you could have stopped it. But if you had stopped it, you would also have to give up the devil's weed, for good. If the lizard had died while she was on your shoulder, after you had begun the sorcery, you would have had to go ahead with it, and that would truly have been madness. Why would it have been madness? Because under such conditions, nothing makes sense. You're alone, without a guide, seeing terrifying, nonsensical things. What do you mean by nonsensical things? Things we see by ourselves. Things we see when we have no direction. It means the devil's weed is trying to get rid of you, finally pushing you away. Do you know anyone who ever experienced that? Yes, I did. Without the wisdom of the lizards, I went mad. What did you see, Don Juan? A bunch of nonsense. What else could I have seen without direction? Monday, December 28, 1964. You told me, Don Juan, that the devil's weed tests men. What did you mean by that? The devil's weed is like a woman, and like a woman she flatters men. She sets traps for them at every turn. She did it to you when she forced you to rub the paste on your forehead. She will try it again, and you'll probably fall for it. I warn you against it. Don't take her with passion. The devil's weed is only one path to the secrets of a man of knowledge. There are other paths, but her trap is to make you believe that hers is the only way. I say it is useless to waste your life on one path, especially if that path has no heart. How do you know when a path has no heart, Don Juan? Before you embark on it, you ask the question, does this path have a heart? If the answer is no, you will know it, and then you must choose another path. But how will I know whether a path has a heart or not? Anybody would know that. The trouble is, nobody asks the question. When a man finally realizes that he's taken a path without a heart, the path is ready to kill him. At that point, very few men can stop to deliberate and leave the path. How should I proceed to ask the question properly, Don Juan? Just ask it. I mean, Is there a proper method so I wouldn't lie to myself and believe the answer is yes when it's really no? Why would you lie? Perhaps because at the moment the path is pleasant and enjoyable. That's nonsense. A path without a heart is never enjoyable. You have to work hard even to take it. On the other hand, a path with heart is easy. It doesn't make you work at liking it. Don Juan suddenly changed the direction of the conversation and bluntly confronted me with the idea that I liked the devil's weed. I had to admit that I had at least a preference for it. He asked me how I felt about his ally, the smoke, and I had to tell him that just the idea of it frightened me out of my senses. I've told you that to choose a path you must be free from fear and ambition. But the smoke blinds you with fear, and the devil's weed blinds you with ambition. I argued that one needs ambition even to embark on any path, and that his statement that one had to be free from ambition didn't make sense. A person has to have ambition in order to learn. The desire to learn is not ambition, he said. It is our lot as men to want to know. But to seek the devil's weed is to bid for power, and that is ambition, because you are not bidding to know. Don't let the devil's weed blind you. She has hooked you already. She entices men and gives them a sense of power. She makes them feel they can do things that no ordinary man can. But that is her trap. And the next thing. The path without a heart will turn against men and destroy them. It doesn't take much to die, and to seek death is to seek nothing. Chapter 10. In the month of December 1964, Don Juan and I went to collect the different plants needed to make the smoking mixture. It was the 4th cycle. Don Juan merely supervised my actions. He urged me to take time to watch and to deliberate before I picked any of the plants. As soon as the ingredients had been gathered and stored, he prompted me to meet with his ally again. Thursday, December 31st, 1964. Now that you know a bit more about the devil's weed and the smoke, you can tell more clearly which of the two you like better, Don Juan said. The smoke really terrifies me, Don Juan. I don't know exactly why, but I don't have a good feeling about it. You like flattery, and the devil's weed flatters you. Like a woman, she makes you feel good. The smoke, on the other hand, is the most noble power. He has the purest heart. He doesn't entice men or make them prisoners, nor does he love or hate. All he requires is strength. The devil's weed also requires strength, but of a different kind. It is closer to being virile with women. On the other hand, the strength required by the smoke is strength of the heart. You don't have that. But very few men have it. That's why I recommend that you learn more about the smoke. He reinforces the heart. He's not like the devil's weed, full of passions, jealousies, and violence. The smoke is constant. You don't have to worry about forgetting something along the line. Wednesday, January 27th, 1965. On Tuesday, January 19th, I smoked again the hallucinogenic mixture. I had told Don Juan I felt very apprehensive about the smoke, and that it frightened me. He said I had to try it again to evaluate it with justice. We walked into his room. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He brought out the pipe. I got the charcoals, then we sat facing each other. He said he was going to warm up the pipe and awaken her, and if I watched carefully, I would see how she glowed. He put the pipe to his lips 3 or 4 times and sucked through it. He rubbed it tenderly. Suddenly, he nodded almost imperceptibly to signal me to look at the pipe's awakening. I looked, but I couldn't see it. He handed the pipe to me. I filled the bowl with my own mixture, and then picked a burning charcoal with a pair of tweezers I had made from a wooden clothespin and had been saving for this occasion. Don Juan looked at my tweezers and began to laugh. I vacillated for a moment, and the charcoal stuck to the tweezers. I was afraid to tap them against the pipe bowl, and I had to spit on the charcoal to put it out. Don Juan turned his head away and covered his face with his arm. His body shook. For a moment, I thought he was crying, but he was laughing silently. The action was interrupted for a long time. Then he swiftly picked up a charcoal himself, put it in the bowl, and ordered me to smoke. It required quite an effort to suck through the mixture. It seemed to be very compact. After the first try, I felt I had sucked the fine powder into my mouth. It numbed my mouth immediately. I saw the glow in the bowl, but I never felt the smoke as the smoke of a cigarette is felt. Yet, I had the sensation of inhaling something that filled my lungs first, and then pushed itself down to fill the rest of my body. I counted 20 inhalations, and then the count didn't matter any longer. I began to sweat. Don Juan looked at me fixedly and told me not to be afraid and to do exactly as he said. I tried to say, "All right," but instead, I made a weird, howling sound. It went on resounding after I had closed my mouth. The sound startled Don Juan, who had another attack of laughter. I wanted to say yes with my head, but I couldn't move. Don Juan opened my hands gently and took the pipe away. He ordered me to lie down on the floor, but not to fall asleep. I wondered if he was going to help me lie down, but he didn't. He just stared at me uninterruptedly. All of a sudden, I saw the room tumbling, and I was looking at Don Juan from a position on my side. From that point on, the images became strangely blurry, as in a dream. I can vaguely recall hearing Don Juan talk to me a great deal during the time I was immobilized. I didn't experience fear or unpleasantness during the state itself, nor was I sick upon awakening the next day. The only thing out of the ordinary was that I couldn't think clearly for some time after waking up. Then, gradually, in a period of 4 or 5 hours, I became myself again. Wednesday, January 20th, 1965. Don Juan didn't talk about my experience, nor did he ask me to relate it to him. His sole comment was that I had fallen asleep too soon. "The only way to stay awake is to become a bird, or a cricket, or something of the sort," he said. "How do you do that, Don Juan?" "That is what I am teaching you. Do you remember what I said to you yesterday while you were without your body?" "I can't recall clearly." "I am a crow. I am teaching you how to become a crow. When you learn that, you will stay awake and you will move freely. Otherwise, you will always be glued to the ground wherever you fall." Sunday, February 7th, 1965. My second attempt with the smoke took place about midday on Sunday, January 31st. I woke up the following day in the early evening. I had the sensation of possessing an unusual power to recollect whatever Don Juan had said to me during the experience. His words were imprinted on my mind. I kept on hearing them with extraordinary clarity and persistence. During this attempt, another fact became obvious to me. My entire body had become numb soon after I began to swallow the fine powder, which got into my mouth every time I sucked the pipe. Thus, I not only inhaled the smoke, but also ingested the mixture. I tried to narrate my experience to Don Juan. He said I had done nothing important. I mentioned that I could remember everything that had happened, but he didn't want to hear about it. Every memory was precise and unmistakable. The smoking procedure had been the same as in the previous attempt. It was almost as if the two experiences were perfectly juxtaposable, and I could start my recollection from the time the first experience ended. I clearly remembered that from the time I fell to the ground on my side, I was completely devoid of feeling or thought. Yet my clarity was not impaired in any way. I remember thinking my last thought at about the time the room became a vertical plane. I must have clunked my head on the floor, yet I don't feel any pain. From that point on, I could only see and hear. I could repeat every word Don Juan had said. I followed each one of his directions. They seemed clear, logical, and easy. He said that my body was disappearing, and only my head was going to remain, and in such a condition, the only way to stay awake and move around was by becoming a crow. He commanded me to make an effort to wink, adding that whenever I was capable of winking, I would be ready to proceed. He then told me that my body had vanished completely, and all I had was my head. He said the head never disappears, because the head is what turns into a crow. He ordered me to wink. He must have repeated this command and all his other commands countless times, because I could remember all of them with extraordinary clarity. I must have winked, because he said I was ready and ordered me to straighten up my head and put it on my chin. He said that in the chin were the crow's legs. He commanded me to feel the legs and observe that they were coming out slowly. He then said that I wasn't solid yet, that I had to grow a tail, and that the tail would come out of my neck. He ordered me to extend the tail like a fan and to feel how it swept the floor. Then he talked about the crow's wings and said they would come out of my cheekbones. He said it was hard and painful. He commanded me to unfold them. He said they had to be extremely long as I could stretch them, otherwise I wouldn't be able to fly. He told me the wings were coming out and were long and beautiful, and that I had to flap them until they were real wings. He talked about the top of my head next, and said it was still very large and heavy, and its bulk would prevent my flying. He told me that the way to reduce its size was by winking. With every wink, my head would become smaller. He ordered me to wink until the top weight was gone and I could jump freely. Then he told me I had reduced my head to the size of a crow, and that I had to walk around and hop until I had lost my stiffness. There was one last thing I had to change, he said, before I could fly. It was the most difficult change, and to accomplish it, I had to be docile and do exactly as he told me. I had to learn to see like a crow. He said that my mouth and nose were going to grow between my eyes until I had a strong beak. He said that crows see straight to the side, and commanded me to turn my head and look at him with one eye. He said that if I wanted to change and look with the other eye, I had to shake my beak down, and that movement would make me look through the other eye. He ordered me to shift from one eye to the other, and then he said I was ready to fly, and the only way to fly was to have him toss me into the air. I had no difficulty whatsoever eliciting the corresponding sensation to each one of his commands. I had the perception of growing birds' legs, which were weak and wobbly at first. I felt a tail coming out of the back of my neck, and wings out of my cheekbones. The wings were folded deeply. I felt them coming out by degrees. The process was hard, but not painful. Then I winked my head down to the size of a crow. But the most astonishing effect was accomplished with my eyes, my bird's sight. When Don Juan directed me to grow a beak, I had an annoying sensation of lack of air. Then something bulged out and created a block in front of me. But it wasn't until Don Juan directed me to see laterally that my eyes actually were capable of having a full view to the side. I could wink one eye at a time and shift the focusing from one eye to the other, but the sight of the room and all the things in it was not like an ordinary sight. Yet it was impossible to tell in what way it was different. Perhaps it was lopsided, or perhaps things were out of focus. Don Juan became very big and glowy. Something about him was comforting and safe. Then the images blurred, they lost their outlines, and became sharp, abstract patterns that flickered for a while. Sunday, March 28th, 1965. On Thursday, March 18th, I smoked again the hallucinogenic mixture. The initial procedure was different in small details. I had to refill the pipe bowl once. After I had finished the first batch, Don Juan directed me to clean the bowl, but he poured the mixture into the bowl himself because I lacked muscular coordination. It took a great deal of effort to move my arms. There was enough mixture in my bag for one refill. Don Juan looked at the bag and said this was my last attempt with the smoke until the next year, because I had used up all my provisions. He turned the little bag inside out and shook the dust into the dish that held the charcoals. It burned with an orange glow, as if he had placed a sheet of transparent material over the charcoals. The sheet burst into flame, and then it cracked into an intricate pattern of lines. Something zigzagged inside the lines at high speed. Don Juan told me to look at the movement in the lines. I saw something that looked like a small marble rolling back and forth in the glowing area. He leaned over, put his hand into the glow, picked out the marble, and placed it in the pipe bowl. He ordered me to take a puff. I had a clear impression that he had put the small ball into the pipe so that I would inhale it. In a moment, the room lost its horizontal position. I felt a profound numbness, a sense of heaviness. When I awakened, I was lying on my back at the bottom of a shallow irrigation ditch, immersed in water up to my chin. Someone was holding my head up. It was Don Juan. The first thought I had was that the water in the channel had an unusual quality. It was cold and heavy. It slapped lightly against me, and my thoughts cleared with every movement it made. At first, the water had a bright green halo, or fluorescence, which soon dissolved, leaving only a stream of ordinary water. I asked Don Juan about the time of day. He said it was early morning. After a while, I was completely awake and got out of the water. "You must tell me all you saw," Don Juan said when we got to his house. He also said he had been trying to bring me back for 3 days and had had a very difficult time doing it. I made numerous attempts to describe what I'd seen, but I couldn't concentrate. Later on, during the early evening, I felt I was ready to talk with Don Juan, and I began to tell him what I remembered from the time I had fallen on my side, but he didn't want to hear about it. He said the only interesting part was what I saw and did after he tossed me into the air and I flew away. All I could remember was a series of dreamlike images, or scenes. They had no sequential order. I had the impression that each one of them was like an isolated bubble, floating into focus and then moving away. They were not, however, merely scenes to look at. I was inside them. I took part in them. When I tried to recollect them at first, I had the sensation that they were vague, diffused flashes, but as I thought about them I realized that each one of them was extremely clear, although totally unrelated to ordinary seeing, hence the sensation of vagueness. The images were few and simple. As soon as Don Juan mentioned that he had tossed me into the air, I had a faint recollection of an absolutely clear scene in which I was looking straight at him from some distance away. I was looking at his face only. It was monumental in size. It was flat and had an intense glow. His hair was yellowish, and it moved. Each part of his face moved by itself, projecting a sort of amber light. The next image was one in which Don Juan had actually tossed me up, or hurled me, in a straight onward direction. I remember I extended my wings and flew. I felt alone, cutting through the air, painfully moving straight ahead. It was more like walking than like flying. It tired my body. There was no feeling of flowing free, no exuberance. Then I remembered an instant in which I was motionless, looking at a mass of sharp, dark edges set in an area that had a dull, painful light. Next, I saw a field with an infinite variety of lights. The lights moved and flickered and changed their luminosity. They were almost like colors. Their intensity dazzled me. At another moment, an object was almost against my eye. It was a thick, pointed object. It had a definite pinkish glow. I felt a sudden tremor somewhere in my body and saw a multitude of similar pink forms coming toward me. They all moved on me. I jumped away. The last scene I remembered was 3 silvery birds. They radiated a shiny, metallic light, almost like stainless steel, but intense and moving and alive. I liked them. We flew together. Don Juan didn't make any comments on my recounting. Tuesday, March 23, 1965. The following conversation took place the next day after the recounting of my experience. Don Juan said, "It does not take much to become a crow. You did it, and now you will always be one." "What happened after I became a crow, Don Juan? Did I fly for 3 days?" "No, you came back at nightfall as I'd told you to." "But how did I come back?" "You were very tired and went to sleep. That's all." "I mean, did I fly back?" "I've already told you. You obeyed me and came back to the house. But don't concern yourself with that matter. It's of no importance." "What is important, then?" "In your whole trip, there was only one thing of great value: the silvery birds." "What was so special about them? They were just birds." "Not just birds. They were crows." "Were they white crows, Don Juan?" "The black feathers of a crow are really silvery. The crows shine so intensely that they're not bothered by other birds." "Why did their feathers look silvery?" "Because you were seeing as a crow sees. A bird that looks dark to us looks white to a crow. The white pigeons, for instance, are pink or bluish to a crow. Seagulls are yellow. Now, try to remember how you joined them." I thought about it, but the birds were a dim, disassociated image which had no continuity. I told him I could remember only that I felt I had flown with them. He asked me whether I had joined them in the air or on the ground, but I couldn't possibly answer that. He became almost angry with me. He demanded that I think about it. He said, "All this will not mean a damn. It will only be a mad dream unless you remember correctly." I strained myself to recollect, but I could not. Saturday, April 3rd, 1965. Today, I thought of another image in my dream about the silvery birds. I remembered seeing a dark mass with myriads of pinholes. In fact, the mass was a dark cluster of little holes. I don't know why I thought it was soft. As I was looking at it, 3 birds flew straight at me. One of them made a noise. Then all 3 of them were next to me on the ground. I described the image to Don Juan. He asked me from what direction the birds had come. I said I couldn't possibly determine that. He became quite impatient and accused me of being inflexible in my thinking. He said I could very well remember if I tried to, and that I was afraid to let myself become less rigid. He said that I was thinking in terms of men and crows, and that I was neither a man nor a crow at the time that I wanted to recollect. He asked me to remember what the crow had said to me. I tried to think about it, but my mind played on scores of other things instead. I couldn't concentrate. Sunday, April 4th, 1965. I took a long hike today. It got quite dark before I reached Don Juan's house. I was thinking about the crows when suddenly a very strange thought crossed my mind. It was more like an impression or a feeling than a thought. The bird that had made the noise said they were coming from the north and were going south, and when we met again, they would be coming the same way. I told Don Juan what I had thought up, or maybe remembered. He said, "Don't think about whether you remembered it or made it up. Such thoughts fit men only. They do not fit crows, especially those you saw, for they are the emissaries of your fate. You are already a crow. You will never change that. From now on, the crows will tell you with their flight about every turn of your fate. In which direction did you fly with them?" "I couldn't know that, Don Juan." "If you think properly, you will remember. Sit on the floor and tell me the position in which you were when the birds flew to you. Close your eyes and make a line on the floor." I followed his suggestion and determined the point. "Don't open your eyes yet," he proceeded. "In which direction did you all fly in relation to that point?" I made another mark on the ground. Taking these points of orientation as a reference, Don Juan interpreted the different patterns of flight the crows would observe to foretell my personal future, or fate. He set up the 4 points of the compass as the axis of the crow's flight. I asked him whether the crows always followed the cardinal points to tell a man's fate. He said that the orientation was mine alone. Whatever the crows did in my first meeting with them was of crucial importance. He insisted on my recalling every detail, for the message and the pattern of the emissaries were an individual, personalized matter. There was one more thing he insisted I should remember, and that was the time of day when the emissaries left me. He asked me to think of the difference in the light around me between the time when I began to fly and the time when the silvery birds flew with me. When I first had the sensation of painful flight, it was dark. But when I saw the birds, everything was reddish, light red, or perhaps orange. He said, "That means it was late in the day. The sun wasn't down yet. When it is completely dark, a crow is blind with whiteness, and not with darkness the way we are at night. This indication of the time places your last emissaries at the end of the day. They will call you, and as they fly above your head, they will become silvery white. You will see them shining against the sky, and it will mean your time is up. It will mean you're going to die and become a crow yourself." "What if I see them during the morning?" "You won't see them in the morning." "But crows fly all day." "Not your emissaries, you fool." "How about your emissaries, Don Juan?" "Mine will come in the morning. There will also be 3 of them." My benefactor told me that one could shout them back to black if one doesn't want to die. But now I know. It can't be done. My benefactor was given to shouting and to all the clatter and violence of the devil's weed. I know the smoke is different, because he has no passion. He is fair. When your silvery emissaries come for you, there's no need to shout at them. Just fly with them, as you've already done. After they've collected you, they will reverse directions, and there will be 4 of them flying away. Saturday, April 10th, 1965. I had been experiencing brief flashes of disassociation, or shallow states of non-ordinary reality. One element from the hallucinogenic experience with the mushrooms kept recurring in my thoughts: the soft, dark mass of pinholes. I continued to visualize it as a grease or an oil bubble which began to draw me to its center. It was almost as if the center would open up and swallow me, and for very brief moments I experienced something resembling a state of non-ordinary reality. As a result, I suffered moments of profound agitation, anxiety, and discomfort, and I willfully strove to end the experiences as soon as they began. Today, I discussed this condition with Don Juan. I asked for advice. He seemed to be unconcerned, and told me to disregard the experiences because they were meaningless, or rather, valueless. He said the only experiences worth my effort and concern would be those in which I saw a crow. Any other kind of vision would be merely the product of my fears. He reminded me again that, in order to partake of the smoke, it was necessary to lead a strong, quiet life. Personally, I seemed to have reached a dangerous threshold. I told him I felt I could not go on. There was something truly frightening about the mushrooms. In going over the images I recalled from my hallucinogenic experience, I had come to the unavoidable conclusion that I had seen the world in a way that was structurally different from ordinary vision. In other states of non-ordinary reality I had undergone, the forms and the patterns I had visualized were always within the confines of my visual conception of the world. But the sensation of seeing under the influence of the hallucinogenic smoke mixture was not the same. Everything I saw was in front of me in a direct line of vision. Nothing was above or below that line of vision. Every image had an irritating flatness, and yet, disconcertingly, a profound depth. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the images were a conglomerate of unbelievably sharp details set inside fields of different light. The light in the fields moved, creating an effect of rotation. After probing and exerting myself to remember, I was forced to make a series of analogies or similes in order to understand what I had seen. Don Juan's face, for instance, looked as if he had been submerged in water. The water seemed to move in a continuous flow over his face and hair. It so magnified them that I could see every pore in his skin, or every hair on his head whenever I focused my vision. On the other hand, I saw masses of matter that were flat and full of edges, but didn't move because there was no fluctuation in the light that came from them. I asked Don Juan what were the things that I'd seen. He said that because this was the first time I was seeing, as a crow, the images were not clear or important, and that later on with practice I would be able to recognize everything. I brought up the issue of the difference I detected in the movement of light. Things that are alive, he said, move inside, and a crow can easily see when something is dead or about to die, because the movement has stopped or is slowing down to a stop. A crow can also tell when something is moving too fast, and by the same token, a crow can tell when something is moving just right. What does it mean when something is moving too fast or just right? It means a crow can actually tell what to avoid and what to seek. When something is moving too fast inside, It means it is about to explode violently or to leap forward, and a crow will avoid it. When it moves inside just right, it is a pleasing sight, and a crow will seek it. Do rocks move inside? No, not rocks or dead animals or dead trees, but they are beautiful to look at. That is why crows hang around dead bodies. They like to look at them. No light moves inside them. But when the flesh rots, doesn't it change or move? Yes, but that is a different movement. What a crow sees then is millions of things moving inside the flesh with a light of their own, and that is what a crow likes to see. It is truly an unforgettable sight. Have you seen it yourself, Don Juan? Anybody who learns to become a crow can see it. You will see it yourself. At this point, I asked Don Juan the unavoidable question. Did I really become a crow? I mean, would anyone seeing me have thought I was an ordinary crow? No. You can't think that way when dealing with the power of the Allies. Such questions make no sense. And yet, to become a crow is the simplest of all matters. It is almost like frolicking. It has little usefulness. As I've already told you, the smoke is not for those who seek power. It is only for those who crave to see. I learned to become a crow because these birds are the most effective of all. No other birds bother them, except perhaps larger, hungry eagles. But crows fly in groups and can defend themselves. Men don't bother crows either, and that is an important point. Any man can distinguish a large eagle, especially an unusual eagle, or any other large, unusual bird. But who cares about a crow? A crow is safe. It's ideal in size and nature. It can go safely into any place without attracting attention. On the other hand, it is possible to become a lion or a bear, but that is rather dangerous. Such a creature is too large. It takes too much energy to become one. One can also become a cricket or a lizard or even an ant, but that's even more dangerous because large animals prey on small creatures. I argued that what he was saying meant that one really changed into a crow, or a cricket, or anything else. But he insisted I was misunderstanding. It takes a very long time to learn to be a proper crow, he said. But you didn't change, nor did you stop being a man. There is something else. Can you tell me what the something else is, Don Juan? Perhaps by now you know it yourself. Maybe if you weren't so afraid of becoming mad or of losing your body, you would understand this marvelous secret. But perhaps you must wait until you lose your fear to understand what I mean. Chapter 11. The last event I recorded in my field notes took place in September 1965. It was the last of Don Juan's teachings. I called it a special state of non-ordinary reality because it wasn't the product of any of the plants I had used before. It seemed that Don Juan elicited it by means of a careful manipulation of cues about himself. That is to say, he behaved in front of me in so skillful a manner that he created the clear and sustained impression that he was not really himself, but someone impersonating him. As a result, I experienced a profound sense of conflict. I wanted to believe it was Don Juan, and yet I couldn't be sure of it. The concomitant of the conflict was a conscious terror, so acute that it impaired my health for several weeks. Afterward, I thought it would have been wise to end my apprenticeship then. I've never been a participant since that time. Yet Don Juan has not ceased to consider me an apprentice. He's regarded my withdrawal only as a necessary period of recapitulation, another step of learning, which may last indefinitely. Since that time, however, he has never expounded on his knowledge. I wrote the detailed account of my last experience almost a month after it happened, although I had already written copious notes on its salient points on the following day during the hours of great emotional agitation which preceded the highest point of my terror. Friday, October 29th, 1965. On Thursday, September 30th, 1965, I went to see Don Juan. The brief, shallow states of non-ordinary reality had been persisting in spite of my deliberate attempts to end them or slough them off, as Don Juan had suggested. I felt that my condition was getting worse, for the duration of such states was increasing. I became sharply aware of the noise of airplanes. The sound of their motors going overhead would unavoidably catch my attention and fix it to the point where I felt I was following the plane as if I were inside it or flying with it. This sensation was very annoying. My inability to shake it off produced a deep anxiety in me. Don Juan, after listening attentively to all the details, concluded that I was suffering from a loss of soul. I told him I had been having these hallucinations ever since the time I had smoked the mushrooms, but he insisted they were a new development. He said that earlier I had been afraid and had just dreamed nonsensical things, but that now I was truly bewitched. The proof was that the noise of the flying airplanes could carry me away. Ordinarily, he said, the noise of a brook or a river can trap a bewitched man who has lost his soul and carry him away to his death. He then asked me to describe all my activities during the time prior to experiencing the hallucinations. I listed all the activities I could remember, and from my account he deduced the place where I had lost my soul. Don Juan seemed to be overly preoccupied, a state that was quite unusual for him. This naturally increased my apprehension. He said he had no definite idea as to who had trapped my soul, but whoever it was intended without doubt to kill me or make me very ill. Then he gave me precise instructions about a fighting form, a specific bodily position to be maintained while I remained on my beneficial spot. I had to maintain this posture he called a form, una forma para pelear. I asked him what all that was for, and whom I was going to fight. He replied that he was going away to see who had taken my soul, and to find out if it was possible to get it back. In the meantime, I was supposed to stay on my spot until his return. The fighting form was actually a precaution, he said, in case something happened during his absence, and it had to be used if I was attacked. It consisted of clapping the calf and thigh of my right leg and stomping my left foot in a kind of dance I had to do while facing the attacker. He warned me that the form had to be adopted only in moments of extreme crisis, but so long as there was no danger in sight, I should simply sit cross-legged on my spot. Under circumstances of extreme danger, however, he said I could resort to one last means of defense, hurling an object at the enemy. He told me that ordinarily one hurls a power object, but since I didn't possess any, I was forced to use any small rock that would fit into the palm of my right hand, a rock I could hold by pressing it against my palm with my thumb. He said that such a technique should be used only if one was indisputably in danger of losing one's life. The hurling of the object had to be accompanied by a war cry, a yell that had the property of directing the object to its mark. He emphatically recommended that I be careful and deliberate about the outcry, and not use it at random, but only under severe conditions of seriousness. I asked what he meant by severe conditions of seriousness. He said that the outcry or war cry was something that remained with a man for the duration of his life. Thus, it had to be good from the very beginning, and the only way to start it correctly was by holding back one's natural fear and haste until one was absolutely filled with power, and then the yell would burst out with direction and power. He said these were the conditions of seriousness needed to launch the yell. I asked him to explain about the power that was supposed to fill one before the outcry. He said that was something that ran through the body, coming from the ground where one stood. It was a kind of power that emanated from the beneficial spot, to be exact. It was a force that pushed the yell out. If such a force was properly managed, the battle cry would be perfect. I asked him again if he thought something was going to happen to me. He said he knew nothing about it, and admonished me dramatically to stay glued to my spot for as long as it was necessary, because that was the only protection I had against anything that might happen. I began to feel frightened. I begged him to be more specific. He said all he knew was that I shouldn't move under any circumstances. I was not to go into the house or into the bush. Above all, he said, I should not utter a single word, not even to him. He said I could sing my mezcalito songs if I became too frightened. And then he added that I knew already too much about these matters to have to be warned like a child about the importance of doing everything correctly. His admonitions produced a state of profound anguish in me. I was sure he was expecting something to happen. I asked him why he recommended that I sing the mezcalito songs and what he believed was going to frighten me. He laughed and said I might become afraid of being alone. He walked into the house and closed the door behind him. I looked at my watch. It was 7 p.m. I sat quietly for a long time. There were no sounds coming from Don Juan's room. Everything was quiet. It was windy. I thought of making a dash for my car to get my windbreaker, but I didn't dare to go against Don Juan's advice. I wasn't sleepy, but tired. The cold wind made it impossible for me to rest. 4 hours later, I heard Don Juan walking around the house. I thought he might have left through the back to urinate in the bushes. Then he called me loudly. Hey, boy! Hey, boy! I need you here," he said. I nearly got up to go to him. It was his voice, but not his tone, or his usual words. Don Juan had never called me, "Hey, boy." So I stayed where I was. A chill went up my back. He began to yell again, using the same or a similar phrase. I heard him walking around the back of his house. He stumbled on a woodpile, as if he didn't know it was there. Then he came to the porch and sat next to the door with his back against the wall. He seemed heavier than usual. His movements were not slow or clumsy, just heavier. He plunked down on the floor instead of sliding nimbly as he usually did. Besides, that was not his spot, and Don Juan would never under any circumstances sit anywhere else. Then he talked to me again. He asked me why I refused to come when he needed me. He talked loudly. I didn't want to look at him, and yet I had a compulsive urge to watch him. He began to swing slightly from side to side. I changed my position, adopted the fighting form he had taught me, and turned to face him. My muscles were stiff and strangely tense. I don't know what prompted me to adopt the fighting form, but perhaps it was because I believed Don Juan was deliberately trying to scare me by creating the impression that the person I saw was not really himself. I felt he was very careful about doing the unaccustomed, in order to establish doubt in my mind. I was afraid, but still I felt I was above it all, because I was actually taking stock of and analyzing the entire sequence. At that point, Don Juan got up. His motions were utterly unfamiliar. He brought his arms in front of his body and pushed himself up, lifting his backside first. Then, he grabbed the door and straightened out the top part of his body. I was amazed about how deeply familiar I was with his movements, and what an awesome feeling he had created by letting me see a Don Juan who did not move like Don Juan. He took a couple of steps toward me. He held the lower part of his back with both hands, as if he were trying to straighten up, or as if he were in pain. He whined and puffed. His nose seemed to be all stuffed up. He said he was going to take me with him, and ordered me to get up and follow him. He walked toward the west side of the house. I shifted my position to face him. He turned to me. I didn't move from my spot. I was glued to it. He bellowed, "Hey, boy, I told you to come with me. If you don't come, I'll drag you." He walked toward me. I began beating my calf and thigh, and dancing fast. He got to the edge of the porch in front of me and nearly touched me. Frantically, I prepared my body to adopt the hurling position, but he changed directions and moved away from me, toward the bushes to my left. At one moment, as he was walking away, he turned suddenly, but I was facing him. He went out of sight. I retained the fighting posture for a while longer, but as I didn't see him anymore, I sat cross-legged again with my back to the rock. By then, I was really frightened. I wanted to run away, yet that thought terrified me even more. I felt I would have been completely at his mercy if he had caught me on the way to my car. I began to sing the peyote songs I knew, but somehow I felt they were impotent there. They served only as a pacifier, yet they soothed me. I sang them over and over. About 2:45 a.m., I heard a noise inside the house. I immediately changed my position. The door was flung open and Don Juan stumbled out. He was gasping and holding his throat. He knelt in front of me and moaned. He asked me in a high, whining voice to come and help him. Then he bellowed again and ordered me to come. He made gargling sounds. He pleaded with me to come and help him because something was choking him. He crawled on his hands and knees until he was perhaps 4 feet away. He extended his hands to me. He said, "Come here." Then he got up. His arms were extended toward me. He seemed ready to grab me. I stomped my foot on the ground and clapped my calf and my thigh. I was beside myself with fear. He stopped and walked to the side of the house and into the bushes. I shifted my position to face him. Then I sat down again. I didn't want to sing anymore. My energy seemed to be waning. My entire body ached. All my muscles were stiff and painfully contracted. I didn't know what to think. I couldn't make up my mind whether to be angry at Don Juan or not. I thought of jumping him, but somehow I knew he would have cut me down like a bug. I really wanted to cry. I experienced a profound despair. The thought that Don Juan was going all the way out to frighten me made me feel like weeping. I was incapable of finding a reason for his tremendous display of histrionics. His movements were so artful that I became confused. It wasn't as if he was trying to move like a woman. It was as if a woman was trying to move like Don Juan. I had the impression that she was really trying to walk and move with Don Juan's deliberation, but was too heavy and didn't have the nimbleness of Don Juan. Whoever it was in front of me created the impression of being a younger, heavy woman trying to imitate the slow movements of an agile old man. These thoughts threw me into a state of panic. A cricket began to call loudly, very close to me. I noticed the richness of its tone. I fancied it to have a baritone voice. The call started to fade away. Suddenly, my whole body jerked. I assumed the fighting position again and faced the direction from which the cricket's call had come. The sound was taking me away. It had begun to trap me before I realized it was only cricket-like. The sound got closer again. It became terribly loud. I started to sing my peyote songs louder and louder. Suddenly, the cricket stopped. I immediately sat down, but kept on singing. A moment later, I saw the shape of a man running toward me from the direction opposite to that of the cricket's call. I clapped my hands on my thigh and calf and stomped vigorously, frantically. The shape went by very fast, almost touching me. It looked like a dog. I experienced so dreadful a fear that I was numb. I can't recollect anything else I felt or thought. The morning dew was refreshing. I felt better. Whatever the phenomenon was, it seemed to have withdrawn. It was 5:48 a.m. when Don Juan opened the door quietly and came out. He stretched his arms, yawning, and glanced at me. He took 2 steps toward me, prolonging his yawning. I saw his eyes looking through half-closed eyelids. I jumped up. I knew then that whoever or whatever was in front of me was not Don Juan. I took a small, sharp-edged rock from the ground. It was next to my right hand. I didn't look at it. I just held it by pressing it with my thumb against my extended fingers. I adopted the form Don Juan had taught me. I felt a strange vigor filling me in a matter of seconds. Then I yelled and hurled the rock at him. I thought it was a magnificent outcry. At that moment, I didn't care whether I lived or died. I felt the cry was awesome in its potency. It was piercing and prolonged, and it actually directed my aim. The figure in front wobbled and shrieked and staggered to the side of the house and into the bushes again. It took me hours to calm down. I couldn't sit anymore. I kept on trotting in the same place. I had to breathe through my mouth to take in enough air. At 11 a.m., Don Juan came out again. I was going to jump up, but the movements were his. He went directly to his spot and sat down in his usual familiar way. He looked at me and smiled. He was Don Juan. I went to him, and instead of being angry, I kissed his hand. I really believed then that he had not acted to create a dramatic effect, but that someone had impersonated him to cause me harm or to kill me. The conversation began with speculations about the identity of a female person who had allegedly taken my soul. Then Don Juan asked me to tell him about every detail of my experience. I narrated the whole sequence of events in a very deliberate manner. He laughed all the way, as if it were a joke. When I'd finished, he said, "You did fine. You won the battle for your soul. But this matter's more serious than I thought. Your life wasn't worth 2 hoots last night. It's fortunate you learned something in the past. Had you not had a little training, you'd be dead by now, because whoever you saw last night meant to finish you off." "How is it possible, Don Juan, that she could take your form?" "Very simple. She is a diablera, and has a good helper on the other side, but she wasn't too good in assuming my likeness, and you caught on to her trick." "Is a helper on the other side the same as an ally?" "No. A helper is the aid of a diablero. A helper is a spirit that lives on the other side of the world and helps a diablero to cause sickness and pain. It helps him to kill." "Can a diablero also have an ally, Don Juan?" "It is the diableros who have the allies, but before a diablero can tame an ally, he usually has a helper to aid him in his tasks." "How about the woman who took your form, Don Juan? Does she have only a helper and not an ally?" I don't know whether she has an ally or not. Some people don't like the power of an ally and prefer a helper. To tame an ally is hard work. It's easier to get a helper on the other side. Do you think I could get a helper? To know that, you have to learn much more. We're again at the beginning, almost as on the first day you came over and asked me to tell you about Mezcalito, and I could not, because you would not have understood. The other side is the world of Diableros. I think it would be best to tell you my own feelings in the same way my benefactor told me his. He was a Diablero and a warrior. His life was inclined toward the force and the violence of the world. But I am neither of them. That is my nature. You have seen my world from the start. As to showing you the world of my benefactor, I can only put you at the door, and you will have to decide for yourself. You will have to learn about it by your effort alone. I must admit now that I made a mistake. It is much better, I see now, to start the way I did, myself. Then it is easier to realize how simple and yet how profound the difference is. A Diablero is a Diablero, and a warrior is a warrior. Or a man can be both. There are enough people who are both. But a man who only traverses the paths of life is everything. Today, I am neither a warrior nor a Diablero. For me, there is only the traveling on the paths that have a heart. On any path that may have a heart. There I travel, and the only worthwhile challenge for me is to traverse its full length. And there I travel, looking, breathlessly. He paused. His face revealed a peculiar mood. He seemed to be unusually serious. I didn't know what to ask or say. He proceeded. The particular thing to learn is how to get to the crack between the worlds and how to enter the other world. There is a crack between the two worlds, the world of the Diableros and the world of living men. There is a place where the two worlds overlap. The crack is there. It opens and closes like a door in the wind. To get there, a man must exercise his will. He must, I should say, develop an indomitable desire for it, a single-minded dedication. But he must do it without the help of any power or any man. The man, by himself, must ponder and wish up to a moment in which his body is ready to undergo the journey. That moment is announced by prolonged shaking of the limbs and violent vomiting. The man usually cannot sleep or eat and wanes away. When the convulsions do not stop, the man is ready to go, and the crack between the worlds appears right in front of his eyes, like a monumental door, a crack that goes up and down. When the crack opens, the man has to slide through it. It is hard to see on the other side of the boundary. It is windy, like a sandstorm. The wind whirls around. The man must then walk in any direction. It will be a long or a short journey, depending on his willpower. A strong-willed man journeys shortly. An undecided, weak man journeys long and precariously. After this journey, the man arrives at a sort of plateau. It is possible to distinguish some of its features clearly. It is a plain above the ground. It's possible to recognize it by the wind, which there becomes even more violent, whipping, roaring all around. On top of that plateau is the entrance to that other world. And there stands a skin that separates the two worlds. Dead men go through it without a noise. But we have to break it with an outcry. The wind gathers strength, the same unruly wind that blows on the plateau. When the wind has gathered enough force, the man has to yell and the wind will push him through. Here, his will has to be inflexible too, so that he can fight the wind. All he needs is a gentle shove. He doesn't need to be blown to the ends of the other world. Once on the other side, the man will have to wander around. His good fortune would be to find a helper nearby, not too far from the entrance. The man has to ask him for help. In his own words, he has to ask the helper to teach him and make him a diablero. When the helper agrees, he kills the man on the spot, and while he is dead, he teaches him. When you make the trip yourself, depending on your luck, you may find a great diablero in the helper who will kill you and teach you. Most of the time, though, one encounters lesser brujos who have very little to teach. But neither you nor they have the power to refuse. The best instance is to find a male helper, lest one become the prey of a diablera, who will make one suffer in an unbelievable manner. Women are always like that. But that depends on luck alone, unless one's benefactor is a great diablero himself, in which event he will have many helpers in the other world, and can direct one to see a particular helper. My benefactor was such a man. He directed me to encounter his spirit helper. After you return, you will not be the same man. You are committed to come back to see your helper often, and you're committed to wander farther and farther from the entrance until finally one day you'll go too far and won't be able to return. Sometimes a diablero may catch a soul and push it through the entrance and leave it in the custody of his helper until he robs the person of all his willpower. In other cases, like yours, for instance, the soul belongs to a strong-willed person, and the diablero may keep it inside his pouch, because it's too hard to carry otherwise. In such instances, as in yours, a fight may resolve the problem, a fight in which the diablero either wins all or loses all. This time, she lost the combat and had to release your soul. Had she won, she would have taken it to her helper, for keeps. But how did I win? You didn't move from your spot. Had you moved 1 inch away, you would have been demolished. She chose the moment I was away as the best time to strike, and she did it well. She failed because she didn't count on your own nature, which is violent, and also because you didn't budge from the spot on which you are invincible. How would she have killed me if I had moved? She would have hit you like a thunderbolt. But above all, she would have kept your soul and you would have wasted away. What's going to happen now, Don Juan? Nothing. You won your soul back. It was a good battle. You learned many things last night. Afterward, we began to look for the stone I had hurled. He said if we could find it, we could be absolutely sure the affair had ended. We looked for nearly 3 hours. I had the feeling I would recognize it, but I couldn't. That same day, in the early evening, Don Juan took me into the hills around his house. There he gave me long and detailed instructions on specific fighting procedures. At one moment, in the course of repeating certain prescribed steps, I found myself alone. I had run up a slope and was out of breath. I was perspiring freely, and yet I was cold. I called Don Juan several times, but he didn't answer, and I began to experience a strange apprehension. I heard a rustling in the underbrush, as if someone was coming toward me. I listened attentively, but the noise stopped. Then it came again, louder and closer. At that moment, it occurred to me that the events of the preceding night were going to be repeated. In a matter of a few seconds, my fear grew out of all proportion. The rustle in the underbrush got closer, and my strength waned. I wanted to scream or weep, run away or faint. My knees sagged. I fell to the ground, whining. I couldn't even close my eyes. After that, I remember only that Don Juan made a fire and rubbed the contracted muscles of my arms and legs. I remained in a state of profound distress for several hours. Afterward, Don Juan explained my disproportionate reaction as a common occurrence. I said I couldn't figure out logically what had caused my panic, and he replied that it wasn't the fear of dying, but rather the fear of losing my soul, a fear common among men who do not have unbending intent. That experience was the last of Don Juan's teachings. Ever since that time, I've refrained from seeking his lessons. And although Don Juan has not changed his benefactor's attitude toward me, I do believe that I have succumbed to the first enemy of a man of knowledge.